The upset?
Well, I think I just want GG to win because last time we faced them, River and Gory ran me.
They tend to do that to some people, yeah.
Yeah, they ran me in the mid lane, so I just want like a rematch to show that, me and Piosa can be better.
Okay,
Nice.
Other one, GG versus NRG, or C9 versus NRG, excuse me. Who do you think is going to win that series?
I think it'll be C9. I think C9's like the favorites of the league right now.
So you don't believe in the NA Hopium dream? You're included in the NA revival of this split. What are you doing, not believing in them?
I think C9's just really good. I just think C9 will win. I don't know if it'll be a 3-0, because I do think NRG's really good, but I think C9's just a bit better.
Okay, I mean, you went 2-0 against them. NRG went 2-0 against them. I don't know if you had any advice for beating C9, where they're weak. No?
Can't leak.
Okay, can't leak. All right, that's going to do it for us here. We'll be back tomorrow at 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific for Dignitas versus Golden Guardians. Catch you guys tomorrow.
All right, we all know why we're here. Summer finals are right around the corner, which means the LCS trophy is back up for grabs. So you know what we're gonna do?
I'm gonna win it.
No, I'm gonna win it.
No, I am.
Winning is for losers. We're gonna steal it. Any questions?
You said there were going to be bagels?
Not a question. So here's the plan. The trophy's locked up in Riot's multi-level, titanium-fortified underground vault. Needless to say, security's gonna be tight. There are state-of-the-art 4K biometric cameras at every entrance and exit, and a laser field protecting the trophy at every angle. For the last 2 weeks, Busio has been working there as our inside man.
And I said, I'm not even from here.
He'll tap into the grid and cut power to the building. Once disabled, the core control will activate the vault's emergency protocols and send out an immediate repair notification. Licorice, your muscle. You'll intercept that call and roll up in uniform.
Maintenance.
A shark costume? What the hell?
It's the only costume I own.
All right, new plan, Fudge, you're the muscle.
Maintenance.
And Licorice, that makes you our eyes in the sky from the mobile command center.
Fudge taking my job again. What else is new?
Meanwhile, I'll shimmy through the ventilation system as Fudge disables the guard. Any day now. Guard neutralized, I'll lower myself down. Carefully, I'll weave my way through the laser grid using my finely honed body. Every move, every gesture, perfectly executed, thanks to my rigorous years of training. Like a praying mantis, I'll move completely undetected. All right, I'm through. What'd I say? Piece of cake. New plan, new plan!
Don't worry, Kobe, you got this. I believe in you.
I got 20 bucks on the guards. Kobe, you need us to send in Fudge?
I got this.
Okay, Kobe, what are we looking in there? Come on, Kobe. Let's wrap it up.
I've got a badge. Headed to the vault. Hey, not so bad, right, guys? So, what are you gonna do with your share?
What's up, everyone? And we're in a 1v1 between Santorin and Jensen. We already started with some drama as someone, I think Jensen, sabotaged your PC. What happened?
So my client is Korean, so I can't change anything, so it's good. It's good.
I did that.
Yeah? Okay, all right,
knows how to do
perfect.
it, yeah.
First, you sabotage some routers, and now it's his PC. All right, what champions are you guys gonna play? You haven't even discussed it yet.
So should we do what we're known for, or should we do something?
I'm looking for a fun champ.
Fun champ.
Okay.
Okay, let me go search. What's the fun champ?
My brain is fried.
Dude, but it's so hard because
Long
like,
day.
there's so many champs I want to say because that's fun to me because I don't play them much. But this guy plays them like crazy.
I'm Ivern.
bro. It's
I'm
like,
Ivern.
Ivern!
Ivern.
Ivern
Ivern mirror matchup?
Okay, let's
Dude, we need this.
Okay, sure. I'll be Michael Jordan in this game. Like, look at these skins. Look how beautiful that is.
He is kind of cool, yeah.
Yeah, right? Like, I cannot play without that. Yeah, I'm already moving like crazy. My movement is sick.
Sec, let me just read my abilities.
What? Read my abilities?
So my passive is like useless.
Yeah. I mean, unless you'll go find a Grom somewhere.
We'll find one. Smite.
Dude, okay, I just realized you put me on 250 ping.
You went to Bahrain?
I mean, it's fine. This is even better.
This is even better. Honestly, this
It's like
is
we're
great.
playing an A.
Yeah, I was wondering why my movement was so bad, but it's just... Oh my
So
god.
I'm supposed to push.
Okay, I killed you. I mean, I didn't kill
Why am
you.
I so slow?
Okay, check. Okay, this is some...
Supposed to push myself when I hit, right?
Yeah. But does that help me too?
I have no idea.
Power spiking?
Oh,
You have
fuck.
Q? Oh my god, yeah, I had to preemptive flash. I thought the...
No!
Oh, this ping. Dude, it's like you need it
I
like
think I hit the wrong
preemptively.
target.
Oh. Okay, I'm coming.
Wait, you leveled up?
Yeah.
Help, help, help,
Oh
help.
my god!
Minions, help!
Oh, I'm getting
help.
blocked. Oh.
It missed?
Wait.
Oh.
Easy. Dude, you're so bad. Wait, I have a 450 gold bounty?
You know,
Is
I
that
have
how it works?
450?
Dude, don't kill me. Is that because it's 1v1?
Yeah, I guess so.
That's kind of crazy. So I just lose if I... Okay. Dude, I'm not moving.
Wait, you have so much better items than me.
No, it's fine. It's all
What
an
the
illusion,
hell?
okay? You have pods though. Oh, okay. Go, Nancy,
Wait, you're
go.
sick?
What? Go.
I'm out of here, I'm out of here.
My movement is not good. Okay. And then snowball, and then Q into snowball, into BAM!
Champ again?
Dude, I didn't even realize I'm level 6.
I was like shocked. I just hit 5. Like, I don't know.
Okay.
Even with the deficit you had the Korean PC, you had 250 ping.
Wait, I'm gonna interrupt you right there.
Okay, what?
Having a Korean PC might be an advantage. No, because usually Korean players are better, right?
Yes.
So maybe it's the client.
That's the trick?
It could be.
Have you played in Korean PC? That's the trick?
I have.
Yeah, right.
There it
Whenever
is.
we bootcamp in Korea, we play better.
That's true.
I think that's the trick.
But the
That's
one thing is, why do I have 250 ping then? I'm used to 1 ping when I'm in Korea.
That's true.
That's a little bit of a...
Question.
honestly, you gifted him the win with the Ivern pick. That actually might have
It's
been
true. Like, I'm playing a lot of Ivory.
Yes. All right, that's it. That's a big win for Santorin on this one. So congratulations, Santorin, on the
Thank
big
you.
victory. And that's going to be it for the 1v1. Thank you, guys.
All right, welcome to the conclusion of the Huhi versus Golden Guardians. The current score is 2-2, so the final game will be resolved with Huhi level 6 and everyone else level 1. You guys can get in the game now.
Okay, so wait, we just AFK until he gets level
So yeah,
6.
buy your starter armors, go AFK in Bot River, and then you'll basically watch Huhi farming for like 5 minutes.
Where are we fighting?
So you're fighting in Bot River. You have to stay in the bottom river.
All right. My 3 champions are Rengar, Katarina, or Viego. You know, like Viego, my only thing is if they flash my ulti, I don't have an ulti anymore.
That's true.
All right, I picked my champion.
You picked?
Yeah.
Wait, am I supposed to know? Like, can I look?
No.
What are you doing? No, of course you can't look.
Oh, you can look.
Then why is he over here?
He's right next to me.
Okay, guys, I think we should go Pantheon, Leona,
And then like Sedge Braum or like Sedge just CC?
yeah, just.
I think, no, mine is good, no? Shouldn't I pick this one?
No.
Really?
I think.
What should I pick?
Trundle.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Trundle. Yeah, Trundle.
And Summoners?
Oh, we have no time. Oh, what the f? Ignite exhaust. Yes.
Oh, okay.
I got it.
Good luck, Huhi.
Yeah, so I just have to not get tower plates and then no jungle camp, just CSing. You guys have 3 ignite, that's 210 true damage that's coming in.
Okay, who's igniting first? Who's igniting and exhausting first?
Okay, I'm gonna jump in and I'm gonna ignite him, and then we wait for him to cleanse.
He's gonna cleanse.
And then as soon as he cleanses, I exhaust first, and then just like I don't know, just get those exhausts in there. Oh, let's see Jay perfect CS. Yeah, for sure. Like, all right, let's see it. 100%. Oh, they're getting low together. Look out! Oh!
Do you guys think he deserves to get a plate or no?
No, I don't need it versus this noobs. Whoa! Golden Guardians, they only had 110 wins. Now they think they can beat me.
Yo, guys, is it legal? I can proxy. I'm freezing. Hey, why doesn't it hit me? Hey. Oh.
Jay, why did you choose Diego?
Diego, because someone is gonna int and give me a free reset. It's worst pick. Wait, actually, I only get 1 spell. Because you guys are level 1, I only get 1 spell, I think. I think it's Viego's level. I asked River. 나 너네 먹어도 너네 1렙이라서 하나밖에 못 쓰는 거 아니야, 스킬? 맞아. River said I can only get 1 skill. It's worst pick.
Wait, if you take us, you're gonna die instantly.
Oh my god, that's true! I'm so stupid.
Finally, you realized.
Yeah, I haven't missed a CS. I think I deserve to be back in mid lane, guys, in LCS.
Corey, do you accept that? Do you want to play support 1 game on stage?
No.
I don't want Gorian as my support, please.
I don't want to play with triple bot.
What?
Guys, nah.
Guys, this is Sam. Scuttlecrab is Sam.
Whoa. Sam,
Hey, Sam,
where
come
are you
here.
going? Sam, get back here. Okay, I'm gonna be 6 now. I'm 6, I base.
All right, you base.
Get XP, get item.
50 CS. Okay, he must have like 1,500 gold.
Was it perfect CS?
Yeah, perfect CS.
Pro player over here.
Okay, I think I'm so smart with my build. This is why I'm the brain, Trevor.
I mean, what? You have merc treads. That's really smart. That's so smart, man.
Okay.
There's no way you bought
the
merch
4
shreds.
gotta go
I did.
outside.
So how are we starting?
I'll just count it down.
Okay.
2, 1, fight.
All right, follow me, boys.
Oh.
Alright, we got him!
Top.
Dude, he was it! This is not possible! What? How did you kill 2? Right. You can't even kill 1!
Promise off.
Will you guys base, let him get level 7 or 8 and try again?
I don't think level 7 changes anything, Jad. You just have to...
How about 11?
11? Okay, well, then let's go 8. Let's go 8.
So guys, can I get a plate? I thought you didn't need a plate. So
Jay.
one plate, can I get 1 plate? Okay. 1 plate. What about 2?
Hey, no.
Don't push it, alright?
I feel like the champion choice wasn't it, Jay.
Dude, I didn't think through.
Yeah, it's weird because like he said you're their brains, but
Yeah.
Theorycraft, what the best champion would be.
I think it's got to be like Olaf.
Olaf for sure.
The alts that like never run out,
Olaf
or
for sure.
Mordekaiser.
That makes sense.
Like Mordekaiser, if you can kill 1 person, maybe you get enough stats to just kill everyone.
And you like long-term AoE damage too. It's good.
But if I had to pick my champ right now to do this, I'd probably pick Olaf.
Hey, Huhi. Hey, I want to show you something. Here, look.
What? Okay, I'm level 8. I think I inted my items. No, it's because I bought merc shreds.
Oh, we're gonna start over here.
The line of scrimmage.
We'll count it down. See if this is any better.
Are we using summoners?
Yeah, we're using
Okay, Summers are back up. I
Okay.
believe. Yep.
Remember, LCS order.
Fight in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right.
Hey.
You flash. Oh, what? Three?
Hey, glass. Whoa, dragon!
Whoa, dragon!
Watch the dragon!
Oh my god! This is not possible! Who designed this content? This is
Final pitch. Level 11. The 4 win, but it's for pride. If you can win 1 at level 11.
What? He's gonna win. Yeah, no. Level 11, I'm gonna win.
What is it, 9, 10? You said it's impossible. When is it not impossible?
That is true.
Level 10, I think I can win.
I just want to see you get a kill.
No, because there, I saw the hoop. I saw it. You know, like, why did you guys make me choose Viego?
You chose Viego. You had time to think this through.
You came behind the stage and told me, oh, Jay, you should pick Viego.
Welcome, welcome to Review with Jay.
This is not my fault at all. You're the problem, not me. Okay, I'm level 11. 10.
11?
Okay, he's 10. This is gonna be the final fight.
All right, Jay, what are you buying?
Like, my build is already, like, it's already messed up. Like, I
You
don't
can
know.
sell some items.
No, I'm not selling my items.
You gotta get some damage, man.
Are you sure? No.
What's this full tank
I-
Viego?
I think it's a tank. It's a tank. It's
Okay,
for sure
okay,
tank.
he's
Damn.
Okay, he's almost in river. You guys
All
back
right.
up a little bit.
Okay. This one. This one I'm gonna win.
Elixir.
Whoa.
Ready?
Final round. 3, 2, 1.
Rust the dragon, rust the dragon. Run.
Yeah, someone just pushed, yeah.
Ignite.
My Python.
I exhaust.
I'm kiting.
I'll exhaust him.
Oh, he missed. Oh no.
Block. Stand on top of it, stand on top of it. Oh, he's not gonna eat it.
What? No, I don't need. Look at
Hey.
I don't need! This is Sparta! This is Sparta! Come here! Come here! Yeah! I win! Alright guys, thanks for watching the Huhi 1v1s. The final score, I won 3-2. Thanks for watching everyone.
You needed 10 items and help from God himself.
Congratulations once again, guys. Thanks for playing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Counter-Strike waiting for the stun to expire during the set 20 also.
Oh, if this turns.
Now he's in trouble. There it is. The engage, the crash down. Summit's ready to pick up first blood. It feels like it should have gone the other way, but it just doesn't. And Team Liquid's first to score.
And EG is ahead. Probably advantage EG. And here comes JoJo with that lead.
There's that lockdown, the Everfrost and the Charm. The combo is so damn strong. Revenge still trying to catch up to Summit, but again, he won't find him.
just
JoJo
can't get him.
after him again.
Oh, no.
Summit escapes again, and once more, Summit with the outplay. This time it's a 2-0. Team Liquid 3-0 on the board.
I think EG have to send 3 to try to kill Summit at this point because they're just not going to have any damage coming out from Revenge. We're going to see if they can catch Core.
Poor JJ with a pulverize trying to stay alive, but now Summit's ready to drop the counter strike, and he finds a stun under 3 Magnets for a minute to follow it up. The Rel has locked everybody down, and Team Liquid is mowing them over. Yawns for the back line, a triple kill over to Summit. They want to follow up on the last 2, and Yawn's got the Void Seeker. EG crumble, and Team Liquid's looking at Baron. Team Liquid is making good on that Ezreal ban back in draft, right? It's what we talked about. If you're going to ban it away, you need the dive to kill Varus, and surely enough they do. Shaden leading the charge here for EG as Core JJ doesn't have his ulti back in time. He's going to be killed, but he's traded back for revenge. It's a double kill for Pioshik as the enemy jungler falls. Unforgiven and JoJo trying to get out as Ayla's right next to him, but he has to bail. Unforgiven is done. Summit is dominating, and JoJo's the last man breathing on evil geniuses.
I wonder if that was like a banter flash.
It could be.
Oh, Team Liquid falling back now as EG tried to find an engage there, but Shaden's Glacial Prison ain't gonna lock nobody down. Ayla goes in with the quickness. JoJo locks down a couple of them. Pioshik turns it right back around with a Magnet Storm. EG's too far behind. Ayla dies first, and Revenge has no threat on the enemy backline. Yawn is on a killing spree, and Team Liquid's already found 3. JoJo's got no flash, no ult, no way out. Team Liquid picking up 4 again.
And if your game plan was to match carry for carry, you know, for Revenge, does the team have confidence in his
Yawn
ability to do
getting
that?
caught. Hold on now. Glacial Prison locks him down, nearly kills him. Magnet Storm ready to lock down the rest of EG as they try to go in. Team Liquid 80 carry's finally going to fall, but he's already been traded a 1-for-1 as Unforgiven is under pressure, and Revenge can't get himself away. Core survives this time as Summit is still looking to keep the play going. Counter strike right in the face. A double kill back over to Summit. He wants to make it a triple. He steps into the charm, and JoJo locks him down underneath the turret. They still don't have the damage to finish the job as JoJo and Ayla will try to defend, but APA's ready to wreck some turrets. Team Liquid now looking for the last 2 kills. They'll juggle them around like the sideshow of the circus. They'll send them back to the fountain in a body bag, and they'll take game 1 in 27 minutes.
Great
start to the series by Team Liquid. They got knocked down to the losers bracket, found their way to this game by beating 100 Thieves, and one of the big questions was, is their clean mid game against 100 Thieves more of a factor of an inactive opponent or improvement that Team Liquid has made? And so far through this game, it does look like they have improved. Their strong early game transitioned to a solid mid game and a clean victory.
But I don't think they can get the wave in until JoJo's there.
Yeah.
Summit should die. Shaden just needs to start it, and Summit should die.
Well, Summit's immediately just going all out. Revenge is brought back underneath the turret.
No,
What was
dude.
he doing?
And now Shaden's going down a bit.
Yeah, I'm expecting him to kill
God.
Summit. They don't even
Summit's
get him.
dead.
They don't even get him. It's going to happen again.
FF.
Summit's charging up the Intofo strikes. Shaden's going to try to walk through the turret. Pioshik locks down the enemy jungler. Summit picks it up. Evil geniuses, what are you doing?
Team Liquid, that is such a dream early game start because it's not like they had this master plan to get Summit ahead. That was 3 people running face first into him and him hitting back.
After he got first blooded, right? Like, this should have been the snowball.
It was a catastrophe for the top side of the map, but now we got 2 different fights starting off at the same time. Pioshik engaging in the top side of the river as Unforgiven has to disengage in bot. Shaden taken out by Pioshik as Ayla and Unforgiven barely walk away back underneath their turret. Revenge looking to find something here, but Summit takes him back over the wall. The All Out has found the enemy top laner, and now he's going back for JoJo too. Evil geniuses can't keep up.
Now, they are massively ahead, but those are the kind of plays that could get EG back in it.
Yeah, bit of a gift. As 2v4 for Pioshik and Core JJ. There's no damage here. He goes over the wall. He gets it. Are you kidding me? Pioshik steals away the Drake. Goes over the wall. Yeah, he's gonna die for it, but he'll ride that metal horse to Valhalla. Proud as hell. You'll take that trade.
But we'll see what EG does. They're going to at least give up the charge.
Yeah, the charge goes in. Satchel's already down. Shaden getting away with the flash as Revenge is ready for an engage. Core JJ at about 1/3 HP. Revenge with a flash stun for the counter strike, and Unforgiven's gonna grab the kill on Core. Shaden's low, but he ain't dead yet. JoJo's joined from behind the fight as Ayla and Shaden have to disengage, and Yon's down to 200 HP, but Summit jumps in to keep him alive. Yon gets the kill back on Unforgiven, and now he's barely escaping off away. JoJo wants to finish off APA, but he can't quite find the damage. Ayla's low. Pioshik's keeping everybody else zoned out. JoJo's still looking for APA here in the back. He's gonna find him. Revenge, Ayla, Shaden, and JoJo all still alive. Yon's got 200 HP, and JoJo wants to get rid of it. Let's see if Pioshik can provide the peel. Yon's just running and running and running and running and running and running and running, and Revenge is running and running and running and running and running right after him. JoJo with Everfrost locking down someone, and Pioshik, who flashes over the wall with a shattering strike. JoJo tries his hardest to get away, but he won't be able to do it. Yon stays alive from Core with the razzle dazzle, but Revenge finally gets the kill that he came for. There's another stun coming out from Core, trying to keep Revenge off of him. Counter strike's ready to go. Revenge not gonna find the stun on that one. Core still running and running and running away. The dazzle ain't gonna stun him. The Mega Inferno Bomb hits Revenge to take him low. Hex flash over the wall from Pioshik. Shattering strike for the stun. Aftershock finds a little bit more damage, but Revenge might just be able to duel him unless APA makes his way over. Meanwhile, Summit's in a 1v3. He's trying to find a couple more Intofo strikes. He picks up the kill on the jungler. The support's trying to get away as APA teleports into the backside of the fight, making sure he cuts off the escape route. APA is going to take out Ayla, and it's finally done.
It's a slaughter, man.
Hold on, we already got a fight. Pioshik's coming in with a Magnet Storm, and Revenge is having to jump back over the wall to try to get away, but Yon's ready to follow and take him down. Summon in a 1v3 off to the side as the other 2 evil geniuses have already died. JoJo falls next. Double kill back over to Yon. Unforgiven and Ayla on full retreat as Yon's in hot pursuit. They're going to take out another killing spree for APA. The top lane is already open. I think it might be a 20-minute GG.
It's looking like it. They're TPing in. TL looking to send it to match point at only 20 minutes.
It's just a Rakan versus all of TL. Yon finds his 200th career kill in the LCS, as these turrets will not last against Trist and Ziggs. Shaden's back alive, but there's still not a whole lot of damage to try to defend these Nexus turrets with. Team Liquid continuing the push. They're putting the auto attacks into the Nexus, but they don't have it down just yet. Ayla's taken low, and Pioshik's grabbing another kill. They're gonna grab one more on their way out. It's 19-7. It's a 21-minute win for Team Liquid.
Total domination in this game, and it was like an accelerated version of game 1 where top lane just wasn't it for EG. They got a little bit baited when they got the first blood onto Summit, and you thought, oh, here we go, the league leader in ISO deaths, let's keep going back to that fountain. It was dried up because Summit completely turned it around. EG absolutely misplayed some of those dives top lane, but in an even worse fashion, and they look wrecked after that loss. I mean, that was the one window Shaden had to kind of get back in this game. Now Piosik going top for Revenge.
Revenge could be in some serious trouble here. Piosik coming around. The Antofo strikes connect. Snip, snip. Ain't gonna do it. Summit claps him. First blood, Team Liquid.
So he is going for this max DPS build here. As EG pushing up on top side, they need that wave to get in for JoJo to get there.
Yep, JoJo's walking up, but he had to back up for a step because he was tanking the turret aggro. Now he's ready to hop forward. Piosik's your target. The bomb's on his head, and Piosik's dead. Easy
go
money
Baron.
there for EG as the enemy jungler's down, and Baron is the call. Summit is still in the bottom lane. He's got his teleport.
Their Baron damage is so fast that they're forcing this, but Summit is very strong.
Summit's coming in. Team Liquid in a 4v5. Baron at about 4,000 HP. Nautilus engaged. Summit's ready to go in as JoJo has to hop back out. Ayla's the target here at the start. Revenge trying to use the mid. A massive ulti from APA. Stuns multiple targets. EG's on the run. They got the shutdown back on the Summit. But what are they going to do now? APA cut down by Revenge. Yawn, he's too weak. And Team Liquid are aced.
But I will say, there is an opportunity because TL
Summit's all out.
aggressive.
JoJo jumping back away. Rocket jump on Summit there. He goes back in for the third hit of the Antofo strikes, but Ayla's there. It's a team game. 2v1. They end up getting the kill. Piosik's going in. He wants to find the engage on JoJo. If they can kill the enemy Trist here at the very start, they're going to get a shot, and the Miasma locks them down. Now Summit's ready to join up. Ayla's the next target, but Revenge is going to break the base at the same time. Shaden and Unforgiven are just trying to buy a little bit more time if they can.
This could get risky. There's TP coming in to try to answer this Baron play at Summit, and now APA is coming too.
The double TP, but Piosik has been caught back in the mid lane. They've killed the enemy jungler. EG found a Christmas present wrapped and waiting in the mid lane.
The game has just become a little bit of chaos because of these two big objectives. EG going for the big one right now.
This might be the game right here. JoJo goes in. APA is locked down. The stasis will only buy him 2.5 seconds as Revenge will get the job done. JoJo gets the shutdown, and Unforgiven is jumping in to guarantee that Summit's gone too. Yawn cannot play this one 1v5, and evil geniuses are gonna march it down mid and keep this series alive.
EG with a huge bounce back, and look at Unforgiven. Massive lead in lane, unkilled, huge Kaisa in this game. EG stays alive.
EG getting it done as Yawn and Piosik can't do anything but watch the Nexus fall. 30 minutes in, 15-9. EG's on the board. We got a lot of bodies from both sides hanging around this area. JoJo and Shaden are in the pit. A TP's coming in. EG wants to commit for this, but Unforgiven is fighting Yawn back in the mid lane. He's going to be gunned down by that Tristana. JoJo now jumping in as they might have the kill on Summit here to start. Nice from EG. That means we've got ourselves a decent-looking fight for them. APA goes in for the ulti, but now it's EG on the counterattack. They knock away the front line as Yawn's ulti going to try to keep APA alive. Yawn wants to get into the back. Revenge, he gets the bailout, but it's not going to save him. Piosik goes on a killing spree, and Ayla's going to be the target. JoJo retreats back over the Baron pit wall, and it's a double kill for Piosik. 1, 2, 3, 4. He's got all of them for TL. That's a massive gold influx for Team Liquid.
It is a gold influx, but I will say that is an objective bounty from the Dragon. Shaden may be caught.
Yeah, we got some problems here for APA as JoJo has to escape off the side with his own flash. You can see APA nearly dead, but not quite yet. Shaden can't finish him off. Now they got the EG jungler locked down. Bailout's not going to get him out of anywhere as Yawn gets the kill. Team Liquid, 5v4. Their mid laner's going back to base, but he can use the TP to come back. Unforgiven with a flash away to barely keep himself alive as JoJo's going to be caught over the wall. He somehow escapes with 100 HP. Seta goes into the back and finds him. He's unstoppable. It's Team Liquid. They've killed 3, and they don't want to stop here.
This could actually be a TL with relentless aggression on this Baron buff. Have minions in the mid lane.
All 5 ready to push. The minions crashing into the tier 3 turret, and it falls. The inhibitor next in their sights. Shaden respawning in 2 seconds. It'll be a 3v5 defense. Summit is low, but everybody else is ready to rock. The first Nexus turret falls as Poppy ejects Cassante away from the fight, but now Shaden's gonna be bursted down. It's a 4v2. Second Nexus turret under pressure. Team Liquid unyielding. They will not stop. They will not end their season today. Team Liquid eliminates evil geniuses and guarantees themselves top 4.
What a final team fight there. from TL. The explosive shot was on JoJo, so even though he was able to shift out to what looked like safety, he was always going to go down to Yon there. Gives him the reset, allows them to pile in. EG in the final moments aren't able to make it happen. TL with a massive series win here, guaranteeing themselves a chance at Worlds, guaranteeing themselves top 4, and will continue their march towards the LCS title.
Thank you. Can we get another round of applause for Team Liquid? Congratulations, guys, on the victory.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
First question's actually just straight to Summit. Summit, you were mad this series. You outplayed a lot of situations. So my question for you, just like, how did it feel throughout that series that you were able to do what, I guess, because they put a lot of resources towards you. How was your feeling throughout the series?
A bit harder for me, lining pace, but I win. Feels good.
That's a good answer. That's a great answer. And Piosik, it felt like every gank that you had worked. Since the NRG series, was there any changes that you guys made? Like, how did it feel like? Because you connected with your lanes really well.
그 이번에 갱한 거 다 성공적으로 다 됐는데 NRG 시리즈 이후로 바뀐 게 있냐?
Sorry. 일단 NRG랑 할 때는 우리 팀에서 내가 뭘 했을 때 가장 이기는지를 잘 몰랐는데 NRG랑 백티 상대하면서 내가 무슨 챔프와 무슨 역할을 했을 때 우리 팀의 폭발력이 높겠다라는 생각을 했기 때문에 약간 그거를 머릿속에 인지하고 가니까 게임 좀 잘 풀린 것 같습니다.
Can you translate?
So he said,
I can't.
yeah. So he said when we played versus NRG, he didn't know what is his role in the team, what type of champion he should play for our team. But throughout the NRG series and 100 Thieves series, like he realized this is what we need for our team. And once he realized, and game is easy, and then he said, "Thanks, Honda."
That's an awesome answer. Thanks for that one. And also, for Core, for you, you guys have locked in a qualifying match for Worlds, and you have a chance going into either Dignitas or Golden Guardians to just lock in Worlds placement. What does that mean for you in particular?
So like now at this point, everything is good. If we win, we go to the World. If we lose, I think Team Liquid has the best chance to beat the EU team. So
that's what I like to hear. So I guess, because you talked about the growth that you guys have had, three of you from the NRG series, going up against potentially Golden Guardians or Team Dignitas, what is your goal? Like, you guys look really strong. Like, what are your goals now, till then, to be able to qualify for Worlds? I'll ask you, Core JJ.
Okay. Well, I think once low bracket sometimes is really good. You can create the trust in team, and I really hope we will get stronger and stronger every round. And then by the time we get to the New Jersey, we'll be really strong.
There it is. I love that. Message that you guys have, and I'll start with you, Core JJ. Any message for the crowd out there that have been cheering you guys on from the start of this day?
Thanks everybody to coming here, and thanks for watching us. I hope you guys keep cheering us, and thanks, Honda.
There it is. Summit, any message from you?
Thank you, Honda. Thank you, our coach, Spawn.
Coach Spawn, that's a shout out.
Shout out to Spawn.
Piosik, how about you? Any message or a dance? Like anything you want to do for us?
춤이나 메시지나 뭐든지.
I want message.
Yes?
First, thank you, Honda. And cheering our team. Yeah, thank you so much, NA fans. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate you guys on this one. Congratulations again on the win, and we're going to be sending this one straight back to the LCS lounge to hear from them.
Thank you very much, Raz. We are standing by here in the lounge with APA, fresh off that win. Congratulations.
Thank you.
How are you feeling? Because you came in here still clearly juiced.
Yeah, there's like so much adrenaline and dopamine like just flowing through me right now.
Yeah, it's how do you feel? Because you did technically win the first round, but is there a difference in like the level of excitement after winning this one and keeping your hopes alive in the losers bracket versus the first round and winners?
Well, this one there was just like, this was in a sense our world's qualifying match. So, I mean, everyone knew the stakes. So after we won, we're just like, holy, we won. Like me and Piosik instantly went to each other, hugged, and then we're so happy.
Nice. Oops, sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I was gonna say at this point last year, you were on Maryville University.
Yep.
I remember when TL picked you up, and everyone was like, "Oh man, this kid is such a grinder. We're not sure if he'll ever have the hands." And that's kind of the narrative around you, right? So like, do you have anything to say to those people who like doubted you coming onto this team and kind of what was initially an emergency, or not an emergency, but like a surprise substitution?
I mean, nothing in particular. Just like, I don't lean into that, so I don't really care. Like I stay off of Reddit and mostly Twitter for most parts. So like, if there are haters, I don't know about them. So.
You do not shy away from trash talk, though, a little bit.
No.
You were talking some smack in the series at JoJo a little bit. How do you feel? Did this series seem easier than you thought it would be, or was this what you expected?
Oh, EG are frauds, for sure.
And finally, it's confirmed.
Game 1 and 2, easiest games ever.
Oh, my God.
Game 3, we tossed, but like, it should have been a 3-0, and honestly.
Is this something, because like we've heard this echoed a lot where a lot of people, I know a bunch of the C9 players said it as well, like EG or frauds, is there something in scrims that you guys kind of identified, like, oh, this is where we can pick apart this team? Or did you just kind of come in being like, as long as we play well for ourselves, we'll win?
I think it's just the latter. As long as we play well, we'll be fine. That was just our game plan, and we pretty much stuck to it the entire time.
Speaking of game plan, you don't have to leak anything here, but it feels like, what do you think is the proper response to you as a player? Because you have very unique picks, like the Trist Ziggs, they left them open, you kind of played those, then they started trying to get rid of them, and then you're on Cassio and Nico, which are like, you know, we still see those champions a little bit, but you seem to have them higher prio than others. Like,
yeah.
What would you do against, I don't want to say what would you do against yourself, but like, what do you think like of their approach to trying to deal with you?
Well, I was surprised we didn't pick Ziggs game 1 because I asked for it, but then, you know, they spoke Korean in draft and said,
no,
I'm playing Tristana, so I think Ziggs you just have to ban. Like, I'm just too good at that champion, and as you saw in game 2, it's just like, just too free. We just took every turret, like every single cycle. The other champs, I think I'm just like relatively pretty good at those champions, so just look out for them. I don't know.
In looking at, I guess, look ahead down the line towards the championship, who do you think you'll be facing in your next matchup, and like how are you guys preparing for that?
Our next match is versus Dig, GG.
It'll be either Dig or GG.
I think GG will win, but I don't think it'll be like a 3-0 sweep. I think Dig can like hold their ground. I just think GG should be favored.
Yeah, I think most people are expecting GG to win that one.
Yeah.
Which then, of course, naturally raises the question, TL versus GG for the final spot at Worlds, loser would play in the qualifying match versus Europe. Core said in the video that, or in his interview, that they would be the best, that you guys are the best team to fight Europe. So does that mean you guys are going to lose on Sunday on purpose?
I mean, we have to throw a little bit because we face like Mad Lions or SK, and EU's trash.
You just want to crap
really
on them. Yeah. EU's trash. Print it out. Put it on APA's Twitter. So we also have to talk about one other little thing here, which is that your parents actually came out for this series. I don't know if they're here all weekend. Was this the first time that they've been to the LCS studio to watch you play?
Last year for CeeLo.
Right. So this is the first LCS.
Yeah, first LCS games. Yeah.
That's really, really cool. It's also really wholesome. You've had like videos that your parents record for you. Like, what is it like being able to chase a pro gaming career so wholeheartedly while having your family behind you?
I mean, it's awesome to put it like that way. Like, it's so nice that I always know if stuff doesn't go my way, that I can at least go back to them and then just, I just love how much they're supportive of me. And then, that's them right there.
Yeah, do you ever...
Oh, those are cute.
When you're playing, do you see them in the crowd after, like, a game? Do you, like, look for them, or are you just, like, laser focused on the series?
Well, when I walk on.
Yeah,
when I walk on stage, I do. But, like, after game or draft starts, like, just only at the screen.
Yeah.
I appreciate, I see this in football all the time, so I appreciate bringing the towel meta in. One thing that I really respect about you as a player is just how much you grind, right? Because like initially, when you started, again, people are like, he's an Aurelion Soul one trick. He's going to need to expand his champion pool. One thing I think about your champion pool now is that it's actually really difficult for your opponents to deal with.
Yeah.
So is there anything you'd want to say to like maybe players on the ladder who are kind of looking at you for inspiration as someone who like literally grinded your way onto a team that's now going to play internationally?
I mean, I just tried really, really, really hard, like as much as I could. So. Yeah, that's about it. I think if you give it your all, most times people will at least look at you, if not pick you up.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really inspirational story that you put so much work and play so many different levels to reach this part. That does push us ahead, though, to our player of the series, who, lo and behold, it's Summit. I don't know, is that how you felt the series was going?
He was running revenge for the first 2 games at least.
Yeah, they didn't even show it in game 3, but he was up like 30 CS in his game.
Oh yeah, he was. Top Cap was not close to the series. After like game 2, when he solo killed revenge in a 1v3 and then lived to kill 2 more, I was like, wow, he's him.
It makes playing the game a little bit easier if you have that in the top lane.
Revenge is him, or no, Summit is him.
Yeah.
In looking at like how dominant Summit was today, one of the impressive things I think, especially coming from you and Jan, was that you were actually really able to capitalize on it, whereas in previous TL series, sometimes that lead doesn't necessarily get translated to a win for the rest of the team. So what was different about today in that you were able to make the most of Summit's pressure?
I think we just talked a lot about having our own goals and doing like what we want to do, and then like collaborating as a team. So when Ari went top, I was like, good luck, Summit, I'm gonna hit mid plates. And then he just randomly 1v3'd. So like even if he did die, it wouldn't be that bad because I already got mid plates.
Yeah, very good stuff out of them. Let's go ahead and pull up the brackets so we can see what's coming the rest of the weekend, because this is day 1 of 4. Coming up next, we have Dig versus Golden Guardians. Then we have the winner side, Energy versus C9. And on Sunday, Team Liquid is waiting, as you can see, for the winner of Dignitas versus GG.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing for me, obviously, we talked about Dig GG. NRG C9 is super interesting to me. C9 actually, or Sven, rather, representing C9, came out and said he was actually more scared of your team in TL. So that was really interesting to hear, and kind of a testament to how well and how impressive you guys have been on stage and also off stage in scrims.
APA, so you said you think Golden Guardians are going to play. Are going to win. Who do you want to play, though? Would you want Dig to pull off the upset?
Well, I think I just want GG to win, because last time we faced them, River and Gory ran me.
They tend to do that to some people, yeah.
Yeah, they ran me in the mid lane, so I just want like a rematch to show that, you know, me and Piosa can be better.
Okay,
nice.
Other one, GG versus NRG, or C9 versus NRG, excuse me. Who do you think is going to win that series?
I think it'll be C9. I think C9's like the favorites of the league right now.
So you don't believe in the NA Hopium dream? You're included in the NA revival of this split. What are you doing not believing in them?
I think C9's just really good. I just think C9 will win. I don't know if it'll be a 3-0, because I do think NRG's really good, but I think C9's just a bit better.
Okay, I mean, you went 2-0 against them. NRG went 2-0 against them. I don't know if you had any advice for beating C9 where they're weak. No?
Can't leak.
Can't leak. All right, that's going to do it for us here. We'll be back tomorrow at 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific for Dignitas versus Golden Guardians. Catch you guys tomorrow.
All right, we all know why we're here. Summer finals are right around the corner, which means the LCS trophy is back up for grabs. So you know what we're going to do?
I'm going to win it.
No, I'm gonna win it. No, I am.
Winning is for losers. We're going to steal it. Any questions?
You said there were gonna be bagels?
Not a question. So here's the plan. The trophy's locked up in Riot's multi-level, titanium-fortified underground vault. Needless to say, security is going to be tight. There are state-of-the-art 4K biometric cameras at every entrance and exit, and a laser field protecting the trophy at every angle. For the last 2 weeks, Bucio's been working there as our inside man.
And I said, I'm not even from here.
He'll tap into the grid and cut power to the building. Once disabled, the core control will activate the vault's emergency protocols and send out an immediate repair notification. Licorice, your muscle. You'll intercept that call and roll up in uniform.
Made it.
A shark costume? What the hell?
It's the only costume I own.
All right, new plan. Fudge, you're the muscle.
Maintenance.
And Licorice, that makes you our eyes in the sky from the mobile command center.
Fudge taking my job again. What else is new?
Meanwhile, I'll shimmy through the ventilation system as Fudge disables the guard. Any day now. Guard neutralized, I'll lower myself down. Carefully, I'll weave my way through the laser grid using my finely honed body. Every move, every gesture, perfectly executed, thanks to my rigorous years of training. Like a praying mantis, I'll move completely undetected. All right, I'm through. What'd I say? Piece of cake. New plan! New plan!
Don't worry, Kobe, you got this. I believe in you.
I got 20 bucks on the guards. Kobe, you need us to send in Fudge?
I got this.
Okay, Kobe, are we looking in there? Come on, Kobe, let's wrap it up.
I've got a badge. Headed to the vault. Hey, not so bad, right, guys? So, what are you gonna do with your share?
What's up, everyone? And we're in a 1v1 between Santorin and Jensen. We already started with some drama as someone, I think Jensen, sabotaged your PC. What happened?
So my client is Korean, so I can't change anything, so it's good.
Yeah, I did that.
Yeah? Okay, all right, perfect.
Yeah.
First, you sabotage some routers, and now it's his PC. All right, what champions are you guys going to play? You haven't even discussed it yet.
So should we do what we're known for, or should we do something?
I'm looking for a fun champ.
Fun champ?
Okay.
Okay, let me go search. What's a fun champ?
My brain is fried.
Dude, but it's so hard because like, there's so many champs I want to say, because that's fun to me because I don't play them much, but this guy plays them like crazy.
I'm Ivern.
Like,
I'm Ivern.
Ivern?
Ivern.
Ivern mirror matchup?
Okay, let's
Dude, we need this.
Okay, sure. I'll be Michael Jordan in this game. Like, look at these skins. Look how beautiful that is.
He is kind of cool, yeah.
Yeah, right? Like, I cannot play without that. Yeah, I'm already moving like crazy. My movement is 6.
Let me just read my abilities.
What? Read my abilities?
So my passive is like useless.
Yeah. I mean, unless you'll go find a Grom somewhere.
We'll find one. This might.
Dude, okay, I just realized you put me on 250 ping.
You went to Bahrain?
I mean, it's fine. This is even better.
This is even better. Honestly, this is
Like we're
great.
playing an A.
Oh! Yeah, I was wondering why my movement was so bad, but it's just... Oh my god.
But I'm supposed to push.
Okay, I killed you. I mean, I didn't
Why
kill
am I so slow?
Okay, check. Okay, this is
I'm supposed to push myself when I hit, right?
Yeah. But does that help me too?
I have no idea.
Power spiking?
Oh,
You have
fuck.
Q? Oh my god, yeah, I had to preempt the flash in front of the...
No!
Oh, this ping. There's like, you need it like
I think I hit the wrong
preemptively.
target.
Oh. Okay, I'm coming.
Wait, you leveled up?
Yeah.
Help, help, help,
Oh
help.
my god!
Minions, help!
Oh, I'm getting
help.
blocked. Oh!
It missed?
Wait.
Oh.
Easy. Dude, you're so bad. Wait, I have a 450 gold bounty?
You know,
Is
I
that
have
how it
actually-
works?
450?
Dude, don't kill me. Is that because it's 1v1?
Yeah, I guess so.
That's kind of crazy. So I just lose if I... Oh. Okay. Dude, I'm not moving.
Wait, you have so much better items than me.
No, it's fine. It's all
What
an
the
illusion,
heck?
okay? You have pops though. Oh, okay. Go, Nancy,
Wait, you're
go.
sick?
What? Go.
I'm out of here, I'm out of here.
My movement is not good. Okay. And then snowball, and then Q into snowball, into BAM!
Jump again?
Dude, I didn't even realize I'm almost I
was like shocked. I just hit 5. Like, I don't know.
Even with the deficit you had the Korean PC, you had 250 ping.
Wait, I'm gonna interrupt you right there.
Okay, what?
Having a Korean PC might be an advantage. No, because usually Korean players are better, right?
Yes.
So maybe it's the client.
That's all. That's the trick.
It could be.
Have you played in Korean PC? That's the trick.
I have.
Yeah, right.
There it
Whenever
is.
we bootcamp in Korea, we play better.
That's true.
I think that's the trick.
But
That's
the one
actually
thing is, why do I have 250 ping then? I'm used to 1 ping when I'm in Korea.
That's true.
That's a little bit of a...
Question.
honestly, you gifted him the win with the Ivern pick. That actually might have
It's
been
true. Like, I've played a lot of Ivern.
Yes. All right, that's it. That's a big win for Santorin on this one. So congratulations, Santorin, on the big victory. And that's going to be it for the 1v1. Thank you, guys.
All right, welcome to the conclusion of the Huhi versus Golden Guardians. The current score is 2-2, so the final game will be resolved with Huhi level 6 and everyone else level 1. You guys can get in the game now.
Okay, so wait, we just AFK until he gets level 6.
Yeah, buy your starter armors, go AFK in Bot River, and then you'll basically watch Huhi farming for like 5 minutes.
Where are we fighting?
So you're fighting in Bot River. You have to stay in the bottom river.
All right. My 3 champions are Rengar, Katarina, or Viego. You know, like Viego, my only thing is if they flash my ulti, I don't have an ulti anymore.
That's true.
All right, I picked my champion. You picked? Yeah.
Wait, am I supposed to know? Like, can I look?
No.
What are you doing? No, of course you can't look.
Oh, you can look.
Then why is he over here?
He's right next to me.
Okay, guys, I think we should go Pantheon, Leona, and then like Sedge Braum or like Sedge.
Just CC?
Yeah, just.
I think, no, mine is good, no? Shouldn't I pick this one?
No.
Really?
I think.
What should I pick?
Trundle.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
Trundle? Yeah, Trundle.
And Summoners?
Oh, we have no time. Oh, what the f***? Ignite exhaust. Yes.
Oh, okay.
I got it.
Good luck, Huhi.
Yeah, so I just have to not get tower plates and then no jungle camp, just CSing. You guys have 3 ignite, that's 210 true damage that's coming in.
Okay, who's igniting first? Who's igniting and exhausting first?
Okay, I'm gonna jump in and I'm gonna ignite him. And then we wait for him to cleanse.
He's gonna cleanse.
And then as soon as he cleanses, I exhaust first. And then just like, I don't know, just get those exhausts in there. Oh, let's see Jay perfect CS. Yeah, for sure. Like, all right, let's see it. 100%. Oh, they're getting low together. Look out. Oh!
Do you guys think he deserves to get a plate or no?
No, I don't need it versus this noobs. Whoa. Golden Guardians, they only had 110 wins. Now they think they can beat me.
Yo, guys, is it legal? I can proxy. I'm freezing. Hey, why doesn't it hit me? Hey. Oh.
Jay, why did you choose Viego?
Viego, because someone is gonna int and give me a free reset. It's worst pick. Yeah. Wait, actually, I only get 1 spell. Because you guys are level 1, I only get 1 spell, I think. I think it's Viego's level. I asked River. 나 너네 먹어도 너네 1렙이라서 하나밖에 못 쓰는 거 아니야, 스킬? 맞아. River said I can only get 1 skill. It's worst pick.
Wait, if you take us, you're gonna die instantly.
Oh my god, that's true! I'm so stupid.
Finally, you realized.
Yeah, I haven't missed a CS. I think I deserve to be back in mid lane, guys, in LCS.
Gory, do you accept that? Do you want to play support one game on stage?
No. I don't want Gory as my support, please.
I don't want to play with triple bot.
What?
Guys, nah.
Guys, this is Sam. Scuttlecrab is Sam.
Whoa. Sam.
Hey, Sam,
where
come
are you
here.
going? Sam, get back here. Okay, I'm gonna be 6 now. I'm 6. I base.
All right, you base.
Get XP. I mean, get item.
50 CS. Okay, he must have like 1500 gold.
Was it perfect CS?
Yeah, perfect CS.
Pro player over here.
Okay, I think I'm so smart with my build. This is why I'm the brain, Trevor.
I mean, what, you have merc shreds? That's really smart. That's so smart, man.
Okay.
There's no way you bought
the
merc
four
shreds.
gotta go
I did.
inside.
So how are we starting?
I'll just count it down.
Okay.
2, 1, fight.
All right, follow me, boys.
What?
All right, we got him.
Top.
Dude, did you want to say This is not possible. What? How did you kill 2? I can't even kill 1.
Promise off.
Will you guys base, let him get level 7 or 8 and try again?
I don't think level 7 changes anything, Jet. You just
How about 11?
11.
Okay, well, let's go 8. Let's go 8.
So guys, can I get a plate?
I thought you didn't need a plate.
So
Jay.
one plate. Can I get 1 plate? Okay. 1 plate. What about 2?
Hey, no.
Don't push it, all right?
I feel like the champion choice wasn't it, Jay.
Dude, I didn't think through.
Yeah, it's weird because like you said, you're their brains, but
Yeah.
Theorycraft, what the best champion would be.
I think it's got to be like Olaf.
Olaf for sure.
The alts that like never run out,
Olaf
or
for sure.
Mordekaiser.
That makes sense.
Like Mordekaiser, if you can kill 1 person, maybe you get enough stats to just kill everyone.
And you like long-term AoE damage too. It's good.
But if I had to pick my champ right now to do this, I'd probably pick Olaf.
Hey, Huhi. Hey, I want to show you something. Here, look.
What? Okay, I'm level 8. I think I entered my items. No, it's because I bought merc shreds.
Oh, we're gonna start over here.
The line of scrimmage.
We'll count it down and see if this is any better.
Are we using summoners?
Yeah, we're using
Okay, Summers are back up, I believe. Yep.
Remember, LCS order.
Fight in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right.
Hey.
You flash. Oh, what? 3?
Hey, glass. Whoa, dragon!
Whoa, dragon!
Watch the dragon.
Oh my god! This is not possible! Who designed this content? This is
Final pitch, level 11. The 4 win, but it's for pride. If you can win 1 at level 11.
He's gonna win. Yeah, no. Level 11, I'm gonna win.
What is it, 9, 10? You said it's impossible. When is it not impossible?
That is true.
Level 10, I think I can win.
I just want to see you get a kill.
No, because there, I saw the hoop. I saw it. You know, like, why did you guys make me choose Vieg?
You chose Diego. You had time to think this through.
You came behind the stage and told me, oh, Jay, you should pick Viego.
Welcome to Review with Jay.
This is not my fault at all. You're the problem, not me. Okay, I'm level 11.
10.
11?
Okay, 10. This is gonna be the final fight.
All right, Jay, what are you buying?
Like, my build is already, like, it's already messed up. Like, I don't know.
Sell some items.
No, I'm not selling my items.
You gotta get some damage, man.
Are you sure? No.
What's this full tank Viego?
I think it's a tank. It's a tank.
Okay,
Sure
okay,
tank.
he's
Oh,
briefing.
damn.
Okay, he's almost in river. You guys back up a little bit.
Okay. This one. This one I'm gonna win.
Elixir.
Whoa.
Ready?
Final round. 3, 2, 1.
Rust the dragon. Run.
Now someone just first, yeah. 6.
Ignite.
Okay. My fighter.
I exhaust him.
I'm kiting.
I'll exhaust him.
Oh, he missed. Oh no.
Block. Stand on top of it. Oh, he's not gonna eat it.
What? No, I don't need.
Hey.
I don't need. This is Sparta. This is Sparta. Come here. Yeah! I win! Alright guys, thanks for watching the Huhi 1v1s. The final score, I won 3-2. Thanks for watching everyone.
You needed 10 items and help from God himself.
Congratulations once again, guys. Thanks for playing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There's that lockdown, the Everfrost and the Charm. The combo is so damn strong. Revenge still trying to catch up to Summit, but again, he won't find him. JoJo after him again.
Oh, no.
Summit escapes again, and once more, Summit with the outplay. This time it's a 2-for-0. Poor JJ with a pulverize, trying to stay alive, but now Summit's ready to drop the counter strike, and he finds a stun on the 3 Magnets for a minute to follow it up. The Rel has locked everybody down, and Team Liquid is moving him over. Yawns to the back line of triple kill over to Summit. They want to follow up on the last 2, and Yawns got the Void Seeker. EG crumble.
얘들 라인전.
와우.
얘들 라인전
Good
망했어.
Summit.
내가 먹을게. 얘들 라인전 좀 망했네.
와우.
나이스. 뭐야. 너무 잘했고.
That was the end of the series.
Welcome to
Nothing more to
LCS
see there.
Arena.
Summit got the revenge kill. Over.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Summit did take over those games, so
Makes
true to
sense.
life.
Fair to me.
We'll pull up some more highlights from yesterday, but obviously, it's kind of a shocker, right? Not. I don't think it's like super surprising based on expectations for TL, but in terms of seeing EG go out like this, with how well JoJo was playing all split, I think this was kind of a big surprise.
It was a big surprise to me. I actually was the one that predicted 3-1 in EG side. I thought it was not going to be that big of a contest because I expected Revenge to play as well as he did during the regular season where he was able to somewhat neutralize top lane or get an advantage if he was to call attention from jungle. And I expected it to be actually a big mismatch mid lane, but that wasn't the case. APA actually played really well through in this series, and Summit stomped. That to me was the biggest story. So a big shocker, and it feels extra bad for Evil Geniuses because they were able to somewhat claw it back off of a win and a competitive second game, or at least it could have went to 5 games. But yes, big congratulations for TL for winning this series on that one.
Yeah, I think Summit's having incredible playoffs. Both of the series wins that they've had, he has been the player of the series, and he hasn't had as many oopsie kind of side lane random deaths in these as it feels like has happened in the regular season.
Game feels like it's ending earlier than mid-late game, so you can't give him the chance.
It's closer to laning phase, right?
True.
So he just, I mean, they did call out, I know on cast, like there were a surprisingly fewer amount of ISO deaths from Summit, and that talking to APA afterwards, he did agree that they were able to make a lot more off of his pressure, right? And he did feel like their coordination had improved. Looking ahead, we know the teams that are left. We're going to take a look at who is your playoff super team.
Oh,
there's 5 teams left. Raz,
let's do it.
You get the pen.
Yep.
Raz gets the pen.
So
Why does
this
Raz
is
get the pen?
similar.
Hey, my right arm is still my dominant arm.
We're being nice to him, huh?
So
'Cause he's injured?
we
Thank
did
you.
the $15 game. This is like a simplified version of the $15 game. The only rule is we can't have 2 players from the same team.
Yes.
And we're trying to make the very best team. This is pretty hard.
Yeah, see, the struggle is you only get 1 C9 player. So Blabber or Berserker feels like the obvious choice if we're going to start at the top of which C9 player do you want.
I feel like the 80 carry pool is so good that we don't need to go for Berserker. Like Sticks, they can
I was actually still
I was
going
gonna
to
say the Berserker gap is so big.
I just
Really?
slam Berserker.
Well, we can do 2 different color teams. Let's do the Berserker team.
All right, let's do the
green
Berserker.
team.
The green
The
team.
Berserker stand team is green.
Yeah, all right.
So Berserker.
Do you want to finish green then, or do you want to go?
No, we do a 1 green team, and then we'll switch the color for a different team.
I agree with
Keep them
that.
both up.
I agree with that.
All right, and then I think you have to go River.
River? Oh, that makes sense to me.
Ah.
That makes sense to me. And if you're going for a support because you can't go for Huhi now,
it's got to be core.
It has to be core.
Core JJ is huge value.
All right, I know where this goes from here. Hollow Fox and it's rich.
Damn.
Yeah.
It is.
Kind of just seems like it. Let's just finish it up and see how that goes.
I mean, that's a pretty good team.
Yeah.
That's honestly a pretty good team.
Okay, I have another team in mind.
Palafox is going to have the APA experience. He's going to have an APA experience. How does it go?
Are you doing a Blabber team or just an alternate Berserker?
No, you guys can try and guess what my team's going to be.
No, you just tell us.
No, you'll guess.
What?
Give me Sven.
Okay.
Okay.
You're trolling already.
What?
Even Sven said he never picked Sven as the only C9 player.
True.
He's pretty self-deprecating.
Okay, let's keep going.
Give me Dokla.
You're doing the anti-team.
No, Pioshik. I guess it has to be Stixay then Stixay then Jensen.
Okay, Stixay Jensen.
It's the content team.
Wow.
Oh.
Wow.
Yeah, they'd be good in content.
Oh, okay.
Oh my God. Okay,
Wow.
Raz,
Mr. Delta Fox here.
Let's go yellow and
They
make a
would be
blabber
good
team.
at content. I'm
Yeah.
not gonna argue.
It was hard for if I should do Palafox or Dokla, but I went for
Okay.
Dokla.
So this one's gonna be.
So I still think the blabber team has Core JJ. I see Core JJ as like the value.
Yeah, I'm going to highlight this
Yeah.
one.
Yeah. So he's on.
And let's throw blabber in there as well.
Blabber.
Okay, I like that. I like that.
And
we
I
need
think this
blabber on
team
a
is
team.
probably FBI,
Ooh, even better. Okay.
right?
Yep.
Fibby's been
Yeah.
pretty good.
But now the question is, do we go APA Licorice or do we go
You can't
Gory?
go APA.
you have to go Jensen.
It's already FCL on that.
It's
Yeah,
Jensen,
yeah, four.
Jensen
Oh, yeah.
Licorice or Gory
This
Rich?
must be very easy for people at home to follow. I just realized that the circles.
It's very clear. There's 3 colored circles, and you just
Yeah,
You know.
these are alternate teams.
Okay, perfect. I like it.
Licorice Jensen or Gory Rich is really hard, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's mix it up. Let's go Gory.
Licorice Jensen.
Let's do liquor. We have
Licorice's first team top.
yes.
Yes.
We need
Just
to give
because he
some.
lost one playoff series.
Well,
No,
he
it's
also,
not-
He also performed well in that series.
And then Jensen.
thought.
Yeah.
Because Jensen never misses Worlds.
We must highlight
There
this.
we go.
I like it.
Nice.
So people
I like
at
all
home
of
are going to
these.
be like, "What is
Blue,
going on?"
blue is the best.
That one
Might
guy
not
that's
win the
coming back is like.
championship.
The blue mark.
You'll
the blue
make
Our
team.
fire
post-game
cut.
interviews are going to be great for the blue team. If we win too, Piotric's doing his little dance.
I would say for green team,
I think green team is.
I want to do one team round. Oh, it's gone.
It's gone.
Boo,
Yeah.
Jack doesn't.
Okay.
Boo. Oh, they brought it back up.
Production.
I wanna do one.
They had pity for you.
I want to make I just want to make a Gory team because I think we jumped over Gory too quickly. So I'm still doing
You
this.
almost fell. You almost broke your arm again.
Let's not talk about it.
I'm highly
And
concerned
then-
for you, Russ.
Then I think I'll do rich contracts. I think this team is actually pretty good still.
This is a very good team.
That is the only thing I'll say about that is that is a very volatile top side.
Oh yeah.
Like
That's why we love 'em.
they are
That's why we
either
like 'em.
smashing, they're either smashing you early with like weird counter matchups and like contracts jungle pathing, or they're inting.
Or are they getting
Yeah.
Cassante flipped into tower about 3
Yeah,
times?
exactly.
People should also say who they think would win between all the teams we circled. If you like played them against each other.
I think green team wins. Still.
It's such an interesting
I don't
game
know.
because it's like you need to not only decide who like the best player on a team is, you're balancing it against
the pool of available.
the pool of available players in the role.
And I think the takeaway for me is that there are so many viable teams because a lot of their players right now are just performing in playoffs.
It's the top 5,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
Top half of the league.
Like in the regular season specifically, like a player, just to use an example, FBI, like wasn't seen highly, but like playoffs, he is really
Did
performing.
you know FBI led the LCS in kills
Boom.
for the
didn't-
regular season?
I did not actually.
We never like kills are obviously dictated by like game time.
But it's still a fun fact
It's
to know.
weirdly, it's
it
like
is
a
a good
weirdly
fact.
very undervalued. It's become an undervalued stat because we kind of, I mean, with Berserker first team not having good stats, we kind of like ignored AD carry stats this split because we know Berserker's so good.
Says who? I didn't do that.
But yeah, I mean,
I don't ignore stats. That's you. That's you problem, not me.
Of course.
I mean, I think Berserker's the best AD
best
carry,
AD carry.
Yeah.
even if his stats don't necessarily say so. But yeah, I don't know. It's just a fun fact.
I want to go over team expectations because obviously I feel like we have in our heads like, oh, GG are heavily favored, et cetera, et cetera. I want to review how we thought of these teams
Right.
throughout the split.
I don't remember. I plead the fifth.
Do you not remember your power rankings?
Yeah.
Because
Don't remind me.
GG were like unanimously 8th.
Yeah.
Like they started there, right? And then I feel like they even went lower than that.
Because they had the 0-4
Because
start.
they had the 0-4 start. I'm kind of trolling with where this is. And then
They went on
up,
7 in a row.
Yeah, went down, went up. At MSI, I feel like they hit their like peak expectation, right? Like people thought that they performed better than C9 at MSI despite losing to C9.
Yeah.
I think solely based on the BLGs.
Yeah,
a little higher.
I need to retcon that MSI prediction. I understand you're correct with the expectations, but I still think C9 had a better MSI than Gold.
They literally
Jen and I
beat
talked about this a
GG.
lot.
Yeah, no, we have argued this. I'm just talking about expectations,
Agreed,
community sentiment, right? We
It's the
come
community
into
that's
summer,
wrong.
yeah, and I feel like
They were pretty solid
They're
most
pretty
of the
high,
summer.
right? Like
Yeah.
they dipped a little bit, I think, and then
Then
kind
they
of
beat
went
C9
up.
in the regular season.
This is
Yeah.
where like the 10 wins is, I guess.
Right, they broke through their curse, went to 13.
Yeah,
wins.
and then the question I want to ask you is, now that we're at now,
How much has it gone
have
down?
they dipped based on that playoff series?
Oh, they for
Yeah,
sure
they're middle.
did.
Like
they're
they're
middle.
like here?
I think they're, yeah.
Oh, that's a
Okay.
stock market crash.
I mean, listen, if they lose to Dig today, they're going right back to where they started.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's true.
Weirdly, Dig, for people that remember, started at like a universal like 6th
Yeah.
in
There's
in
no way
preseason
Jensen,
expectations.
Arma, and Santorin.
And then they started losing, and then it was, and then they stayed here. And then at summer they got a little bump because
Rich, MVP Rich.
They started at like 8th, like going into the split, right?
Yeah.
And then I feel like they trended a little bit up. They got back to like the 5th, 6th, and then dipped.
Yeah.
Ended at 7th, and then now
TSM.
beating TSM. Where does that put them?
Probably
exactly even with Golden Guardians because they're playing them today.
Exactly
even because
I don't think so. but
romantically
they're about
touching.
There we go.
They could cross
This
today.
ended up looking kind of cursed, but
I think that's
I
pretty
just thought it was
accurate.
fun because
Yeah.
we all forget that we actually all placed Dig higher in spring than GG, who was universally with every single power ranking at 8th.
Well, and I think there's some truth to like the experience that they have. I think one thing EG didn't have was very much experience in best of 5.
Yeah.
So that's why it felt a little bit like they kind of busted out for EG because they didn't feel like they had anyone to like rely on. JoJo was the biggest shot caller. He's only in his 2nd year, whereas like you have 6 or 7 years of experience from most of the guys on this team.
I also got to say, EG had a good summer split, bad playoffs.
Yeah.
And it got me thinking, this is comboing with Emily's point.
Okay. Oh boy.
Okay.
It's about how do we actually evaluate summer split success, because I think we underappreciate how compressed the regular season was.
Oh boy,
this
is
is
this
a lot
Jazz
of
stats?
noise. Let me walk you through it.
This looks cursed.
Dig didn't have that much time to practice. The regular season was 6 weeks long. Typically with that schedule, you'll only get 3 scrim days per week because 3 are match days, which would be a total of 18 scrim days. And also, Poom came in like week 4.
Yeah.
So they had like 9 scrim days overall with Poom the entire year. So like the entirety of the summer split, even if they didn't make a roster change, they'd have about 18 scrim days, 18 match days, and 6 days off. Now let's look at what they're actually able to do in the postseason. So the end of the regular season was on July 21st. They had 1 day off. They can then do 6 scrim days in a row, take another off day. They can do 4 more scrim days, 10 scrim days before their one game, take another day off, 5 scrim days before this. They would literally have 15 scrim days since the end of the split versus the regular season. This would actually be 6 more scrim days than they had with Poom throughout the regular split. So in terms of figuring out how good a team could be, I think the summer split is weirdly unreliable because they've had so much more actual time to practice since the regular split ended to now than they did in the entirety of the split. So like when we think about how good Dig could be, I think again you kind of look at the roster on paper and think of what their peak would be, and that's how you can evaluate it. I think that's true with EG. We're like, yeah, this team's not going to be good, but they clicked right away. But then as the split continued, it's more about the way that we saw the team maybe as some of their parts rather than how they performed. So I think there's a decent chance Dig surprises people today.
I like that. And I feel like we hear that from players, it feels like every year, in which when they go into the playoffs, it's like, oh, we've had enough. Like, we've had way more time in our best of 5 games and off scrims.
It's just because the way the schedule works. You get so much practice time. You can add champions to your pool that you were unable to do throughout the split.
Yeah.
That's why you see so many weird picks in playoffs. Because you just, a little bit of like craziness of practice. You just want to try different stuff. But
and a small thing too, you know what's funny is that like a lot of the times you don't even get the chance in those scrims during the regular season to tackle fundamental problems. Because you'll have like the one day before the stage days where it's like, no, we're just going to practice what we're going to play no matter what. So, yeah.
Counter argument. My team one time got a bye in playoffs, and we didn't play a stage game for basically 2-3 weeks actually, because there was a gap week, and then there was a week where we didn't play in playoffs because we had the bye.
So you actually had like 20 days off.
We had about 20 days off, and we tried to cook some shit up during that, and it fell flat in our face, and we ended up worse than if we just kept playing in a weekly cadence.
So another reason that you have no idea what's going to happen to come playoffs.
True.
Boom.
It's not all roses just to have more time together. Be like, what are we doing? We're chain losing scrims with no stage games. This feels terrible.
Sounds like an excuse, Mark.
I'm just saying other things can happen though than like up and to the right, you know?
Oh yeah.
That was going to be my point. Is like I've definitely seen teams who get like too either lost in the sauce or they see something that happened in like LPL and LCK the night before and they're like, guys, we got to change our draft prep.
I saw Jensen though. Asked him how he was.
The Jensen check. How are we?
So he said good. Yeah. The exact same answers last week.
Perfect.
Then when I asked like, really, how you're? He's like, better than last week.
Oh!
But did
Last week he beat TSM.
Look at happy!
But Jack, did he know this was a thing?
jazzed.
Because he might be mind gaming you. He might know that this is a thing now.
You think Jensen watches us?
Yes.
No.
I think he religiously rewatches the broadcast to hear his name.
He cares deeply about his legacy.
I mean, I think he does care about his legacy.
Not about us.
I can also think he doesn't care as much about the broadcast. In Facing Dig, we actually had a chance to catch up with Licorice, so we're going to hear from him before talking about the top lane matchup.
We play Dig next. They might be like a pretty good team to play against, so I think that we'll have to like take them seriously. I think Rich is a really good player, so like I think top lane will be difficult, and I expect like kind of a battle from both sides. But I'm sure if we play well, we'll win.
And I actually thought that Licorice, even though Golden Guardians lost, had a lot of really strong plays. I think when people were looking at that series, they were either looking at him or Stixxay as kind of like the main playmakers, where they were trying to drag a lot of these kind of unforced errors that happened in these Golden Guardians games against NRG.
Definitely felt like a lot of the times Dokla was playing mostly weak side, and he was able to get advantages in lane phase and then play pretty well into the mid to late game portions of the game. Licorice is also someone who notoriously watches a lot of LPL. That's why he was doing the Jax spam train.
Yep.
Sure. And the Rumble.
The blind Jax, the OMG Shanji Rumble.
Yes. The problem is today, he's not just playing champions inspired by the LPL. He's playing against a top laner who has played in the LPL.
True.
Oh, interesting. Are you saying this is advantage Rich?
So I'm saying Rich might have some stuff cooking up in the kitchen with all these extra days off, as Jat was saying.
A lot of practice time to learn how it works.
We saw some sneak peek. I'm just saying that LeBlanc top lane.
He lost. Man, he was so good in that game.
He was.
Yeah.
Look at the difference!
Hey!
We've got the LeBlanc, we've got the Alawi.
One's an LPL enjoyer, one's an LPL gamer. There's a difference.
It's so funny to me, like the evolution of Rich just as a player, as someone who is willing to play a lot of these really weird counter matchups, more specifically the Alawi and the Quinn, which I think we've seen less of, even though people know they're strong like lane counter picks. Because again, he used to be this kind of Aatrox one trick where people are like, if he's not on Aatrox, he's not going to do very well. So to see him
there's not even Aatrox in there.
as a player, there's not even an Aatrox in there. Maybe it'll show up today. I think Aatrox is strong.
Rich is going to go Duskblade Aatrox, guaranteed.
Oh, yeah.
Man.
Gore Drinker.
Duskblade.
Oh yeah, 4 melee champions, 2 tank champions. Duskblade.
If I kill someone though, I go invulnerable, negates just as much damage as Gore Drinker would give me. So it's the same thing, the same item.
Yeah.
I can tell Raz disagrees. He's just like, let's.
I don't want to get dragged into the woods.
We're not talking about Raz. I mean, Rich and Duskblade, 2 things Raz hates, I think.
This
Oh my God.
Why Raz is predicting Golden Guardians is the Rich hate.
And his previous history with the org.
We don't have time. We don't have time for him to defend himself. Let's keep it going.
That's crazy.
One thing I think that was kind of surprising was the Gory River combo kind of falling flat in the face of Contracts and Palafox. And it has been really interesting to see other mids going up against Palafox and kind of falling short. We expect Gory to be such an instrumental part of GG's success, and he didn't look as strong in their NRG series.
I think it's in due part to there's a bit of a catch-up effect from teams around them that recognize how strong they are, and not necessarily the timings, because River will mess that up with some of his gank timings, just basically not farming as frequently. And other teams are just getting better. I thought Palafox and Contracts in this series were on the same page. Yesterday, I thought that we saw the same from Pyosik and his lanes. So the thing that Gory and River had near exclusivity on and how well they played alongside each other was being challenged by other teams.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't have a terrible series by any means, but you can see that a lot of his numbers were basically cut in half. So his KDA went down, his CSD went down. Normally he's arguably right up there with JoJo as best mid laner in the league. Pretty ineffective. His actual deaths as well. It's not just like, oh, he didn't get as many kills. He didn't get as many kills, but he also died way more often, as you saw in those replays. They did a really good job targeting him. And we talk about the mid-jungle support core of Golden Guardians roaming around the map, making plays happen. If you're going to cut the head off of any of those like three-headed beasts, it's Gory, I think, who can actually cause the other two to have less plays to make. Like if you hold Huhi deck, River and Gory can still make things happen. River's just, as a jungler, hard to target as much. So I do think, Gory having a tough series made it an angle for NRG to win.
Yeah, and I love the fact that you talked about the trio that goes through mid, often on Golden Guardian side. And I've been seeing playoffs from not just LCK, and LCS, and LPL, where it's just 6 people mid. Like, it's just, a lot of times, if one support
the
moves...
parties are greatly reduced.
Yes.
Actually. It's mid-party.
It's a mid-party now. And so you're not going to just expect that it's going to be Huhi mid. You're going to get an early roam from Poom as well. I feel like right now what we were expecting from Golden Guardians, they don't have really a monopoly on anymore. So that's going to be the challenge. And during the regular season, there were games where I felt like Gory wasn't taking the pressure from enemy teams seriously as he was going on side lanes and then getting picked. Where he's like, oh, I mean, that's just going to happen. Where I think he's definitely cleaned up on it. And a message from Stixay after the loss that they had in the NRG series that they just expected to win. And when you come in, and
it's dangerous.
Even though you're saying we're taking the opposing team seriously, like if you're just not as clean because you're expecting a much worse team, you are going to look worse and tilt easier. So if it happened versus NRG, who are definitely giant killers and also just the top team in the league, you cannot have those moments versus Dignitas.
Yeah, and I think one thing you did mention is Huhi kind of being one of the foremost roaming supports in the league. So prior to this, I figured we'd do another Draw My Life, draw my LCS and OGN Champions Life, Huhi. Che Huhi Jae-hyun got his professional start in 2014 on Big File Miracle as a mid laner where he was teammates with Core JJ. After stints on Cuvic Esports and Team Fusion, Huhi joined CLG in 2015 as the substitute mid laner for Pobelter. Huhi then became CLG's starting mid in 2016 and was a key part of their spring success, which included another LCS title for CLG and an MSI Finals appearance. In mid, Huhi became known for his side laning prowess and mastery of Aurelion Sol. He was one of the first pioneers of kind of this roam to side style in the LCS. Then in the summer of 2019, after some time with 100 Thieves, Huhi joined Golden Guardians and role swapped to support. After a stronger than expected finish in 2020, he rejoined 100T for 2021. In 2021, Huhi became the first ever player to win an LCS title in 2 different roles. Now back on Golden Guardians, Huhi is actually trying for his 4th Worlds appearance on a 3rd different LCS organization. Another player who is looking for a historic Worlds appearance, it would be his 9th. He already has set the record at 8 consecutive, is Jensen, and he had a few words on that and his legacy here.
I mean, I didn't go into the series thinking TSM was or anything, but it got a bit closer than it should have been. I mean, to be honest, I kind of expected Golden Guardians to beat Energy, so I'm a bit surprised we're facing them. I think GGS is a pretty good team. They have a really solid core in River and Gory. I think they play pretty well together. I mean, to me, it's just kind of another match, and Golden Guardians is just another team I have to beat in order to get back to Worlds. Game on, Golden Guardians.
But he goes Jackson, the flash, the shuffle, and it's all over. Now Tomo jumps in with a killer instinct. There's the occasion of rain. And when it rains, it pours. Still has the same shine. Let's see if he can get away. Shockwave stays on the ground. And the blade from Saints on the tentacle. And Jensen's got another kill.
I love the 2 streaks on the line because Huhi not only has trying to get 4 Worlds, 3 different teams, he also has been to the last 3 straight or 4 straight finals. He's trying to get to his 5th. He went to 3 in a row with 100 Thieves, went to Golden Guardians, made another finals. So he's trying to get to his 5th straight. Jensen, as you said, trying to get to his 9th straight World. So something's going to break today. One of the 2.
Yeah, and speaking of streaks, Mark.
What is that? I record this for the regular season when no one's paying as much attention.
Oh, the eyes are here today.
Trotting it out before playoff season.
Jensen
You're gonna get
has
the channel banned.
a massive streak going on.
Someone report this to Twitch. Get it taken down.
The last time Jensen didn't make it to Worlds was 2014. Now, we went over this last week. Here's a reminder of the things that were true the last time Jensen wasn't at Worlds. TSM was handing Samsung, at the time, its only Worlds loss. They went on to lose another one. Germany beat Brazil 7-1 in the World Cup semifinals. Happy was the top song. Twitch Plays Pokemon came out, and also the Ice Bucket Challenge, if you remember that. But because he still has the streak alive, we had to add to the things that have
is this
happened.
gonna every series he wins, he's gonna get another full screen?
Yeah.
Can you imagine Azir came out in 2014?
Yes.
Wow.
And how iconic it is? Mr. Beast only had 1.8 thousand subscribers.
What the hell is
Worlds.
2048?
Yeah, that's what I want to know.
It's that block game where you turn a 2 into a 4 into an 8 into a 16 into a 3-2.
What?
Try and get the block.
Of
to
all the
2048.
things on here,
Yeah,
that
what?
is.
I might still have that on my phone.
That just makes you a boomer. That doesn't mean it was a.
We know who put together these stats.
Yeah, that block game was like mid. Mr. Beast being at 1.8K is pretty crazy.
It was the free version of the threes game, which made a 3 into a 6 into a 9. It's kind of the same concept.
Oh.
Jensen also got LASIK in 2022.
Yeah, he went through his
So he's
glasses
even
era,
more focused than before.
his
Oh,
glasses
there it
era,
is.
and then
Good
now
call.
he's in his not glasses era.
He got laser shot into his eyes. In the future, he'll shoot them out himself. He's upgrading. He's a cyborg.
You'll never miss Worlds if you just never miss your shot. The enemy mid.
Yeah.
Oh, you can't field another mid.
His assistant coach, Sven Skaren, also former teammate, is confident. Razzy's also responding to you with randomly just saying Jensen's going to Worlds.
Yeah, I was like asking a question about Instagram. I was like, okay, guys, anyone like just planning Instagram posts? He's like, did you know Jensen will never miss Worlds? I was like, all right, Sven.
It's his new Live Evil.
Standing up for his mid laner.
Yeah, he is. Trying to get the word out there.
Jensen is also only 3 wins away from passing Doublelift for 4th all time. We have a lot of players who are still in the league who are kind of jockeying over this position.
It was Turtle as well, was in there, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess if he wins today, he'll have the title. Doublelift's not in the playoffs, and then so he'll be able to keep growing on it. There you go.
He'll surpass him for 4th. Who you guys got?
I'm interested in this one. Yeah, I'm
It shouldn't be tough,
a
but
big
it became
struggle.
tough.
What?
It's very easy. I agree. It became not tough as soon as I heard the Jensen news.
Wow, Raz. Actually, Raz's
Raz is
prediction
3-0, so he's
surprises me the
hard
most.
Golden Guardian.
Because I'm not including Mark because he's trolling, but Raz, you 3-0 GG.
Do I have to
last
explain
week.
it?
I'm surprised. I'm surprised people are surprised at Raz. I thought there'd be a bunch of 3-0s on this board.
Yeah.
I just don't think Golden Guardians are a clean team.
They've been clean all year. They had one bad series against NRG where NRG played very, very well. People lost all their faith.
Yeah, NRG
I
has
would
been
push back
taking.
against them being a clean team all year.
They have been. Look, at that point, we're just going to critique every team in the league. But like, Golden Guardians were a clean team of being able to secure their leads that they had. They had one bad series versus a team that literally took wins off the top teams throughout the regular season. So that even wasn't a surprise. I'm surprised about you.
Raz is losing his mind.
Like, I'm surprised. I don't want to be
Raz is ready
gaslit.
to come across the couch.
I'm just being gaslit the entire time.
I'm just saying, last week I was predicting TSM, and then I got good vibes from Jensen.
You got good vibes
and
again.
I switched it. You're saying every game's a mid party.
Yes.
Gory and River have been dominant all split, but not last week. And when Jensen is locked in, I don't think there's anyone in NA that's better. So if he's in that mode, he could actually pull himself to Worlds.
And to throw this in, we haven't even talked about MVP Rich, the greatest top laner.
So
in
Mark
the
is
Hots
trolling.
Faker.
This, like,
Hots Faker is. You saw the counter picks. He has
this
way
will
more.
be, to me, Jensen's
losing my
most
mind.
impressive Worlds performance if he can do it.
Yes. For a reason. So why did you say you're just expecting
I
it?
believe in Jensen. I know he can find the zone.
Yeah, as a team,
All right.
there's going to be a bit of a difference in the 80 carry position. Stixxay's playing insanely well.
He is very good.
Interesting prediction set from all of you. We'll see what happens. Time to actually get to the games.
Hello and welcome to the LCS. I'm Azael here with Mark. Kobe is unfortunately away for the divecast, so we only have 2/3 of the divecast, but here we have the teams arriving at the show day. Golden Guardians trying to get back towards their winning ways. It's the second seed, was almost the first seed, but they are now here facing elimination against Dignitas, which would be, I think, a pretty monumental upset, though not according to you.
No, not at all. I think Dignitas with Rich is obviously going to take it down. Kobe is not here, unfortunately, to debate me because just look at that. Maybe he'll show up later. We're not sure.
Yeah, show up later.
Game 4, Game 5.
Doing the divies. Yeah. He'll come in.
Start handing out awards. He's like, ooh, I got to be here for that.
He's like, ooh, this is one for me.
Yeah, we'll see if he'll show up. But actually, not. I heard he got a little sick, so unfortunately missing out on a dive TriCast, so it's just Azael and I to hold it down. You'll be back on play-by-play.
We'll see if I remember.
We'll see this time if I point at you. There's literally no one else up here. You know it's your turn to talk.
Let's hope.
we hope so. And it's going to be a good series, I think. Dignitas at the 7th seed looked a lot better than they did in the regular season when they took down TSM. Yep. It was nice to see some of the improvements that they made. And for Golden Guardians, kind of the opposite, where it was a surprise that they dropped those games to NRG. And not just that they dropped them, but it was a 3-1 and pretty... You know, it was back and forth. There were some games that had 5K leads, but they didn't really get that close to winning at like Nexus some of those games or anything.
No, I mean, I think the only person who was really a standout for Golden Guardians in that series was Licorice. I thought Licorice was playing amazing, but the rest of the team really does have to step up. I think that River and Gory had a bit of an off series. They have been one of the most powerful jungle mid duos in the league, but didn't really show up in their last series. In Golden Guardians, there's high expectations for this team. They need to win here to try to keep the championship hopes alive, to try to get towards Worlds. A win here would put you in top 4, would guarantee you at least a shot at going to Worlds with that 4th versus 4 qualifier, NA versus EU, that will obviously happen later on before Worlds. So, you know, a loss here, I think, especially for Golden Guardians, would be such an upset after having such a successful spring, making it towards MSI, an amazing summer regular season as well.
And you kind of heard, we talked about at the top of the waiting room, it was one of the first series where they gone in as the favorites and had a different mindset where they've always been kind of the perennial underdogs. And even in this series, now as a favorite, but in a dangerous position, having more pressure than I think this team might have ever had in the best of 5, where there are real legitimate fan and even their own expectations on their shoulders.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be interesting to see the different priorities in the draft today.
Yeah.
Tristana, you know, is not going to actually make it through picks and bans at all in the early round here. It is going to get banned out in that first phase. Yesterday, Tristana and Kaisa were both being left up, but they were being traded back and forth in that series. And it is going to be a Renekton here, blind for Licorice. So high prio on that Renekton. He had been playing a tremendous amount of Jax, so I had been curious to see, you know, was he going to be going towards that Jax? Instead, it will be Licorice back towards the Renekton. A big comfort pick for him throughout these last couple of years, especially in spring. He was playing a tremendous amount of it, but it is going to be Cassante locked in as well for Rich.
And we get to see a pretty standard matchup out of the top laners right now. They are both willing to get crazy, but I like for game 1 trying to be a little bit more standard. Cassante is generally considered Rich's best champion. Renekton considered one of the strongest top laners in the meta right now, and I feel like a lot will come down to who's getting the better of them and kind of forces the other one to blink first in the standard picks.
I think it is really interesting though, because Licorice had such a standout performance in their last series. You know, I think the other side of the coin is maybe give him something that he can carry on more. Maybe give him something that he has that additional agency on. He's going to be going up against not just the Cassante from Rich, but also the Sejuani here from Santora, and that pairing I think is going to make his life difficult. Ziggs getting banned away here by Golden Guardians has been a pick that has been, again, rising in prio. I think APA came in, really showed people that this pick can have a lot of power. Have been seeing it a little bit more in the LCS since then, both mid and bot. But Dignitas double banning 80 carries here, taking away the Zeri as well as the Ezreal. They already banned out Xayah in that first phase, or excuse me, took the Xayah. They banned away the Kaisa. Tristan has been banned out. So a lot of picks are getting denied here, but we still have things like Aphelios, like Varus is up and available.
Yeah, the Ziggs was a nice splash that we saw out of Dignitas in their series versus TSM and showed that there's a little bit more flexibility to this team than initially appeared. And Tomo was someone who stepped up and had a pretty good series. We've seen flashes of great play out of him. As we see. Okay. The Azir versus Xerath matchup. We actually saw this again from Insanity playing into Dignitas, and it looks like Jensen said, that was pretty annoying. Tomo was like, I had to dodge a lot of skill shots. I did not have fun, and so they're going to slap this one down. We'll see what they want to play into here. There's a lot of the common marksman band out who would have some level of mobility.
Yeah, it's also really interesting because, you know, we only have seen that Xerath versus Azir, I think, once in this split, but yesterday it actually caught a ban after Azir was locked in. The Xerath did get banned out, so people are clearly starting to play it in scrims. Now we're going to get to see it showcased here once again. Aphelios going to be locked in, and now we find out, is it jungle rel? Is it support rel here for Golden Guardians? Still have that flexibility. I'm kind of expecting it to go towards River, and that he would be locking in a different support, but he's absolutely equipped to play that rel, has been really good on it. I do think secondary engage would be really nice for the team, but it's going to be Nocturne coming in, so a little bit of physical damage for the team.
It feels like a
dive as well.
An answer, yeah, and dive to the Xerath, who's going to become very immobile. And as soon as he kind of puts himself in place, if you have vision on him, you can just drop that ult. It blacks out his ults as well. So it's annoying for him to try and land these follow-ups on dark targets. You don't even necessarily need to go in, so it is a bit of a soft counter in that sense, as well as if you do have flanks and you are going in with the rel, you can obliterate the Xerath. So a very interesting kind of answer out of River that I don't know if they prepped that or just came up with that on the spot.
Yeah, it is interesting. River coming through with the Nocturne. Obviously, the Xayah going to be tough to dive, but you called it out. The Xerath likely will be the target. We don't have any of those super common pairings that you would have with the Nocturne, though. It's not Nocturne Kennen. There's not like a Rakan or something that can really easily dive super deep. Obviously, Huhi can engage, Licorice can flank, and then you can try to go in. But Aphelios cannot follow up on it. Azir can't really follow up on it that easily.
It feels like both comps are kind of patchwork, where it's like someone did threw a wrench in the game plan, and then both people like overreacted to it in some sense, where like Golden Guardians have some dive, but their backline doesn't really match that. Where for Dignitas, they have this one poke tool in Xerath, and then the rest is actually kind of engaged in a Xayah who wants to be pretty safe as other people dive into them. So it's about kind of adapting to these weirder compositions that if you look at scrim data that you played over the last week, I bet 0 of them played these exact compositions versus another comp like this.
Yeah, I agree completely. I'm going to be interested to see which one ends up working out better, because I kind of agree. It feels almost like you're so focused on an answer to an individual champion that maybe you lose sight of what your composition needs, right? Nocturne coming through maybe as an answer to the Xerath. You know, the Xayah coming through as an answer to some of the dive. You know, all these different pieces. We'll see if they can work well together. All right, we are on to the Rift here. Game number 1, Golden Guardians versus Dignitas, a lower bracket affair. And Huhi already sneaking into the brush, and now Poom is spotted. I don't think there was any pings onto him, so I don't think they saw Huhi. I don't think Poom was actually far enough up to have that vision. So there is a possibility if they can bait him forward to get something to happen. But while we wait for any action to unfold, we do have Raz on the sideline with Dignitas' coach, Enetron.
Yeah, thanks a lot. We got Enetron right here. First question for you is, you have a lot of scrim days now in the playoffs in comparison to the regular season. How much of a help was it for you guys?
I think it helped us a lot creating a team identity better. It helped us a lot to increase our champion pools. So 3 weeks for us at least, it was really good. We saw on TSM better, and now I feel like we're also confident going into the series today too.
That makes sense. Feels like you guys are evolving as throughout the playoffs too. We have a Xerath pick here. Reminds me of the TSM game you had.
Yeah.
Just can you tell me about the Xerath pick for you guys, and also just like any surprises from the Golden Guardians draft?
I guess we learned the hard way through TSM, but despite that, we feel like we need to have more answers. It's a BO5, so we need to expand our champion pools, as I said before. So the Xerath is probably one of the answers that we have prepared for today. So pretty confident.
Sounds good to me. Thanks a lot. I'll send it back to you guys.
Very interesting to hear. It was indeed Insanity who kind of incepted this pick into their minds. Though they did win that game, it was very annoying and was kind of the thing that was keeping TSM in that final Game 5.
And I will say, Jensen, when they picked it against him, I feel like he's got to be one of the hardest players to play Xerath against, because he has always been, throughout his entire career, known for these kind of micro movements and how good he is actually dodging skill shots. And we'll see how successful he's going to be at actually hitting the skill shots on the other side now.
Yeah, playing the other side of the matchup, nothing's worse than like when you lose, to a pick and you go, oh, that was really annoying, I'm going to play it. And then you play and you're like, wow, this is hard, I don't know what I'm doing. We'll see if he can do it. This was kind of how the lane went as well for Insanity, to be fair. The Xerath counter pick doesn't turn online until you're able to kind of spam your picks more often. He did go Comet instead of First Strike, whereas Insanity was a lot about kind of cheating gold to get to a very early lost chapter to then focus on sustaining in lane and kind of trapping Azir there with you. He has the Comet here.
And one of the big powerful things about Comet in lane for Xerath is you just W, that applies to slow. The Comet's always going to be kind of guaranteed to hit with that. We also have to see, can he actually create action
in the side lanes, because that is one of the powerful things about a Xerath is you can kind of half roam down towards bot lane or up towards top lane and assist in some of these skirmishes with the long range ultimate. And especially since some of these changes where you're getting the additional charges of it, it is really powerful later on in the game. Like, this pick scales super well. If you are on point with those ultis, you can take someone out of a fight almost entirely.
Yeah, I mean, Tomo himself was chunked out multiple times at the start of fights and had to kind of level up as the game went on, learning how to dodge them effectively, and was able to survive. Didn't get 100-0 in any of those fights in particular, but you saw the potential of that to happen if you're able to land just a couple ultimate procs onto a squishy AD carry. And Aphelios does not have many defensive tools on his side. You know, Red Gun Q can make you go a little bit faster to try and skirt out of a potential long-range snipe.
Yeah, there's not a lot. Santorin spotted by the ward on the bottom side. Should have full information that River is up on that top side. Both junglers doing full clear, 6 camps in a scuttle, so not a lot of action here early on just yet. It is interesting, though, having Nocturne and Xerath both in the same game. It almost feels like, though the Nocturne can be a good answer, it also works really well as a pick with it, because it is kind of one of those dive tools. And when you look at dive tools here on the Dignitas side, there's really not much of anything, right? You know, maybe the Cassante can go in the back line, and Xerath can assist in a dive in that way with the ultimate. You know, I could see something like that happening. But I think it could potentially, be difficult to actually kind of have that synergy.
There's not a ton of threat damage. I guess the nice thing is that Xerath can always contribute from kind of over the top. So if you ever do find a lockdown CC chain combo with an Alistar Headbutt Pulve into Sejuani ult and these kinds of things, Xerath doesn't need to follow up with his body. He just shoots over the top and can blow people up. So they do have that threat, but I do agree it's probably going to be a lot about trying to poke them out, force Golden Guardians to engage onto you. Though this is one of the things they do have in their back pocket with Sejuani plus melee topside. It is a potential gank, but nice ward by Licorice. Spotted that one out coming early.
Yeah, spotted them out. It is always a little bit awkward, though. Now, yeah, sure, the jungler is around, but until you see him somewhere else, it can be a little bit difficult to push that in. 6 getting low, but not going to feel too nervous. Doesn't actually cleanse the Ignite, holds on to that. But it is a really good trade for the Dignitas duo, who now will have the push here. And 6 has to be careful about some of these feathers. If you can get another pullback on him, Q into E, he's going to be chunked incredibly low, so they may just have to take a bad base.
Yeah, bad base, but the nice thing is the fact that they saw Santorin up on the top side means that they know there's no threat of a dive potentially coming in here, so going to take that recall on 6. It doesn't feel great, but like you said, ends up with a summoner advantage and had enough money to just grab Greaves.
Look at this, Gory actually starting with the Merc Treads full buy here, just going towards it, and now the wave is going to get cleared out. Licorice in some trouble, but Rich didn't quite have 6. If he was 6 there for the all-out, could have been the kill, and I thought he might have had the timing, but he didn't quite get it. So Licorice makes the risky move here, going in for the Demolish, is able to get away with it. And on the other side in mid lane, Jensen does have Lost Chapter first buy. Santorin and Poom both behind him, so looking for a potential aggressive play here onto Gory. We'll see if they can find it, but Gory able to sidestep both of those spells and gets a little bit of a trade back.
Yeah, it looks like they were anticipating potential shift in, which is one of the things you obviously can do to the Xerath who's immobile. If he doesn't land his E on your shift in, then he's able to get that combo off, and if Nocturne's around, it's a very easy kill. But Dignitas protected Xerath, and now the wave is pushing back into him.
Yeah, and I think at the same time, if Gory actually dashed in for that, he might have just died, right? Because Poom could just flash in on him, combo him immediately. Sejuani's there as well. So Jensen was positioning very aggressively. It almost felt to me like he was trying to bait him to go on it, stepping so far forward. River, though, just powering towards level 6, does get spotted on that ward, going to start cycling the Raptors, will be just a couple camps off. Actually, he's going to have it right now after that Raptors, but he should have been spotted so they can have a good idea that he's about to hit level 6 and play a little bit more carefully.
And this is one of the things that we were talking about makes River such an annoying jungler to play against is, yes, he has the J4 level 2 ganks. We might see a jungle dragon tester, excuse me.
I think so. Gory, though, getting chunked out a bit by Jensen, and Jensen wants to try to deny this fight. Tomo moving over, has no 6 though, mind you, on the Xayah, so River would be really threatening if they decide to go for it. We'll see if Golden Guardians wants to make the call. Stixxay is now moving up, but pretty late to the play, and it's going to be an engage here. Nocturne ult pop defensively. They're going to be going in onto Poom. Will force the flash back out. And so it is just a disengaged play there. They get the flash off Poom. They use the ulti from the Nocturne, and they get Dignitas off the Dragon.
Yep, most important thing there is they got the Dragon down. Did cost that first Nocturne ultimate, so while it does get the flash out of Poom, I think for Dignitas, you're kind of happy that that first one doesn't go mid and blow up the Xerath, which is where I was just going with that, where River does do sometimes these power farming focus clears, even though he's known for being an aggressive jungler, when he throws this kind of like mix-up curveball at you where he's just going to power clear on a carry jungle. He actually does play quite well on things like Kindred and here on the Nocturne.
It has the Iron Spike Whip. I'm expecting he's just going to go Stride Breaker. It is pretty standard on the Nocturne these days. You can go full lethality, but it's not really something for pro play, honestly. And though they didn't get the kill with the Nocturne ult, he can now start up the Dragon. They had pushed through bot, tried to actually harass Tomo as he was getting back towards the turret. So will be first Dragon of the game here for Golden Guardians. We'll be feeling pretty good about it, but we'll see how accurately Dignitas can actually track those ulti timers, because the ulti cooldown for Nocturne is super long early on. You know, it's a couple minutes at rank 1 with no CDR, which is where he's sitting. So they can play a little bit more aggressively, a little bit more, you know, up really, without that ulti being there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think one of the things that interests me from what Dignitas has done in this game 1, as they are trying to get a second neutral objective that Golden Guardians is contesting.
Yeah, should be able to actually get this. Smite is available. River is not there, and no ulti. So Gory pokes forward. Rich should just be able to jump over the wall to him. We'll see if they want to get really aggressive. Rich must not have the E until just now, and now Gory's coming forward. He could look for an angle for the ulti, but Rich is going to go all out, taking Licorice over the wall. We'll have to retreat, though, as Gory is here. So it's ulti for ulti. Rich just used it as a taxi service to get out. At the end of the day, trade of ultis. The flash was forced off of Santorin as he was really nervous about Gory coming through there and potentially finding a play. But they do get the Herald and they do get out.
That's the nice thing for them. They did get this neutral objective, but it was an awkward situation where they're like, Licorice is behind us. Can we kill him before the reinforcements come? And eventually they did try that. Weren't able to burst him down, got the ultimate off. And they're like, okay, Gory's coming. Forget this. Let's get out of here. So they do escape. And one of the things I was about to say was they're keeping some of the similar game plan of NRG of attacking Gory, which did feel like a bit of something that they were able to exploit, just holding him down as such a key playmaker for Golden Guardians. But the thing is, NRG's really, really aggressive. Like, their kills per game was insane, through the roof. Combined kills per minute was like well over 1 in some of those games. Dignitas is a much slower paced team, and it kind of, I think, dragged Golden Guardians to these overly scrappy fights, and they weren't thinking as clearly about objective setup and these kinds of things. And I think moving forward, I wouldn't mind if Dignitas tried to pick the pace up. We'll see how this one goes, because they do scale very well. Both teams do. There's no need to play this way, but I do think, and stylistically, it was one of the things that NRG was able to get over on top of Golden Guardians.
Yeah, absolutely. I just don't know that Dignitas have the draft to really push the pace. You know, with Sejuani, Xerath, it doesn't exactly
that screams
feel
skirmish
like
into me. I don't know about
powerful jungle mid duo.
Everything's
Let's invade.
Every champ can fight as well. I don't know what you mean.
You can, just not well. But we'll see. We'll see if they do want to start picking up the pace around these objectives. At the very least, Dignitas is being proactive. They're the first ones to start up the Dragon. Yes, they got pushed off, but then they go up and they do get the Herald. Licorice has taken 2 plates top. Unfortunately, he based, and the minions finished off that second plate, so I don't believe he actually got gold. I was watching the gold in his pocket, didn't see it go up, so missed out on that plate gold, unfortunately for him, but has created a very slight lead up on that top side, and we'll see if Licorice can really kind of transition that into something more, because I do think Licorice needs to find good angles in these fights to kind of give that dive buddy over to River, because all of a sudden if Licorice can get in the backline and then Nocturne arrives, that becomes incredibly threatening. But if it is just Licorice or if it is just River, I don't think it's going to be really very effective.
No, it's going to be too easy to flash out, have your tanks come peel you. You won't probably have enough damage to 100 to 0 them immediately, so there will need to be someone on Golden Guardians playing follow-up to River. Could be Azir as well, go for scoops and whatnot. Like, he doesn't always have to play simple front to back. You can see Gory having a pretty good time against Jensen around the point where it should be becoming more and more Xerath favored as the poke comes in. But even CS, those early Merc Treads, as you called out, seeming to help out both with the damage that you take as well as early move speed. Very, very annoying against champions who rely on skill shots in their lane phase.
Exactly. Tier 2 boots, the move speed, really, really important for that. There's obviously the Xerath stun, there's slows on the W, there's Sejuani lockdown, there's a lot of CC over on this Dignitas team, so Merc Tread's going to be pretty valuable here, and Gory doesn't really want to interact with the Xerath anyway. You know, when you play these kind of matchups where they can poke you out, generally your recourse is to just out-push them and make them deal with the minions. You know, you're just going to hard shove, and he can't sit there poking because all of a sudden the wave is at your tower, and you've got to focus on just getting all that CS. It is a slight lead thus far for Gory, but Dignitas playing through mid here, trying to get control around this. They want to drop the Herald, have this crash, get a little bit of gold here, and they're going to flash in onto Gory. Gory in trouble, but in comes River. Gory is down. It's first blood for Jensen, but in the back line, it's River chopping up Jensen. Going to be able to trade one back, and who he wants more going in with the ulti. Santorin getting locked down, has no flash from earlier. Will be able to Q over the wall to escape. At the end of the day, it's a 1-for-1, but Jensen gets the first blood, and they do get the crash with the Herald. So, slight advantage to Dignitas thus far. We just have to see, can Golden Guardians actually farm some plates?
Yeah, it looks like they might be able to get one back here with 6A having rotated mid. During that time, Tomo shoved in bot. And all this is going on as Dragon's spawning in 20 seconds. So both teams are going to res and probably rush straight back there. Actually, 2Plate's going to 6A. Very nice little cash in for him. This fight would have gone so much better for Dignitas if they were able to kill Gory before he gets his ultimate off. His corpse basically summons this wall to push the side of Dignitas back. Look at this. He's dead. You don't even see the animation.
From the
Right
grave,
there.
baby.
From the grave. Knocks the people back who would have peeled Jensen potentially here, who maybe then could have had his flash up and gotten out and flashed away from this and maybe gets turned around a little bit as he keeps poking from a safer position. But the fact that they did get that kill allowed the 6A rotation to come in and equalize that play. So it ends up being pretty much net equal. The 500 gold lead that they had still there.
It was interesting to me as well that Jensen elected not to flash. River used his flash, but after Jensen had died, so maybe Jensen's read was, I'm dead either way, so I want to save this. Having flash for Xerath is incredibly important. You are very low mobility, but it is Dignitas back over towards the Dragon. Golden Guardians are in the area, but with no Nocturne flash, no Nocturne ult, not going to be a window to really challenge.
No, and now Dragons are split. I feel we are headed for a long game, Azael. 2 kills in 14 minutes.
Okay.
This looks like some potential reason that they did not contest the Dragon. Stixay having to red gun flash to get the sustain back in case that last shot hit there, and indeed that is why they did not contest that Dragon. Nice little play by Jensen there to get the priority for his team, and that's kind of what we're talking about. As the game goes on, you get more and more shots. That was still only a level 6 ultimate.
Yeah.
Next level, he'll get an extra shot to just keep pelting away.
I mean, he hit everything, though. That was actually pretty damn good. Hit the Q, hit the W, hit 3 for 3 on the ulties, and the fourth one forced the R flash there from Stixay. So that is really nice for Jensen. We'll see if he can actually keep that up.
Another adaptation in his build that we saw from Insanity is he's actually gotten Leandries instead of Ludens. I like this given the amount of kind of beef that there is. Stridebaker Nocturne does end up with a decent health pool. You have, obviously, Renekton's going to have a lot. Rel's going to build tankier. And so there are a number of members where if you land that initial poke, or you can land it a couple of times, the burn will end up dealing more damage. Ludens is very good for nuking squishies, especially whether you have First Strike or Comet to, if you just can try to 100 to 0 them with just a couple spells. But in an extended siege situation, this is usually going to be higher DPS.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's just a trade-off, right? You are getting DPS versus burst. In different situations, the two items are going to be, better or worse. Also, a lot of people just really like the CDR for the Mythic passive on Leandries. That can feel really, really nice. So, going to be able to have that looking to just poke and prod away as much as possible. River does secure a hero for them on the top side. And Licorice already has that top tier 1 quite low, so it would be pretty much a guaranteed kill if they did go up towards that top side. Aphelios also farmed 2 plates in mid lane, so both those turrets are actually pretty available. I would expect that River would drop at mid to just try to take away this bastion of safety for Jensen, though, on the Xerath. Don't want to allow him to farm safely.
Yeah, you even saw during that time period, Jensen had actually kind of moved down here and hovered in this part of the river as they got that push through bot side. And if you break mid turret, it becomes a lot harder for Xerath to do those kinds of half roams that you were talking about earlier, where you just set up for a potential dive by being in ult range. So if your Alice ever goes in, you're able to find that combo. Golden Guardians, of course, was not under the turret then, as they were playing for that Rift Herald. So heads up play for them, not getting caught under there, and being able to still get back in time to protect their bot turret.
This is a little bit weird. The build from Gory, he actually was doing this as well last week on Talia, where he was going for basically 2 items at once. He was going towards Leandries as well as Seraphs at the same time. He's building Leandries and Nashers at the same time, right? And yes, you do have that Lost Chapter. We'll see who he likely going to be going down, but River's actually into the backline, pops the ulti. The TP's coming in from Licorice on the flank here. Going to be onto the back of Jensen. We'll see if he can get there. Stuns him up, chops him down, but on the other side, a massive ulti from Stixay, AoEing them down with the Infernum, but it's actually River who has fallen. Just the 1 kill on both sides.
1 for 1 so far. Golden Guardians being a little stronger on the tail end of that fight as Tomo had gone back to base. Huhi is low though, so if they are not able to get this dragon down very quickly, it's time for Dignitas to reset onto the map. Jensen does have TP. Gory's is coming up as well. I expect both teams are going to reset. Oh, Dragon's not up. I'm trolling. I thought there was a dragon fight over that. I was like, what are they fighting in the river for? It must be Dragon because Huhi is in the pit.
Well, they're fighting the Dragon's home,
To protect the dragon.
Exactly. Gory and Licorice on the wrong side of the map, though, and Licorice now potentially in trouble. Santorin went for Gory instead, but it's Huhi flashing in. Pops the ulti as well. Right at the arcane, going to get popped, though. Hui's got to dodge as much as he can, but he can't dodge enough. He goes down, and on the other side, Licorice caught out. All of Dignitas swarm and take him down. Why were Licorice and Gory over there?
They were as confused as I was, apparently, on that behind the bot lane turret as Dignitas was respawning and getting ready there. Very surprising to see them stick around that long with no objective to fight over, just vision control. And Licorice and
Was it like a vision play? What are they actually looking for? I'm kind of confused. This is way back to the initial play.
Right, and this is kind of going back to what we were talking about, the comps being a little awkward. River goes in and puts enough pressure onto Jensen to make him scared, and the rest of the team goes, great, we're going to go dive onto River, who went too far, which abandons Jensen to get annihilated by Licorice. This does, of course, allow them to kill River. Nice peel there by Poom to get all 3 out, and then this is where the tail end of the play happened, where they were pushing this turret and tried to stop the follow-up, and then there was the teleport, and Jensen's dead coming out of replay. Okay, here's the pace of the game.
Yeah, Jensen's dead, but it's Poom trying to get something back. Actually misses on the Q as Gory was able to reactively flash away, and now Santorin trying to go forward, trying to lock River down, but won't have the damage as Gory pushes him back. Golden Guardians are ramping up that pace, trying to pick on this Xerath. They got the flash from in that previous play, and they wanted to punish it.
Yeah, coming in, teleported in, got the kills, stayed bot lane, and one of the things Xerath is not great at is side laning, and so they do a good job of killing him underneath that turret. And with that now, as Dragon spawns, should be Golden Guardians to claim here, though. We see Rich moving down to contest this. Licorice has no
X-Flash channeling. Stixxay's in trouble. He's actually really not respecting the play. That was on Vision. The Herald saw him channeling the Hex Flash the whole time, and he took so long to walk back that Stixxay now does have to blow the flash, and that's on the Dragon spawn, so it does give the advantage over to Dignitas here. Should be their Dragon, I think. But at the same time, Licorice pushing up through top lane. Has that tier 1 knockdown. Tier 1 mid almost gone as well. Gory, defensive shuffle, but it's a flash in from Rich, and Rich is going to try to chase him down. We'll see if he can do it. He's going to go all out, and the Xerath is there with the assist. Jensen from long range snipes out another one.
During this time, Licorice still pushing up in the top side, but Dignitas get revenge, get the second Dragon. Gold lead swinging Golden Guardians' way, but objectives going for Dignitas. They also should be able to grab this bot turret. Now Tomo just has to be a little bit careful because he is alone in mid lane.
Now that is a 3K lead now. I mean, they gave up both those towers, all solo gold, to Licorice. Check the gold difference. I'm actually really curious how ahead he is now.
2K almost.
Yeah, 2K up over Rich. So that is going to be a scary croc. You know, they are showcasing Jensen's ability to actually assist on some of these dives. You know, they have made a couple plays where the Xerath has looked pretty good, but this Renekton is going to be a problem now. You've let him really get out of the pace of the game. Now he has the Black Cleaver completed, so he's going for a high damage build, is on 2 items already. If he ever gets into the backline on Jensen, Jensen is just toast. There's not really much recourse that he has unless Poom is there to actually disengage.
Yeah, it's not been the cleanest of the last couple minutes, but I do like Golden Guardians picking up the pace of the game and even choosing to funnel resources into the Renekton as the dive buddy for River to have that extra threat when you do go into the back line. Having this 2-item Renekton is huge. So I do like that kind of decision, but maybe always not the cleanest in some of these plays. I'm glad to see the pace picking up, though, and the flip side to this is that Jensen, despite dying a few times, is also on 2 items with the Rylai's completed. This is something that Insanity skipped over in his build that a lot of people were critical of, because if you land that first spell, it becomes way easier to land the follow-up ultimate, and usually since you're comboing it with CC that's already come through from your tanky front line or something like that, it becomes very easy then to land the subsequent ones, even if they flash out away from your tanks. And so I really do like this version of the build that Jensen has gone for.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it just makes it way easier to hit the skill shots. Let's be honest,
bad at the game. Give me the layups, please.
Exactly. And I mean, it's the ramping damage that's coming through when you're hitting ulti after ulti after ulti that really can be game changing. But Dignitas walking up through mid, Santorin zoning off Huhi and River on the other side does secure them the tier 1. Gory got pushed up through top lane. It is Baron now on the map, so playing for Vision in this area. Both teams, I think, have okay Baron takes. You know, it's definitely much better on the Golden Guardian side when you have a high DPS marksman like Aphelios. You have that paired with the Azir. You have got to respect the fact that Golden Guardians can rush this down. For Dignitas, it's okay. You know, they have a pretty beefy front line that can tank it up, and Tomo can definitely do pretty good damage, but Xerath isn't exactly shredding it.
If Dignitas is not around, Golden Guardians can, of course, just brute force it with that speed like you're talking about. But if they are around, you do not want to start the Baron versus Xerath. That is literally shooting fish in a barrel. Please do not start that in those kinds of situations, unless you're at a man advantage and you have the turn tools available. But otherwise,
maybe
it feels
you're bored, you know?
Yeah, I guess. You go for it. I wouldn't recommend it, but I would recommend trying to fight dragon fights.
True. I would agree, yeah.
But it is something that they do have in their back pocket. If you do get vision control, you can kind of like start it and see what they do. I just don't think the brute force is what you're looking for. You do have decent turn tools with Nocturne and maybe who he's flanking. So if you ever do want to start it to pick a fight, that's fine.
And I think at the very least, you want to play in the area and deny vision, right? You know, this ward comes over, they see it's just Poom, so now they're going to start it up. It is spotted by the blue trinket, but it is Boom now engaging onto Huhi, and they're going to TP in onto the pit. This could be problematic. River turns out the lights. They're trying to just finish the Baron. It's going to be a flip, and it is secured there by Golden Guardians. They just commit to it. Licorice in the back line may get burst down, but it's a trade for Rich on the other side, and it's Golden Guardians that walk away with the Baron, but no, Huhi's going to go in, and in goes Gory. He's going to shuffle back too. Can Stixxay get involved as Toma's going to go up into the ulti, trying to knock down River. River has to flash out to safety. It's Jensen letting it rip with the right of the arcane, pushing back Golden Guardians. Tomo wants to chase, but doesn't have the move speed to actually catch up. Flashing forward from Jensen, though, is going to slow him down, and now Tomo flashes forward in response as well. But that's 2 flashes, and they can't even get Stixxay. Golden Guardians walks out with the Baron alive on 3.
Oh boy, going back to why we were talking about why this is so dangerous, they have Tomo in the base. I'm pretty sure Golden Guardians were aware that this was not going to be an even fight, so they're just on full burn it down mode while Huhi basically distracts them to stop a potential smite seal from coming through. That's all fine. The decision to go over the wall and fight this, though, is when it got very dicey, and I gotta say, Jensen seemed to get a little distracted in his target selection. If he focuses down all his spells on the left side of the fight, they could have won this a little bit faster, but he starts focusing onto Stixxay and River as they start coming onto Tomo. If he maybe has this Q shooting left, they can blow Gory up, and he can start focusing onto River. Very tough to decide because they were pressing onto Tomo, but at the end of the day, it ends up 2 for 2. Baron goes in favor of Golden Guardians, so a dicey call that still ends up in their favor.
I mean, they use the Nocturnal to great effect there, honestly. They turn off the lights, so Santorin has no vision in the pit. He can't actually see that Baron whatsoever. Licorice is over the wall. Yeah, he gives his life, but he stuns up and delays Santorin enough time that they can actually just secure it, so a bit of a risky call, but I think a pretty good one from Golden Guardians, and now they can look to potentially take another Dragon. They're pushing up through multiple lanes here, now down towards that bot side, but River's going to go mid. We'll be able to join up with the team with that Nocturne ulti, so they will be pushing mid, they will be pushing bot, and no one from Dignitas is actually answering the mid push right now, so Golden Guardians can kind of just bounce back and forth between these 2 waves and potentially knock down some of these turrets.
Yeah, I really like Golden Guardians kind of splitting up here. You can just have River sit there with the minions as you see him doing. And obviously, Dignitas have decent wave clear with the Xerath. They have poke if you're just going to stand around. So you want to split up a little bit, at least get into a 4-1, potentially a 1-3-1 setup. That's something that Nocturne is kind of uniquely able to do, is sit mid lane and be able to ult to side lanes. And that's exactly what they're doing here.
Oh, the ulti comes out from Santorin. Will not connect on Gory. They're trying to find some sort of a play here, but now River pushing up, and we can see Huhi channeling the Hex Flash, looking for Tomo. Will he commit forward? The Shattering Strike is there, but he's going to have to actually jump back to safety. But now, Xerath popping the ulti over the wall, actually just chunking down Stixxay. Does force the cancel as River pops the ulti defensively to get Stixxay out to safety. Golden Guardians are chunked pretty low, but I do think with no vision on the map here for Dig, it's still an easy Dragon to grab.
Yeah, nice job by Golden Guardians prior to that kind of skirmish breaking out, having vision set up, so even though it got a little scary, Dignitas don't have an easy way to contest this Dragon. They grab this one, but that does stall out the Baron push. I don't think they actually got any turrets with that, so not the biggest Baron power play. They did get the initial kill, as obviously getting the Baron, but I don't think we're able to grab any other turrets. Just gets that Dragon in their favor, 2-2 in that way. And you can see why it's scary for both teams. Jensen starts pelting your AD carry. You turn the lights off on him. He goes, oh God, are they jumping on me? And ends up with everyone just disengaging.
And it's also, you just don't even know where to shoot anymore. You can't see where they're dodging. You're fully blind, right? So it is definitely very annoying for them. Stixxay up very far here, though. Does actually have to roam as Tomo is going to try to go forward, but now Santorin is behind Stixxay, and I think Stixxay will just have to give up his life. He's going to be able to flash out away from the Arctic Assault there from Santorin, but again, Stixxay positioning really far forward in a couple of these situations. Has not died yet this game, but it does cost him the Gale Force and the Flash, and that at least gives Dignitas a potential in to try to focus someone down, to try to look for a pick here, and maybe get a way back into this game.
Yeah, I think you can see another good attempt there. Stixxay has been jumped on a handful of times, I gotta say. Some of them look like his fault, but he hasn't died yet. He's done a very good job of having his Gale Force up to get away from Tomo after the flash is on top of him, and kind of baiting a lot of the resources getting spent on the immobile AD carry, and it's one of the things he's done a very good job making sure he doesn't actually drop thus far. Now, 5,000 gold lead for Golden Guardians, starting to feel pretty good. Making sure that Dignitas was not on soul point, so in the next 5 minutes you can suddenly potentially lose the game because Infernal Soul plus Xerath, very annoying. That little bit of extra burst on every single poke becomes frustrating to deal with.
Yeah, it's absolutely problematic to deal with. And I think Golden Guardians, though, you know, with their lead, with the pace of the game, they're still happy because they still have some really good scaling here with the Aphelios, with the Azir. And I do think, with all the CDR that's actually being bought up by River, it's going to cause a lot of problems for Dignitas. If he has his ulti for every single fight, it's just hard for Jensen to actually participate. Even if he's not getting ulted, just turning out the lights makes these skill shots impossible to really do anything with. And Xerath plays so far back that you never really get proximity vision unless you're the one dying.
If you like blue trinket him first, turn the lights off, then ults, it's kind of like how you have to do it. It is possible given that you kind of see where the ults are coming from, but it is still a lot of resources to deal with Jensen. It's also 6 seconds on darkness, 10 seconds of uptime on Jensen's ultimate, so if you don't time it super well either.
Oh, flash for flash there, traded out from Gory. The lights are turned off, and Licorice looking for the back line, can't actually get in, but now River's gonna dive deep onto Tomo. The ulti's gonna be traded out. Huhi diving in onto him. It does force the flash and the cleanse out of Tomo. Dignitas will retreat and will survive for now, but it's Huhi in trouble potentially to these ultis from Jensen. They're trying to push forward though and actually push Jensen back, but he gets a kill. And now they grab a second. Hui's down as well. River going for it. Will finish off Tomo, but it's Santorin and Poom in pursuit will not be able to get the kill. Jensen does get 2, but at the end of the day, it is the 2-for-2 trade, and it's the better kills that go to Golden Guardians as they got the AD and they got the top laner.
Yeah, they have a lot of damage still up to burn this Baron down if they want to start it and kind of force a second time here. River and Stixxay should be enough and force Dignitas to walk forward and contest this. Santorin's still around and Jensen is as well, so you have to be a little careful, but Licorice just pops his ult again.
It's going down relatively quick here, though. Jensen has got to start landing this poke very fast, but he's not going to be able to do it, and there's the root coming through from Stixxay, stepping forward, pushing Jensen out. Licorice has the Sterix popped, and that is going to be enough to secure it for Golden Guardians. Just pops the ulti early, uses the Sterix, buys the time for River to secure it.
Really nicely played there by Golden Guardians. Got a little over-aggressive in pushing Dignitas back around the mid lane, but with so many members still left alive and the immense Baron threat that their composition has, they're able to secure that one very easily here. 6,000 gold lead, another play in Golden Guardians' favor. Here's that mid lane skirmish, and this was a really nice front-to-back team fight out of Dignitas initially. They go in, they force some cooldowns out, Licorice is on the flank, they all peel back to deal with him. Huhi tries to land this engage, they then deal with him, they force everyone back, and Golden Guardians just step a little bit too far forward to deal with Jensen's ultimate here. Gory is in poke range, and Rich sees his opportunity after the root lands by Tomo to flash ult Gory in as well, but the last second ult again, pushing Tomo forward, making sure he can kill him. Apparently Gory is best at his ult when he's dying. And that was kind of what, again, saved the fight there, because otherwise it would have been a 2-for-0 for Dignitas.
Yeah, the ultis really ramp up when you're in the gray screen, you know?
He's a gray screen gamer.
That's where he really does his best work on the Azir from the grave. But Golden Guardians now again pushing through multiple lanes, this time through 3 lanes as Licorice pushing in top. You can see that top lane inhibitor tower is already really, really low. River now playing through bot, and it's a 3-man squad from Golden Guardians pushing up here through mid. Dignitas moving down towards River, trying to actually push him back. But Rich is going to have to answer Renekton up on the top side, who is going to be a tough beast to deal with. Has the 3 items completed, has the stopwatch as well, and I think he can just walk up and potentially finish this tower off. So Dignitas sending multiple members up there, trying to stop that from happening. But they're getting kind of pulled apart here through all of these different lanes. If Golden Guardians can actually sync up the waves, they can absolutely knock down these turrets.
Yeah, this is that 1-3-1 step that we're kind of talking about. With Gory dropping his River in mid, you have River himself in bot lane, so you're dropping his turret in mid, River going bot, and then you have Licorice up on the top side. Makes it so Jensen can only really clear one of these waves, and Gory is able to move up to Licorice, break that top turret, while keeping pressure in all 3 lanes simultaneously.
And they're doing actually a really interesting setup, because the 1-3-1 has turned into like a 2-2-1, right? Where they're actually playing with just their jungler down bot, both their soul laners in top, and their bot lane is playing through mid, and now they've cracked another inhibitor tower. The ulti's gonna get popped here from River. He's trying to get in there to help Licorice, who pops the stopwatch, but the feathers are down, and Licorice could be in trouble. Santorin trying to step up to try to finish him off, can't do it, and it's Xayah who falls on the other side. Golden Guardians on the march, and I think they've done it for game number 1. Golden Guardians marching on the Nexus. Can Dignitas do anything about it? The ulti's gonna be popped here by Xerath, but he can't get any kills. The towers are falling. Stixxay flashes forward, takes down Rich, and Golden Guardians have done it. They're gonna take the lead in this series, 1-0.
Very hard fought first game there from Golden Guardians. Dignitas were doing their best to scrap them out, but play after play after play, chipping out an advantage for themselves until this final push. Stixxay, monstrous ultimate there to actually kill Xayah from super long range as Tomo was trying to get back to the base. And once that was down, there's just not enough DPS threat from Xerath alone. Golden Guardians run through the base there. Stixxay 2-0-4 despite some dicey positioning at points in time, always staying alive despite all the skill shots coming his way.
Gory having some big ultimates. Here you'll see again as the lights turn off because Cassante is jumping on River. In the top side of the fight, Stixxay with these lights off is going to land a green gun ultimate onto all the members here. And Xayah starts getting low, gets hit with this ability, dropped low, the ult comes in, gets another auto attack off, and just was able to pelt him from so far away.
Crazy. He was at 50% health.
500 damage, green gun away. 200 years, baby, it's still alive.
Oh my god, man. Yeah, Stixxay, great ulti there, finishing him off. I saw him go down, and I was just like, where did that come from? Because I saw the one hit from the green gun snipe, but it was also the Chakrams followed up, and we were able to finish him off. You know, Rich was engaging hard onto River to try to stop him from ulting in, but it didn't matter at the end of the day. Golden Guardians take game number 1. And Viva la LCS! LCS en Español is the official Spanish language stream of the LCS. This new viewing experience is live on LLA's Twitch and YouTube channels right now. Scan the QR code or go to lolesports.com to learn more. Let's head on over to the LCS Lounge to break that one down.
Woo, I was worried. First, like, 10 minutes of the game, 8 minutes of the game, I was like, oh, this is a slow one.
Yeah, it was slow until it wasn't.
Yep.
I'm actually really curious because it was pretty even initially. I love my gold graphs.
Oh, look at them gold graphs.
So yeah, there wasn't a lot of like turnover in terms of gold, but you can see where the initial leads from Golden Guardians came. I was actually curious about the Xerath damage numbers, but what I should have been curious about was the Azir damage number.
Damage number is pretty nice. It's pretty good. He had a lot of frontline to hit, which is fair enough. And another thing is also, I thought Nocturne's life was going to be a little difficult. Sure, you have Xerath as a focus, but like against Xayah or Alistar or Sejuani, there was one time where he went into Xayah, Xayah ulted, he like pivoted away from the feathers and then re-engaged. I was like, okay, man. Like the trials you have to make were impressive.
Well, on the other side, you and I were kind of going back and forth about the Xerath, right? Because we're like, okay, Xerath in this comp, if Jensen doesn't have fancy feet, kind of who's protecting him, right? In fairness, I thought both comps are a little bit disjointed from themselves in places. But the big thing was they were able to get on to the Xerath, whether it was separating team fights with the Azir, whether it was just jumping on to his head with Nocturne. And that was a massive difference maker because even when Jensen was able to put out damage, they weren't able to follow up on it.
Speaking of difference maker, the Grubhub dub.
Let's
go straight into it. It is Gory. Azale said it properly. It always feels like he's putting in his best work beyond the grave. The final, my last breath is just a sweep.
Yeah, and they talked about how this did initially look good for Dig, right? Because the Licorice flank is kind of stymied. Who he tries to go in doesn't really get anything, and Dig stays safe. They're able to pop Huhi with the Xerath.
Yeah.
Xerath is so stupid. But then, yeah, Gory, as he dies, his last dying breath is able to sweep, separate the team fight up. River is able to get that kill. And honestly, like, jokes aside, we talked about how Gory was going to have to be a big part of GG's win. We talked about how important he is to this team. And I thought his Azir performance was quite good, especially in the face of a tough counterpick like the Xerath.
Yeah, Azale mentioned it. I felt like it was the better trade, it felt like. So it turned into a Baron, which turned into a bigger lead. And so it seems like Golden Guardians are able to find those small bits and pieces to come out with a bigger win. And with that being said, with the LCS Championship just a week away, don't go into finals weekends hungry. Use LCS code, the LCS Summer, for $10 off your delivery order of $15 or more for new diners only. Terms apply. So, you know what? If you have a delivery driver as dedicated to his craft as Gory, you're going to be happy. So, good job.
Is your food's making it just barely, but then the delivery driver eats it?
No matter what! No!
I was trying to find a real-life example.
The real-life example is by no matter what, rain or earthquake, I'm making it to your house.
That Grubhub delivery driver is getting to your door.
I'm interested if Dignitas can fight back, though. We'll see it after this break. See if we get a new creative draft.
Yeah. I like the Xerath, honestly. I think Xerath and Tizir is good.
Gory and Licorice on the wrong side of the map, though, and Licorice now potentially in trouble. Santorin went for Gory instead, but it's Huhi flashing in. Pops the ulti as well. Right to the arcane, gonna get popped, though. Hui's gotta dodge as much as he can, but he can't dodge enough. He goes down, and on the other side, Licorice caught out. And I think they've done it for game number 1. Golden Guardians marching on the Nexus.
Can Dignitas do anything about it? The ulti's going to be popped here by Xerath, but he can't get any kills. The towers are falling. Stixxay flashes forward, takes down Rich, and Golden Guardians have done it. They're going to take the lead in this series.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
All right, welcome to the conclusion of the Huhi versus Golden Guardians. The current score is 2-2, so the final game will be resolved with Huhi level 6 and everyone else level 1. You guys can get in the game now.
Okay, so wait, we just AFK until he gets level 6.
Yeah, buy your starter armors, go AFK in bot river, and then you'll basically watch Huhi farming for like 5 minutes.
Where are we fighting?
So you're fighting in bot river. You have to stay in the bottom rivers.
All right. My 3 champions are Rengar, Katarina, or Viego. You know, like Viego, my only thing is if they flash my ulti, I don't have an ulti anymore.
That's true.
All right, I picked my champion. You picked? Yeah.
Wait, am I supposed to know? Like, can I look?
No.
What are you doing? No, of course you can't look.
Oh, you can't look.
Then why is he over here?
He's right next to me.
Okay, guys, I think we should go Pantheon, Leona, and then like Sedge Braum or like Sedge
Just CC?
Yeah. Just.
I think, no, mine is good, no? Shouldn't I pick this one?
No.
No.
Really?
I think.
What should I pick?
Trundle.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Trundle? Yeah, Trundle.
And summoners?
Oh, we have no time.
Oh, what the f?
Ignite exhaust. Yes.
Oh, okay.
I got it.
Good luck, Huhi.
Yeah, so I just have to not get tower plates and then no jungle camp, just CSing. You guys have 3 ignite, that's 210 true damage that's coming in.
Okay, who's igniting first? Who's igniting and exhausting first?
Okay, I'm gonna jump in and I'm gonna ignite him. And then we wait for him to cleanse.
He's gonna cleanse.
And then as soon as he cleanses, I exhaust first. And then just like, I don't know, just get those exhausts in there. Oh, let's see Jay perfect CS. Yeah, for sure. Like, all right, let's see it. 100%. Oh, they're getting low together. Look out. Oh!
Do you guys think he deserves to get a plate or no?
No, I don't need it versus this noobs. Whoa. Golden Guardians, they only had 110 wins. Now they think they can beat me.
Yo, guys, is it legal? I can proxy. I'm freezing. Hey, why doesn't it hit me? Hey. Oh.
Jay, why did you choose Viego?
Viego, because someone is gonna int and give me a free reset. It's worst pick.
Yeah.
Wait, actually, I only get 1 spell. Because you guys are level 1, I only get 1 spell, I think. I think it's Viego's level. I asked River. 나 너네 먹어도 너네 1렙이라서 하나밖에 못 쓰는 거 아니야, 스킬? 맞아. River said I can only get 1 skill. It's worst pick.
Wait, if you take us, you're gonna die instantly.
Oh my god, that's true! I'm so stupid.
Finally, you realized.
Yeah, I haven't missed a CS. I think I deserve to be back in mid lane, guys, in LCS.
Gory, do you accept that? Do you want to play support 1 game on stage?
No.
I don't want Gory as my support, please.
I don't want to play with triple bot.
What?
Guys, nah.
Guys, this is Sam. Scuttlecrab is Sam.
Whoa. Sam.
Hey, Sam, come here.
Sam, get back here. Okay, I'm gonna be 6 now. I'm 6. I base.
All right, you base.
Get XP. I mean, get item.
50 CS. Okay, he must have like 1,500 gold.
Was it perfect CS?
Yeah, perfect CS.
Pro player over here.
Okay, I think I'm so smart with my build. This is why I'm the brain, Trevor.
I mean, what? You have merc treads. That's really smart. That's so smart, man.
Okay.
There's no way you bought
the
merc
4
treads.
gotta go
I did. So how are we starting?
I'll just count it down.
Okay.
2, 1, fight.
All right, follow me, boys.
What?
All right, got him.
Top.
Dude, what's it? This is not possible. What? How did you kill 2? I can't even kill 1.
Promise off. Big bro.
Will you guys base, let him get level 7 or 8 and try again?
I don't think level 7 changes anything, Jet. You just
How about 11?
11? Okay, well, let's go 8. Let's go 8.
That's what happens at level 6. We're going to see what happens at level 8 later in the show.
Viego, Huhi is hard trolling with Viego and then goes full tank. Just build some damage so you one-shot someone. We did this with Renekton. Jan and I like prototyped this with some other like Raz and Emily and all of us. And yeah, do not build pure tank, build damage, one-shot someone with a big combo.
Renekton definitely sounds pretty good. A lot of AoE in there as well. But if you want to see Cloud9, Energy, and potentially Golden Guardians, tickets are officially on sale for the LCS Championship in Newark, New Jersey on August 19th and 20th. Head on over to Ticketmaster.com right now to claim your spot, Mark.
I'm going to be there. I don't need to claim a spot. The benefits of working on the broadcast. Oh, I'm not going? Oh, this is an awkward way to find out.
Oh, sorry, bro. I thought you knew. Oh.
I'll hang out with potentially Dignitas. They're down 1 game.
Dignitas can still win.
They can still win. I might
Didn't you predict them?
We can both
You're abandoning your boys?
Not yet. No. We both are going to Jersey.
Hold
still,
strong.
For sure.
Hold the door.
I will say that first composition, I liked the Xerath answer, but we were kind of talking at the start of the game. Didn't feel like it had much to work with the rest of its team.
Yeah.
It didn't didn't like their whole composition didn't outrange the side of Golden Guardians, and they didn't have tons of engage or dive, and so just ended up not having enough to do. And so even though the early game was kind of close, come mid game and late game, the team fights were heavily Golden Guardians favored.
Well, imagine if the Xerath was alongside, say, an Ezreal, or they had a Jason there. They had a couple different forms of poke, you know? Then I think it can really start to ramp up and become overwhelming. I feel like some of the picks from Dignitas really were smart in isolation, but I think disrupted what the composition could do as a whole. And I think as a result, Dignitas really ended up not being able to be proactive in a game. I mean, you have Sejuani, Xerath as your mid jungle. You're allowing Dignitas, who is the heavy favorites, let's be honest, or excuse me, Golden Guardians, who is the heavy favorites, you're allowing them to dictate the pace of the game, right? And I think that is rarely a winning recipe for a team that is the underdog.
Yep, I don't hate the Xerath. They go Azir again, but definitely, like you said, find some more pokes. So when you're standing off around neutral objectives, this time around, you're right, they just banned the Azir, so no fun this time. Maybe we'll see some other interesting picks come through. The Renekton comes through again, potentially. No bans.
Probably Trist. I mean, Trist is not actually banned out this time around. We saw Trist and Kai'Sa both banned out last time.
Ziggs as well.
Yeah, so I think it's going to be Trist's first pick. I feel like it does work really well. Jensen has started to play it. We know that it is a flex pick, so Tomo could potentially bring that down towards bot as well. And I think for sure if you don't take it, it's going to be grabbed up, so you pretty much have to. Now we just kind of have to see what is going to be the response and what are the changes here from Golden Guardians. Rel was obviously high prio for them last game, could absolutely go back towards it.
We'll see what they want to go for the 1-2 here. Feels like a lot of people do end up taking things like Sejuani and their first AD carry, Jace, as a potential option into the Trist. We've seen a lot of Trist Jace this playoffs. Feels like either side of the matchup can win it, just completely skill.
Yeah, absolutely. And Jace pairs so well with Maokai. This is one of those pairings that had been considered really, really S tier, and I think it started to fall off a little bit, at least in priority in LCS. But having that Maokai to be able to group everyone up, you know, with the ulti coming through, lockdown for those shock blasts to be guaranteed is really powerful.
Yeah, we can also still maybe see a first phase Ezreal here. Some people do like that combination. Obviously, the Maokai, Jace, Kai'Sa is the OP, you know, SSS, annoying champs to deal with, but the Ezreal can kind of slot in there, and the Maokai can end up with like first strike red smite. And the thing that, you know, we were talking to some C9 players who played a composition like that. One of the things that makes it really annoying is the slow actually from the Maokai saplings, basically guaranteeing the rest of the poke lands. And then you have a decent chunk of magic damage as well from the Maokai. So not going to end up grabbing that. So most likely we'll see the Ezreal banned out in phase 2 here by Dignitas to stop kind of that second arm of the poke comp coming through.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, Dignitas is going to go with the same top side as far as, you know, their jungle, their top laner. We see the same top laner again locked in here by Licorice. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Ziggs the ban, as it is a good pairing alongside the Tristana. You know, if you're going to draft an AD mid laner, you need to draft AP somewhere else. We know that it's not going to be from top, so banning out some of these bot laners that can go AP makes a lot of sense. Kai'Sa's already off table, Ziggs off table. In solo queue, I would be banning Karthus, but you just don't really seem to see that at all in the pro level, so I'm not sure if there is even another pick that Golden Guardians think Tomo might go to that is AP.
No, most likely not. Which does raise the question of where is any magic damage going to come from. If you are going to put the Tristana mid, might force it down to the bot lane. We'll have to see, because this is one of the few times it feels like where teams are actually completely matched in the picks thus far, with basically solo laners plus junglers taken. You're trying to ban out without limiting your own options a ton. So you can see some more of the fringier picks kind of gone, like the Ziggs. Rel is not fringe. That's just going to be snapped up right away by Golden Guardians, but then Braum is often the answer into melees. Just kind of get rid of that.
I was just slapping at fringier. I had no problem with,
you just slapping
with the statement.
A Y on things. Fringier, cringier, dingy. I don't know.
Is there a Y in the cringier? Yeah, I guess.
Cringier.
Wouldn't it be an I?
Yeah,
you know.
I don't know.
Cringy year.
I'm not English, man.
Okay. Well, now we know.
I don't English good.
Aphelios is going to be banned out. Theoretically, the Maokai could get swapped over to support. We saw that a couple times in the last couple weeks in the LCS, but definitely expecting it to be played jungle. We are looking for an AD here from Stixxay. He could go towards that Ezreal, as you called out. It is something that does fit pretty well into this style of composition, brings a second piece of poke, and I do think really fits the bill.
Yeah,
it's also a pretty aggressive squad that Dignitas has.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see the Aphelios banned out over the Ezreal. I thought for sure that was going to come through. Aphelios is obviously Stixxay's, I think, best champion in this split. He's had a ton of monstrous games, including even the last one, the fact that they were not able to actually punish him. But I guess we're going to see the Zeri return. This is something that Tomo actually also played as well. So both people kind of reaching into some favorites here.
Yeah, absolutely. They slammed down the Nautilus, so potentially knew that the 6A Ezreal would come out and they feel that this is a good answer. This is something that obviously has a tremendous amount of DPS. They have a lot of engage here, and it's double marksman. Of course, there's a little bit of mixed damage there with Tomo's Zeri, but it is going to be largely physical. I don't think that we're going to get full tank Maokai though. It's likely going to be, AP Maokai to give them some magic damage as well. Solo AP Maokai is generally the recipe that you do see. So there would maybe potentially some armor from Golden Guardian's side, but I don't really think it's going to be that big a deal because it's not like Stixxay is going to go, I don't think he's going to go the Frozen Heart build or anything like that. We're not going to see a tremendous amount of armor built up on the Golden Guardian side besides maybe Licorice later in the game.
Still go AP Zeri, man. Still go Protobelt, Glitchbane.
The nerf zap.
Yeah, it feels terrible. Try that quite a few times. Not worth it anymore. So yeah, like you said, probably standard. You can still go the static shiv, but you're not going for like the static shiv kind of proccing through the whole team, dealing tons of damage with the AP anymore. So yeah, like you said, for the side of Dignitas, very physical damage heavy. That's also true for Golden Guardians, though, unless Maokai goes AP, which then, of course, means that they're not staking armor. So both teams shouldn't have any problem actually front-to-back team fighting in this one. And I do think that there is a small range advantage for the side of Golden Guardians where they can poke from a lot further away, but if both front lines are actually standing on top of each other, it does feel like Trist and Zeri have a lot of DPS.
I mean, the comps are honestly very similar, it feels like, across the board. It's basically two major forms of damage. Renekton and Cassante, yeah, Cassante's a tank, but let's be honest, he's basically the same thing as Renekton. They fill a similar role,
Bruisery,
right?
jump on someone.
Exactly, like and then they have a couple forms of engage from jungle and support. Both teams are kind of the same in that way. Of course, Golden Guardians does have a lot more poke, and on the other side, there is higher DPS from the Tristana and that Zeri. So I do think it's more on Dignitas to be the ones to engage, to be the ones who are the aggressors, and to start those fights, lock someone down where Trist and Zeri can instantly be hitting and free firing. And for Golden Guardians, I think they're happy to play it out a little bit more slowly and try to poke and prod and chip people down with the Maokai and with everyone else. And now we have Raz on the sideline here with Golden Guardians, Coach Spooks.
Yeah, I've got Samuel Spooks Broadbean here with me. Got a few questions for you. First question, first of all, you look at level 1. How do you feel about that?
It's not looking too hot right now. Shit, get out of there, Trev.
No!
Nice. You were fine. Actually, Jay's dead. All right, it's not looking too hot.
Oh, no!
All right, 1 for 1. Actually, 1 for 1.
Okay, now how is it looking for your team?
You know what? Level 1's not ideal, but it happens. I think we're a stronger team. We'll adapt to the game. We're fine. We're fine. It's fine.
All right. I like that. Fire in the house. Second question before we quickly send this back to the casters, like, you got a little bit of poke in your team. Comp, any threats from the Dignitas side that you're concerned about? Any parting words that you send your team?
Yeah, I mean, their scaling's really good. Like, they have Tristana, Zeri, Cassante. Obviously, like, we're going to need to take the game over in the mid game. So, yeah, we need to play a little bit cleaner than last game. I think we're a little bit sloppy. I think we're a little nervous, honestly speaking, but I think we got the nerves out after that game. We'll be fine.
All right. We've hopefully got the nerves out of the level 1. Thanks a lot, and we're going to be sending this to the casters.
You can tell they're definitely fine. He said it 15 times.
We're
they're
fine. We're fine. Guys, we're fine. We're nervous before. We're not nervous now. We're fine.
They scale really well. They did just first blood us. It went to the Zeri, but it's fine. It's fine. We're fine.
Guys, we're not nervous. Better mid-game. We're fine. It is nice. It could have gone worse, to be fair. The last tick of the Ignite finished off that last kill onto the Cassante, so hey, we get a little bit of gold back. You know,
he's rich.
Leona scales extremely well with gold, as we all know. Way better than Zeri,
totally
so it's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine. To speak, though, I do like his point about the kind of scaling advantage that Dignitas have, that their AD carries, if they're free hitting, become an absolute nightmare, and so they want to play clean in the mid game. We see River is also going. Was that a -1?
That was like a -3.
Okay.
That was like a -4.
Oh, no. Yeah, 5 to 12 in CS is not a great look so far. River, I was just going to hit on quickly, is doing the AP poke build with the first strike and a red smite.
Yeah, there is a bit of a scaling advantage. You talked about the Cassante as well. Obviously, has more value on average than that Renekton in the late game. But Golden Guardians, I don't think that they just hard get outscaled, auto lose in late game. I think that you always have that opportunity. Jason's one of those things that I think for a long time people talked about as this only an early game champ, but it actually scales pretty well. It does have a powerful laning phase, but when you get to later stages of the game, especially with these Shojin builds, you can do 2 empowered shock blasts per acceleration gate. But Gory is actually in trouble here, and Jensen's going to jump in, and this could potentially be first blood. Is he going to flash for it? Will not do it. Wasn't certain that he had the damage. I don't think Gory actually had his phase rush available, and so Jensen tracked the cooldown, went back in aggressive, and now fighting on this bottom side. A nice little sidestep on the zap there from Huhi will make the trade go in 6A's favor, but that mid lane matchup is so about playing around phase rush. When they jump in with that explosive charge, you proc the phase rush, you run away. Gory didn't have it, so Jensen went aggressive and was able to get a really good trade and very nearly kill him.
Yeah, I really like that. The Shock Blast combo missed out of Gory, and so that was definitely the clear sign that you're going to win that trade, as Jensen has to take a recall here. It doesn't quite go back yet. And I think he was more than one auto away, and I think he knew that. So if you flash in for the auto, Gory's going to reaction flash away. Not going to get the kill, so just decides to hold on to both their flashes there. Was a very scary situation, though. And this is one of those matchups that can go either way. You know, if Jace gets a hammer form knockback on the Tristana rocket jump and she doesn't buffer it correctly, it's very easy to keep wailing on her in melee range. So it's a very skilly matchup that so far Jensen's done a good job in.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a really fun one to watch. We saw, you know, APA and Palafox played it back and forth a bunch of times. And so see how Gory is actually holding onto that E? He wants to hold on to the E as long as he can to try to interrupt the rocket jump, but there Jensen was just hitting those trades, you know, getting the autos down, so Gory eventually just knocks it back to end the trade. Poom and Santorin, Huhi and River, everyone is here. The Sharks smell blood in the water, and it's River that could be in some trouble. Gonna actually twist it advance forward, but he's stunned up. He's ignited, and can River get locked down? Not just yet. It's the Tristana Jensen who falls on the other side. Gory, though, in some trouble. River low as well, but Poom and Santorin just don't have the extended damage, and Poom gonna try to get out of there. Santorin looking to block. Trying to turn around, flashes in, but I don't think he has the damage. Now it's a reactive flash back there from Gory, and he can step up, potentially knock him down. Boom, going back in. It's the skirmish that never ends. Can't quite get it. I want to see exactly how Jensen actually got knocked down, because they had the passive fully stacked on the Maokai. I thought they would have been able to get the kill, but Jensen died without being able to get his flash off. He just got CC'd by the Leona and the Maokai.
Yeah, all that for only one kill. This hook by Poom missing is that little bit of extra damage in CC that would have ended up mattering in this long extended fight. They flash forward, and then just the E lands and the combo damage of Gory going hammer form with Huhi getting the kind of passive procs going off blow him up. And then this chase down sequence was so close to getting turned. If there was just slightly more damage on either side, they could have found this kill. Not in range for that ranged auto for Gory. Tries to go into Santorin, and that puts him low. He's now has to burn his flash. And then, unfortunately, no fervor of battle is in the game anymore for Leona to stack up in those long fights. As you can see, Huhi being bloodthirsty, frustrated. He is not able to be the damage Leona has to go these days with the Glacial Augment.
Yeah, shout out to Ignar. That Misfits series was legendary against T1. The Fervor of Battle Leona. I was actually casting that series. One of my favorite series I've ever cast, so it's definitely a really cool one. Jensen, though, still having the push here through mid. Is up 10 CS. That is Gory going in. And so this is the thing. I actually really like how Jensen is playing this out. Jensen is almost playing this little game of chicken. Generally speaking, when we see people jump in with the hammer form, their stun will just jump back out. But in this case, Jensen is holding onto his jump, and then when the phase rush is procced, he can actually go in aggressive. So that makes Gory then go on the back foot there a little bit defensive. So it feels like a little bit of an evolution of the matchup, how these guys are playing it. They're trying to read, can I win out these trades without jumping back, without spending those resources? And it has been working out pretty well.
We see a trade here as Huhi jumps in again. The other thing is Jensen has bone plating. So the kind of jump in, you pop your ranged attack speed bonus as Jace off and then go melee form to do it. And that's what he does, but with the bone plating damage reduction, you don't have to jump away and worry about taking all those auto attacks, and then Jace has to use hammer form E to actually knock you away, and ends up being an even trade as long as Jensen's hitting during that time. So it's like you said, an interesting evolution of how people are kind of playing this mid lane.
Absolutely, and the Serrated Zerk wasn't completed prior. You know, Gory had a really bad early buy because he was pushed back so early, so I think that is part of the reason Jensen was able to, you know, stay in and trade in this way. With the Serrated Zerk now completed, things may look a little bit different. It's such a powerful spike in these kind of matchups. Allows Jace to get a lot more aggressive. Jensen out, moving out towards top side. Will he just actually try to full take this, or is he just using the fleet to heal? It's actually a move up towards Licorice, who now spots him and will be able to slice to safety.
I like the look there from Jensen, having a little bit of a roam timer, and Licorice pushed up. If you land Q3 Cassante, they get the knockback, then you might have an angle to jump in, Buster Shot him back again, and find that kill. Didn't get it done, so we'll lose a creep or two, but I like when mid laners are willing to sack a wave.
Oh, Tomo in trouble. He's gonna get ignited. He already cleansed. He's trying to cut it out with the ulti, but I don't think he has. He flashes, but Stixay with the prediction on the Ezreal ulti. Snipes him down and going forward. Huhi connects with the Zenith Blade. That one goes to Huhi. On the top side, though, it's Rich getting chopped through by Licorice and River, who may want more. Jensen jumps in, but did he want it? We'll find out. He's going to be able to Buster Shot them both back away, and Jensen now trying to kite to safety here. Feels he has to flash as he was worried about a potential twisted advance coming through. Golden Guardians win on both sides of the map. They're going to be onto the Herald here. You can see Poom is frantically running out of base, trying to get there to stop him.
Yeah, we'll see if they can get there in time, but does feel like it's going to get dropped before then. And even if he does get there, I'm not sure if Sejuani and Nautilus is going to have enough damage to punish them here. We also have Cassante moving up, but far enough back. Not able to get it. Should be able to.
No flash on River, though. So River, they're going to actually force him to fight. Jensen has first move, but Hui is here. Gory is here. Rich is back, and it's round 2. Fight in the Scuttle Pit. We can see Hui going in, pops the ulti, and it's a lockdown on Santorin. He's gone already. River's still alive in the back of the pit, and it's a meat grinder, and Dignitas is the meat. They're getting crushed in the pit there. The Herald is taken by Golden Guardians. Dignitas try to fight after it, try to punish River, who had no flash, but he survives, and they just lose even more kills.
Oh, the slow play by Golden Guardians collapsing as Dignitas do as well. They end up way ahead in kills, as well as getting the Rift Herald here. 3,000 gold during that time. Here's the bot play again. Like you called out, just such a heads-up play by Stixxay, kind of flash predicting that. Here you go. You hop onto the Zeri right away, get enough of a chunk out, and yeah, Poom ends up landing a bad hook that sends him flying past the front line. So he has to chase Stixxay down as opposed to kind of like sitting on top of the Leona and peeling properly. And then the nice ult with the prediction, and then easy second round of spells by Huhi. Here, Gory gets caught out of position, actually exploded by the side of the top lanes, or top side of the map by Dignitas, but Jensen was behind the play, so it ends up being ultimately a 2-for-2 here, or 1-for-1, excuse me, that Golden Guardians are able to come out a little bit ahead of because Jensen just gets a little cray-cray with the jump in there and realizes, ooh, I do not want this.
Yeah, and then it's just another fight here. They're trying to punish River because they know he had no flash, but Hui arrives, great stun over the wall, the shock blast lands on multiple members.
Also 6, because of the skirmish win bot side for the 2 kills, Poom is only 5, so it's not just like an odd number fight that's awkward, it's a big power gap.
Back to live, and it's back to Golden Guardians locking down another member. Santorin trying to get out of there, but he's locked up by the ulti, stunned down. And now the Twisted Advance is going to be available here as the ulti locks him down. But Poom is here, Tomo is here, and they're trying to turn it around. They do get the first kill. Stixxay now looking to arrive, but it's Jensen jumping in onto Gory. Gory flashes over the wall to safety. Tomo gets chased down, and again, Dignitas just struggling to finish off these members, but Poom hooks back in. It's a flash in from River, and they burst them down. Jensen falls, as does Poom. Golden Guardians crushing it in these skirmishes.
A 4-for-2 for Golden Guardians again. They saw the first game being a little slow, like you heard Coach Sam say, playing a lot more aggressive in game 2 here. Camping the jungle, finding Santorin, putting him in full retreat mode, and even though they have first move from their bot lane, the Ezreal ult is able to come through, contribute, finish off Santorin, and while Tomo is potentially able to find a lot of kills here with Jensen, he becomes the next target by Gory, who has gone over the wall. And then we get this awkward situation, opposite sides of the map here. This hook maybe looks like they can get it, but the aggressive flash by River comboing with Gory. This is that mid-jungle 2v2 that we were so excited about all split long that wasn't quite able to show up versus NRG, but it's alive here.
And that's kind of a flash diff there. Gory's able to survive against Jensen because he has the flash. Jensen was missing his flash from that topside scuttle around the Rift Herald. And it's these little plays that are actually making all the difference in these fights. You know, Poom, we talked so much about it yesterday with Core JJ actually playing this matchup where he was hitting the hook every time, you know, on the Zenith Blade, interrupting that Zenith Blade. This was like the absolute worst case scenario in that bot lane fight where not only is he too late, but he hooks to the wall and pulls himself away. That causes him to lose there. On the top side, Jensen goes a little bit too aggressive, has to blow his flash. If he had his flash in this scuttle, in this fight, you know, after that Scuttle Crab fight on top side, he could have actually flash followed Gory into the red buff, killed him off potentially, got a reset, maybe win that fight, but Golden Guardians are just outplaying in all these small ways.
And this is the problem in League of Legends. It's a number of close fights with slightly played differently. Poom maybe lands that hook, whatever, and the gold lead's not as bad. But now that you're at a 4K gold deficit, the barrier of execution goes up so much for Dignitas to rally against a poke comp, which is very annoying to play against from behind.
I mean, that's the tough thing about League of Legends in general, is that the game snowballs, right? It's not like the NBA where they go up, they score, okay, it's okay, we can get one back.
I'll play defense better next time.
All of a sudden, they're 2 feet taller, right? And now the basket's bigger for them as well. It's much harder to win these fights, but they're going to actually look for Gory. They lock him down. He's got no flash now, but he's going to survive. He's going to be able to get out of there. Jensen not able to finish him off, and now the Nature's Grasp used to disengage. I thought that was going to be a guaranteed kill, but Gory can't even be killed off. The Buster Shot was used earlier there from Jensen. He thought he had the damage, and he didn't.
No, just not quite enough damage as well. Not having a first item completed here. Just slightly behind the pace of the game. Normally, if you have your crack in there, that's an easy kill, but not able to do it thus far. And there, Gory gets out with his life.
And that's tough now. It's a 4K lead here. 15 minutes in, and Tomo into the waiting arms of River. Will pop the ulti, should be okay, but Hui is coming, and it's going to force the flash with the ulti from the Leona. Nicely done by Golden Guardians. I mean, they just kind of read exactly what Tomo wanted to do. He was pushing up. They know that if 6A steps forward, he's going to go over the wall. River's there. They know he's going to retreat into Tri-Brush. Hui's there.
Does get out, does cost both of his sums now though, and with mid lane going this way, does mean there's probably going to be some roams down to the bot side soon. Gory grabs his third turret plate. He's online with the Duskblade done. Does enable a lot more aggressive melee Jace plays in team situations that used to not be possible before it gave intangibility. I gotta say, not a fan versus invisibility. Very annoying when I get a hammer form Jace lopping my head off and then running out for free.
Yeah, absolutely one-shots you and then just gets out of there. Jensen trading pretty well here. We'll see if the accelerated shock blast can connect. Looked like it was just short there. Jensen holds onto the flash, does survive. A close call again for Jensen. But it's Gory who has the pace in this game now, and it's Licorice again knocking down these towers on the top side. This is going to be a significant lead for him up there. Over 500 gold in that top lane. And when you're looking down across the map, it's a massive lead in mid. It's a massive lead in jungle. And really, they're ahead everywhere.
Yeah. Over 1,000 gold advantages for both solo lanes and the jungle. Makes the top side of the map extremely potent. And Ezreal's perfectly happy to kind of play weak side, and he's only slightly ahead. But at the end of the day, you're just Mystic shotting from the backline and looking for your opportunity to shift in. Meanwhile, the top side for Golden Guardians is absolutely devastating. They do have 2 dragons stacked already, which kind of got lost in the pace of the game, is the fact that they're actually having a very fast dragon stacking game this time as well.
And going for their second Herald already. They're there on spawn. They have the Renekton, they have the Maokai. They've already secured that. Santorum was spotted on bot side because he was trying to protect their bot lane duo, but that meant free Herald on top side for them. The mid lane turret is already low. They've already knocked down the tier 1 in top. Tomo will trade one back up down here. But Hui may actually take this fight. He's going to go in with the Solar Flare. It is a 2v3. Can they take this? Gory is coming in, but the ulti's going to be thrown on him. Tomo trying to cut out. The Ignite might not be enough to take him down, but now Licorice has arrived. River's here as well. With the Nature's Grasp, looking to lock them down. Does actually root up onto Jensen, and the flash forward comes in from Hui. Jensen's in trouble. 6A cutting back. 3 members already down for dig. It's Rich trying to turn it around, but it's River behind them.
Oh, they're cut off.
Behind a rock in a hard place. Jensen's got nowhere to go. There's the twisted advance. He's stunned up. He's locked down. The tower's gone. Dignitas is gone. Rich is going to run for the hills, but you got nowhere to go. Here comes Gory to the skies, and into the grave goes Rich. Dignitas clean aced under their tier 1.
5-0. Golden Guardians playing angry after a dicey game 1 after losing to NRG. They are showing why they ended the regular season tied with Cloud9, showing that they shouldn't be in the lower bracket, absolutely destroying this game, almost a 10K lead, only 16.5 minutes into the game.
Yeah, this one is an absolute shellacking by the Golden Guardians. They look for the aggressive play there. You heard the coach with confidence. It's fine, everything's fine.
Turns out it's better than fine. I would say this is great. This is fantastic.
Peachy Keen.
This play starts as a 3v2 that, with the Ezreal ult, puts Tomo low enough that he can't keep actually standing behind his front line and pelting, because if that's a healthy Zeri, you can just sit behind your beef, hit that Leona for going in, hit Licorice for chasing you down, but that's not the case, and River able to get behind them, pin them all underneath this turret. They get a number of kills, and Rich realizes if this wave gets into the turret, we're so dead, but there's nothing he can do to stop that. Jensen's trying to get out through River. Very hard to make it through a Maokai, who he also, with the re-engage, finds that kill, and Rich does his best to survive, almost gets out here after 6A misses the fadeaway Q. Gory got the cleanup though.
Yeah, but back to live. And again, it is another tower going down. Hui moving to 3rd all-time now, just past Bjergsen in total assists. 3,523 assists in the LCS. An incredible career from Hui across multiple teams, across multiple positions. And I think he's playing some of the best League of Legends we've ever seen from him.
Yeah, it's really cool to see a guy who has been through so much. You saw Emily's Draw My Life to start the day, to have such a long career, moving across the world, to play in North America as a mid laner substitute, getting the main spot, having a nice showing with CLG, making MSI finals with them, and then moving over to the support position and now making 4 straight finals in a row here domestically.
I gotta say, River is one angry tree, man. He's already on 2 full items. His damage was actually shocking in that last fight. The Nature's Grasp coming forward. Rich potentially caught out. Zenith Blade connects, and in goes Stixay to finish him off. On the other side, Santorin's on the run, but it is an angry crocodile on his heels. Licorice looking to get another kill. should eventually be able to get it. Maybe Santorin can make him waste a little bit of time, but it's River already taking the dragon here. It's Santorin on the run. I don't think he's going to be able to make it out. The flash forward is forced, but on the other side, they're pushing the towers. They're taking the dragon. Dignitas are getting nothing.
Yeah, you kind of just go, great, got his flash. You timed the flash in chat. There we go. Nicely done. Got that one, because that's about all they've gotten so far. Dignitas just get obliterated in these fights. There's absolutely no way for them to realistically get back into this game. It is a 12K gold at 18 minutes and 48 seconds. I won't even say the Mad Lions meme.
You love the Mad Lions.
I bring it up every time I can.
Yeah. Except for now.
No, I won't mention it. I won't mention it. That it took 1647 to lose at an international competition. I won't mention that.
Some bold restraint. Really impressive stuff. Able to hold it back.
Barely able to.
Proud of you.
I will say also, you called out the Maokai. I didn't even realize 5 kills. And actually going the Leandri's build. Oftentimes people just go demonic and then kind of more tanky for that
demonic and then they're broke.
Yeah, they're demonic, like, great, my end game, I'm done. Here's my build. But this is a very fed tree who's far enough ahead of the game. Normally you do want tankiness as your second item because you're a little bit weaker in the jungle and you need to survive a little bit in front line, but here he can go full damage and not actually fall behind the damage of the enemy team.
I mean, in some of those skirmishes, his Bramble Smash was doing about 20% of these AD's health. It was kind of ridiculous. Just his Q was coming down and really messing him up, so definitely have to watch out for him. He is a real threat.
He actually went 5 points Q, only 3 E. I feel like a lot of people with this build go just straight E max.
Yeah, I mean, he's just going more for the skirmish power there, but it's going to be a great shift from Stixxay as Poom looks for the hook. It does connect. Jensen trying to push Huhi back, but in comes that Nature's Grasp, and they're getting locked down. We've seen this one before, and it doesn't end well for Dignitas. Licorice arrives. Gory's here as well, and it's Dignitas on the run. Rich flashing over the wall, but in comes Stixxay with the shift forward. River's going to buy some time as he goes golden, but it's Gory into the Dustblade proc, and he's chasing down after Tomo. Tomo trying to get out of there, but he's got nowhere to go but back to the grave. 4 more kills. It's a triple for Stixxay, and Golden Guardians have 23 kills in only 20 minutes.
No way to end the game. Unfortunately, no minion waves to meet up with at Nexus turrets or anything, so they'll have to fall back to the Baron, grabbing this one 20 minutes in. But like you said, 14K gold lead. Not much left to play here for Dignitas. Your mind already has to be on game 3 and trying to figure out what you can do better this time around. Or next time around.
A lot.
There's a lot you can do better this time. Next time.
There's a lot of material to look at here from this game, I will say that.
Oh boy, it used to look back at some of those early fights, just slightly played better. Is it the 4K lead, then it's the 8K lead, then the game's over, so.
I mean, loses improve, and they are losing hard in this one, so there's a lot to improve.
Hey, at least the emote game's coming out. I was gonna make a mention, I haven't seen a ton of emotes. I was waiting for the pig emote while chasing the Sejuani down at Licorice. She doesn't seem to have that one equipped, but Santorin is indeed sad being very hard this game.
Yeah, there's not a lot going on for them. All they can do, when you're this far down, you just keep fighting. You see what happens.
Flip a burger.
Yeah.
Maybe it lands on the grill, maybe it lands on the ground.
This is definitely a sandy burger.
This is no one wants this burger.
Yeah, no one wants this
I guess
burger.
Golden Guardians had a great burger flip.
True.
Not for every burger flip, there's a winner and a loser.
I was gonna say one of those fancy gourmet burgers, but I would say those are pretty overrated.
I watched an entire...
I've never had a burger that I spent like 20 bucks on or whatever that I thought was value.
Nothing better than what you get for 5.
Yeah.
I watched a whole video about Wagyu meat and burgers.
Wagyu?
Well, I don't know how you say it, whatever. I'm not cultured, Azale. We've gone over this.
True. Dignitas, we've gone over this as well. They're getting pushed back into the base here by Golden Guardians. The inhibitor towers under siege. The inhibitor towers falling 2 at a time as the Golden Guardians go marching in 2 by 2 into the base here, looking to finish off Dignitas, looking to put this series to match point. And they could put the finishing touches on this one right here, right now, if they want to risk it. Dignitas is going to meet a miracle. We'll see if they've got any miracle workers on their side. As Licorice is going deep. Did he go too far? Is Rich is going to scoop him back, and it's a shutdown already on the side of Dignitas. River's in trouble. River's on the run. He's going to fall as well. But it's another kill for Stixxay, and it's them getting run over again by the Ezreal. It's all to Jensen, it's all to Rich. It is a 2v3, but they've got no health. They've got no towers, and they've got no base. Jensen heals back up in the well, but he's got to jump up now if it's going to happen, and it's not. As Gory smacks him down in the fountain, there is no reprieve from Golden Guardians in game number 2. They're going to move us to match point.
Nothing Dignitas can do to protect their Nexus. This one ends up dropping as they were camping the fountain, feeling great. 27 kills in 23 minutes. Massive, massive game 2 here out of Golden Guardians.
Huge.
Huge.
Enormous.
Huge.
Gigantic.
Love seeing the bit of camaraderie there between Rich and Gory. They're kind of buds from their time playing in the LPL at the similar time period. So you can see there the stopwatch to bait Gory going in. That's the win you take right now for Dignitas. That's what you got to be kind of holding on to, because otherwise the rest of this game, there's not much that went in their favor.
Yeah, it's definitely a rough one for them. I think the draft was pretty strong. I think they had opportunities, but Golden Guardians really pushed the pace in this one and just straight up outplayed them in the skirmishes. And I think that was the biggest difference, is that it's hard to really kind of pinpoint, one specific thing that you can really adjust from game 2 to game 3, because they just kind of got outplayed. You look to that bot 2v2 where they're getting killed, Poom too late on his hook to actually interrupt the Zenith Blade, hooks to the wall, ends up dying. You look to that top skirmish up around the Herald, it's always Golden Guardians outplaying, it's always them, getting that little bit extra and creating the advantages that became a mountain.
And it even started with a decent level 1. It was a 1-for-1, but where the goal went, as we were talking, not that bad for Dignitas, but the pace at which Golden Guardians attacked them. Anytime that there was an opportunity, they blew them up. And this final push is a post-comp's dream, just people stuck under turrets, stuck around their Nexus, no way to really stop you. And even though the front line of Dignitas, or excuse me, Golden Guardians might have got a little too high for you, the rest of the team was able to just pelt away from the backside.
Yeah, I mean, that was an absolute wall of diff in action. Almost a 20K lead, I think, by the end of it. A fast one as well. And let's head on over to the LCS Lounge to break down that game.
Thank you, Azale. Before we get going, congrats to all of you at home who are headed for a first place finish in Fantasy LCS on Sleeper. For those of you who don't make it to the winner's circle, come back next split for a shot at Redemption. Dignitas will also be going into game 3 for a shot at Redemption. It was a little bit of it started off kind of well, right? Like we got this level 1. You were talking to Spooks about this as it was happening.
Yeah, it started off great for Dignitas, because even though Spooks said it was fine, the head coach for Golden Guardians, he's like, oh, it's fine. That's what everyone will say when you're just concerned. But they were actually fine.
Yeah, and the big thing is Tomo gets those kills right there.
Yeah. There we go.
Oh, and then, so we talked about this going into the series. It was going to be a mid lane party.
Yes.
Right? So, like, both supports here, junglers here. A few things go differently for Dig, and it ends up being a little better, but...
Specifically, the missed hook from Poom really doomed it. They would have gotten the Maokai and made it a little bit easier, but then the follow-up from Jensen just made it a little harder. Now, this was great. Azale made the call out here for the prediction. That was so good. That honestly, even if he didn't flash it, they would have been able to follow up and gotten the kill anyways. But this was just chaos throughout the map.
Yeah, this is actually happening at the same
time. Yes, literally the same time.
As that bot lane play, it starts with Gory getting caught out, and then they're able to turn. River actually ends up, off of a lot of these early skirmishes, turning into a monster who's just pooping out AP damage on the demonic Leandri's Maokai.
Yes, I don't think they expected Leona to be on the top side of the map for this long, but it's not as if the time gap was long enough for him to be able to go rotate back bot lane. Just because we are just running a reel of all of the highlights, all of the skirmishes. This was the second bloodiest game of the split.
Ooh.
Overall, and this is including, I think it was FlyQuest versus EG that was number 1. So there's that, and this was the third highest gold advantage that we were able to see from a team also in the split. So this was just a shellacking from Golden Guardians in all of the smaller skirmishes. And Casper's mentioned it in there. River and Gory were the biggest beneficiary of it.
Yeah, and we are going to take a look at this. I was actually, Maokai damage numbers.
Yeah.
I was wondering how much damage he was gonna do, but obviously the main 2 sources, when you partner the Maokai with this much poke, they talked about it in draft with making sure that they were going to get that Ezreal. He just offers so much easy setup.
Yeah.
The Leona, we also saw Huhi landing some clutch ultimates, getting some clutch CC. We also are going to hear from Golden Guardians themselves in one of the game-deciding team fights on bot side.
Okay, interested.
I'm looking forward to
You guys
this.
start coming?
Yeah,
soon?
coming.
Yeah. It's
Zeri
fine
no
to give,
cleanse.
but I want to fight. Don't
Zeri no
stop.
summons.
Watch me.
Yeah, we're coming. Look,
Don't stop.
Zeri.
Can you drop a ward, Jay? Drop a ward.
Zeri. I have ulti coming. I got him. He's dead.
We can still fight,
Oh, maybe
guys.
no.
We can still fight. Yeah, we can fight.
They have a tower.
I use her.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're diving. Okay? Yeah, you think?
Sedger. Watch CP.
I have to drop now?
I'm fine.
Yeah, we drop. I want to steal.
I feel. We can.
We go. Yeah, I've stunned 3, okay?
Yeah. Tower.
I tower first.
Tower.
Somebody stop.
Now go. I feel. He can't kill you.
No! Save me! River?
Oh.
Oh, sorry.
Save me!
Just the apology at the end. Sorry, my bad.
It was clean until they realized they're just hard winning the dive.
Yeah.
It's like we don't need any more information.
Yeah, it was, I mean, obviously, like you said, really, really clean. And then they realize they're hard winning and they're just like, okay,
Yep.
we're going all in. Great showing from Golden Guardians. They seem to have really, as Spook said, kind of shaken off the nerves of Game 1. An absolute shellacking in Game 2, and Game 3 is coming up after this short break.
Are willing to sack a wave.
Oh, Tomo in trouble. He's gonna get ignited. He already cleansed. He's trying to cut it out with the ulti, but I don't think he has. He flashes, but Stixay with the prediction on the Ezreal. 3 members already down for dig. It's Rich trying to turn it around, but it's River behind them.
Oh, they're cut off.
Kind of rocking a hard place. Jensen's got nowhere to go. There's the twisted advance. He's stunned up. He's locked down. The tower's gone. Dignitas is gone. Rich is gonna run for the hills, but you got nowhere to go.
I've got the Samsung 990 Pro series. Shall we get started then? This speed exceeds all expectations. Reading speeds are 40% quicker than before, and writing speeds are 55% faster. Through the in-house controller, the per-watt performance has improved up to 50%. The 990 Pro's nickel coating controller for its smart thermal solution technology controls heat. Playing computer games? Obviously the best.
Who said you can't teach an old dog new tricks? Hmm?
Typical beginner's mistake. Yes, they all start from the outside. So, will we help him? What else? Here, try it with Red Bull.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Dude, I know these noodles are your specialty, but they are just not hitting tonight.
I know. I want that.
Me too.
It's beautiful.
Breathtaking. Tiramisu.
Is there anything she can't do?
I wish I could reach into the TV and grab that fancy cake for you, but I've recently learned that's not how TVs work. Go for what you really want. Go for Grubhub.
We live with a genius.
Go for cravings. Go for Grubhub.
It's fed!
Sven's just like looking down on me. I'm just like, what the hell? This is messed up. Like, what did I do to this guy? I kind of just laughed it off, but it felt a bit disrespectful at the time.
Welcome back to Huhi versus Golden Guardians. Level 6 did not go well. We're going to try it once again at level 8.
So guys, can I get a plate?
I thought you didn't need a plate.
So
Jay.
one plate. Can I get one plate? Okay, one plate. What about two?
Hey, no.
Don't push it, all right?
I feel like the champion choice wasn't it, Jay.
Dude, I didn't think through.
Yeah, it's weird because like you said, you're their brains, but
Theorycraft what the best champion would be.
I think it's got to be like Olaf. Oh, Olaf for sure. The alts that like never run out.
Olaf
or
for sure.
Mordekaiser.
That makes sense.
Like Mordekaiser, if you can kill one person, maybe you get enough stats to just kill everyone.
And you like long-term AoE damage too. It's good.
But if I had to pick my champ right now to do this, I'd probably pick Olaf. Hey, Huhi. Hey, I want to show you something. Here, look.
What? Okay, I'm level 8. I think I entered my items. No, it's because I bought merc strats.
We're gonna start over here. The line of scrimmage.
We'll count it down and see if this is any better.
Are we using summoners?
Yeah, we're using summoners.
Summoners are back up, I believe, yeah.
Remember, LCS order.
Fight in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right.
Hey.
Oh!
You flash. Oh, what? Right?
Whoa, dragon!
Whoa, dragon!
Watch the dragon!
Oh my god! This is not possible! Who designed this content? This is
Final pitch, level 11. The 4 win, but it's for pride. If you can win 1 at level 11.
He's gonna win. Yeah, no. Level 11, I'm gonna win.
What is it, 9, 10? You said it's impossible. When is it not impossible?
That is true.
Level 10, I think I can win.
I just want to see you get a kill.
No, because there, I saw the hoop. I saw it. You know, like, why did you guys make me choose Viego?
You chose Viego. You had time to think this through.
You came behind the stage and told me, oh, Jay, you should pick Viego.
Welcome to Review with Jay.
This is not my fault at all. You're the problem, not me. Okay, I'm level 11.
11? Okay, he's 10. This is gonna be the final fight.
All right, Jay, what are you buying?
Like, my build is already, like, it's already messed up. Like, I don't know.
Sell some items.
No, I'm not selling my items.
You gotta get some damage, man.
Are you sure? No.
What's this full tank Viego?
I think it's a tank. It's a tank.
Okay, he's
Damn.
Okay, he's almost in river. Guys, back up a little bit.
Okay. This one. This one I'm gonna win. Elixir.
Whoa.
Ready?
Final round. 3, 2, 1.
Rush the dragon. Run.
Now someone just pushed, guys.
Ignite.
Okay,
I exhaust him.
I'm kiting.
I'll exhaust him.
Oh, he missed. Oh no.
Block. Stand on top of it. Oh, he's not gonna eat it.
What? I don't need. Look at
Hey.
I don't need. This is Sparta. This is Sparta. Come here. Yeah! I win! Alright guys, thanks for watching the Huhi 1v1s. The final score, I won 3-2. Thanks for watching everyone.
You needed 10 items and help from God himself.
Congratulations once again, guys. Thanks for playing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the LCS. Golden Guardians have a commanding 2-0 lead over Dignitas so far.
Looking like a harder contest there than game 2.
I mean, Huhi was struggling early on.
He was struggling in that. He ended up, I think, trolling the build, trolling the pick.
Yeah, I'm not sold on the partial Randuin's build as the Viego play.
Flat damage reduction sounds good, I guess, but
yeah, we'll work on it. We'll work on it, Huhi. But for Dignitas, they're going to need to pull off a reverse sweep if they want to be able to make this happen. And for Jensen, he has a legendary record of making it to Worlds every single year. This guy goes no matter what. So before we get into Champion Select, let's hear what making his 9th straight World Championship would mean to Jensen.
I feel like I have the opportunity to create a history that no one will ever be able to repeat. Or it's going to be very tough to repeat. So it is very important to me because I think having some sort of history left behind is very cool. I don't see why I wouldn't make it. I feel very confident going into the next series, so we're here to make it.
I appreciate the perspective that he's bringing here. I think a lot of people are missing it, which is that he reverse swept his way to his first Worlds as a 7 seed way back in 2015 to start this. So for him, this is just another walk in the park. He's down 2 games. It doesn't really matter how you got here. Don't look at game 2 too closely.
This is another Friday for Jensen.
Just another reverse sweep to make it to Worlds. That's all this is. He's done it before.
Yep, no problem. We'll see if he's going to be able to pull it off here. Golden Guardians obviously might have a thing or two to say about it. But also, the teams on the other side of the bracket, we saw the vlog actually from Revenge and Core JJ. They were both saying whoever wins that series is the one that's going to be top 3 because they were already counting out both Golden Guardians and Dignitas. They were saying that this was actually the easy side of the bracket, so they weren't concerned at all.
They're saying that, and of course, Team Liquid is the one waiting to play the winner of this on Sunday. But I think after game 2.
Mark's right there with you,
I
actually.
cannot confirm or deny if I have similar feelings. I may or may not have put in like 80 hours.
Yeah, we may both be degenerately addicted to Baldur's Gate. It's a compulsion at this point.
Yeah, definitely have a lot of builds in my head.
All right, we're getting into the draft here for game number 3. The Renekton going to be banned out, so that is a change coming into this potentially final game. We'll see what Licorice wants to go to. The Jax has been ignored through picks and mans.
The Sign game has been strong.
LCS Sign game has been really good this split.
Yeah, there's been a lot of great ones. Bro, what are you doing here? So this is a change up from the previous time. They swapped the Tristana ban for the Kai'Sa. So I guess even though they dealt fine with the Tristana, they found it annoying enough. I think maybe Gory was like, screw this matchup. It didn't feel as good for him as he thought it might.
Yeah.
So they dropped that. That does let the Kai'Sa go through. They're still going to pick, it looks like, the same kind of composition overall of the Maokai, Jace, and most likely an Ezreal, again, if they can get it.
I'm actually kind of more of a fan, I would say, of the Tristana ban than the Kai'Sa. I will say this because a lot of times when Tristana is not paired with Kai'Sa, people can't find good AD pairings, and then she's forced into going an AD Kai'Sa build. And I think AD Kai'Sa is actually not overpowered. I don't think it's even that good. I think AP Kai'Sa, that build is way better, personally. So, you know, if you're taking away the Jace, if you're banning out the Tristana, their options become limited. So now already with the Azir locked in, I already feel like we're probably just going to get an AD Kai'Sa.
I like all these adaptations here. Tomo is the better Kai'Sa anyways. He has an incredible poke Kai'Sa, like you're saying, though. This does get into some damage-type problems, potentially. But, again, kind of what we were saying before about, like, well, who's going to stack armor previously? Now the question is who's going to stack MR? Because if you're going this full poke build and we see, again, River opt into it, it's a little question of, like, well, who's actually stacking the MR?
Well, here's the thing. I think it's actually way easier to splash MR into your build than it is to actually splash armor.
Banshee's Veil or something.
Banshee's Veil, but you can also go double Hex Drinker here. Like, you can do things like that. If they go full MR, I think it actually is problematic. Merc Treads become crazy valuable against a team like that. Hex Drinkers become crazy valuable. It's way easier than shoving in, like, you know, Death Dance or whatever to try to get a little bit of armor. So I do think it's more problematic. Dignitas could go for an AD pick. That's why I think Golden Guardians is banning out the Aatrox, the Jax. They're trying to take away physical damage options from the top lane.
That's exactly where I was going to go with how this draft is different from game 2, which was all top side and bot lane was unpicked.
Yeah.
Here it is mirrored yet again, but it is the top lane not picked because I like the idea of grabbing the Ezreal. I think that absolutely would have been banned out instead of the Aphelios. It should have been last time. This time it would have happened. So they grabbed that earlier and they let top lane go through.
And I want Golden Guardians to actually pick support here on 4 and save counter pick for top. Okay, they're going to do this anyway. I guess my reasoning is that all of the really good pure physical damage top laners that are remaining are only really counterpick options.
I was about to say Fiora's going to get picked. They're going to go 4-1 here.
But this is the thing. You can't pick Fiora blind, which is why I don't think that they actually should have done this, right? Because when I think about the physical damage options from Rich, Quinn, Alawi, Fiora, you're not blinding those picks. So that's why I wanted Golden Guardians to actually hold their pick for 5. It would have just been a blind Cassante for Dignitas, which would actually not be enough physical damage. It would force Rich to actually play AD Kai'Sa. With the Fiora, maybe he actually does play AP. I'm not sure. But I do think you're not getting that much of an edge with support counterpick here on 5. I feel like compositionally, it would have been better to actually delay their top lane pick.
It does make it a much easier game for Dignitas to have a split push win con splashed in, like you're saying, because you've been given counterpick. Than if both teams had matching compositions where you both kind of have tanky or bruisery front lines like they had, but now you have the Jace Ezreal on your side and you're doing standoffs. So for Dignitas, it's still obviously a big story for them if they can even beat Golden Guardians, but I like having the ball kind of in Rich's hands here. The LPL top lane, we're memeing it at the top, you know, Licorice watches LPL. Rich played in the LPL.
I mean, he was on All-Pro.
He was very good. So, you're playing one of these, quote unquote Chinese TikTok Fioras that you always hear about. And we'll see if Rich can actually go 1v9 this game.
Yeah, we'll find out. Will be a tough one. Licorice has been so good for Golden Guardians this entire split. Back to spring season in playoffs was amazing at MSI, was amazing in the regular season, won first team All-Pro. Even in their series loss, I think he was really a standout. He was 1v9 in some of those games, so I think it is going to be a bit of a tough nut to crack there. I don't know if we're having some trade errors. Okay, this is coming down to the last wire, but they did get traded to those proper positions, so hopefully we don't have to have any sort of a remake.
Nope, looks like it's good in client, assuming that you do actually want Fiora top and those kinds of things.
Support Fiora.
Yeah, Pog. Very Pog. Riposte, very strong. I will say, just in terms of stakes for this game as well, there's obviously the history which we've talked about in terms of, Huhi trying to make another finals, Jensen trying to make another worlds, all those kinds of things. But I also think just short term, very, very important. Obviously, you do qualify for at least having some international play through that kind of last chance worlds qualifier versus Europe's 4th seed. And then you're also playing on Sunday against Team Liquid to try and make worlds outright if you're able to win that one, as well as attend New Jersey for finals weekend.
Exactly, and I think that is such a huge part of it. When you talk to these players, especially some of the younger guys, have never had the opportunity to play in a big arena like we're going to be playing in New Jersey. It is such an incredible experience to feel the energy of the crowd in those spaces. So definitely trying their best to get there. We'll see if Dignitas can mount some sort of a comeback here, or if it is going to be the clean sweep for Golden Guardians. The heavy favorites coming on into this one.
Oh, they tried the bum rush mid, didn't end up getting it down there. Jensen was standing far enough back.
I don't think you're going to make the bum rush happen. I know this is you're trying to coin something.
It doesn't need to catch on.
No.
As long as the point of language is to communicate ideas, you knew what I meant.
I did, unfortunately. That's true. I will debate that perhaps people at home may not have known what
There may be better ways to communicate those ideas. I won't disagree, but if you understood what I meant, job done.
That's like reminds me of my dad, where he would make a horrible joke and he's like, "Joke's not for you, it's for me. I thought it was funny."
Cope.
Yeah, exactly.
Very, very cope. But yeah, I think Golden Guardians have to be feeling very, very good, getting basically the same composition in essence that they got in the previous game. Only adaptation is it's Cassante instead of Renekton, and it's Nautilus instead of Leona, but the comps function the same.
I will say, this is the first time we've had Jensen on what has been historically comfort for him, right? He played Xerath, new look. He played Tristana, which is honestly a new look for this split, for this year. He has never been the guy to actually play these AD mids. He has kind of brought it into his arsenal this split, really trying to kind of adapt to the meta. But control mages is how this guy made his money, is how he qualified for Worlds every single time. Orianna, Azir, Syndra, these types of champions.
And even the composition functions a little bit more normally. The previous one is this like beefy front line with double marksman. We've seen double marksman on and off, but here it's mostly engage and dive. If they even go AD Kai'Sa, a little bit better about that flying in, trying to auto people down. You have Fiora trying to flank, Sejuani, Rel can go in. Even the Azir is very good follow-up if you're just hard engaging onto this poke-focused Golden Guardians team.
And I think it is going to be AP Kai'Sa because the Hail of Blades almost always will be. Sometimes you see people go AP Kai'Sa with lethal tempo, but very, very rare. It is much more common to actually see the Hail of Blades here, so I'm expecting that to be AP. The hook in from Huhi, but they're going to try to turn around on him, and Ignite's getting exchanged. It will be Huhi disengaging. Worse for wear, takes the worst end of that trade, but now it's Santorin over towards mid lane. But Gory knows that he could be on that bottom side. He's going to play towards his ward on the top side, and I feel like as long as he doesn't actually move down, should be okay. But he's actually trying to proc phase rush. He's too slow to do it. Potentially Santorin could look to follow, but should be fine now that he has proc that phase rush running up towards where his jungler is. You can see Rich was thinking about maybe moving down, but not going to find an opportunity.
No, Rich with his prio had a nice little half roam down there if, there's a bad path out of Gory, but you also have River finishing his clear on that top side, so nothing to look for there, but some nice trades in the early game out of Golden Guardians. Even just forcing Gory back there, he can grab his tier, which is fine, but it's not the most aggressive early buy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you'd love to be able to actually be in a position to stay around, get us rated Turk, and really start to get more aggressive. We also have to note that because Santorin spent this time, it is a couple camps in the lead right now for River. He does a 6 camp clear. He's crossing back over to bot side, so we will grab the scuttle there as Fiora has pushed on top side. He can't contest the Sejuani for that one, but we'll be able to grab the one on the bot side and have a little bit better tempo. As Huhi out of pots, has been taking quite heavy damage. River down on this bot side. Maybe he can make something happen as Rich is going to get Pathmaker back to the tower. You can't parry the tower shot, Rich. He flashes away, but only to die. Rich is gone. Licorice gets first blood.
Nice play by Licorice there, pulling him back under the turret. The second turret shot is what pushed it over the top. One, Rich would have been okay, but I guess didn't have his Q up to lunge back. It's have to see if he maybe had it on cooldown, if he didn't get a refund from a missed lunge, or if it was, yeah, nope, just used it right there and put himself in the range for that. And then the body block. God, Licorice is so annoying, just kind of stopping him from being able to walk out of turret, and that kind of temporary delay is what allowed the second turret shot to get off.
That was actually really well played by Licorice, and now we're going to watch Jensen die. Tries to flash away, but the follow there for Gory will grab Golden Guardians another kill. It's a disaster already for Dignitas. Golden Guardians 4.5 in are dominating. As Rich honestly just got greedy. He tried to actually proc the Vital on the back end of Licorice over by the tower. And I was thinking, how did he get there? Did he actually fail to parry a Q3? No, he tried to actually go for the Vital on his back, and the instant Pathmaker response there from Licorice pushes him in the tower, and then you called it out. The body block was brilliant. Licorice playing that really, really well. You had counter pick, you got solo killed, and we've seen this before from Rich when he plays against Cassante. It was the same thing with his second Alawi game, was not respecting the ability of these Cassantes to actually push him back in a tower and punish him.
It's so surprising too, given that he is also an incredible Cassante that, you know, if you jump on them with their spells up, and I guess because it wasn't Q3, he thought that the pushback wouldn't have been enough. And to be fair to him, if that body block didn't happen, he might not have taken that second turret shot. So a bit of a miscalculation, though. It is something that can happen to him where the lane phase goes bad early and it potentially risks getting snowballed on.
Absolutely. And I mean, we have seen some good trades for Dignitas on the bottom side. The jungler is around. We'll see if Koom can find the engage. Oh, Q flash is going to miss. And the response there, flashing away from the crashdown, was Huhi. I'm not sure if the rel Q flash bug has been fixed, because there is a bug where when you Q flash, sometimes it shoots it off in a weird direction. Yeah. I know that Diamond tweeted about this. Some pro players were talking about this. He provided clips where it has happened. So I don't know if that's a bug or a mistake. Either way, Hui going back in, and he has no flash, is in trouble now. Tomo trying to get in range, but he's slowed up. They will get the kill, and Tomo's the one to grab him. And now Santorin is on the run as Stixxay stepping forward, hitting those Mystic shots. It's 1 for 1, but this kill goes to Tomo. So signs of life there for Dignitas, getting the gold where they need it.
Hui, thinking it might be a bug, gives one back for the 1 for 1. Homie stock given over. But I will say, River picked up the kill. That feels great. But he is not the super ridiculous damage build this time where he has green smite instead of the red smite. Still first strike, but not as focused on the damage. So maybe not going to go as hard scaling. I'm sure he will still go Demonic Embrace, but I doubt the Leandries is coming following up.
Yeah, he's got first strike, as you said. He's definitely going to go Demonic 100%. We already see the Giant Spell. We see the Amp Tone, so he's got to be that. And Rich, not again, Rich!
No.
Not again! Licorice is making a fool of Rich on the top side. Rich is having a laugh about it in the cams, but that, you cannot have it happen. This is your season on the line here. Let's see how it started again one more time.
Don't show me how it started, dude. The Q proc W.
My God.
He waits out the riposte, too, by Licorice. Mind games him completely. You know, Rich was expecting the instant R, but not the case there. Doesn't have the parry to use. Ends up under turret. Killed again. Oh, the definition of insanity.
Yeah.
Thing over and over again. Stop queuing in front of him on turret.
I gotta say, Licorice is really fast with those Pathmakers, though. He is doing it insta, and he's just doing a quick tap on the W. He's not trying to actually go for those Q3s, where the Fiora can always riposte it, can always react to it. But Rich has gotta respect this.
Well, and the thing, too, is with the lunge distance, you don't always need to end up on top of his
trouble
body.
Here, we'll see. Wow, they didn't even look for it. Jensen had ult. I thought they were gonna go for it.
Respecting the flash of Gory maybe a little bit too much there. He did have that up, but thought maybe the collapse would come in, they'd end up under turret after a flash, and this is sometimes the concern when you end up on the back foot is you start worrying about your plays too much.
Yeah, absolutely. And sometimes you just kind of want it too much. You know, when you're playing Fiora, you're pushing in the Cassante, you want to be able to push the pace, you want to harass him, which does require looking for those aggressive cues, but you've got to also give respect to your opponent. Licorice is more than equal to the task, can punish you. It's back-to-back solo kills here, you know, on the side of Licorice, who's the one who got counter-picked. is not going to look for the Q3, and unless he's out of range, you don't want to give him that free riposte into the ulti, but Rich has no ulti right now. 6A farming plates in bot side. Everything looking incredible for Golden Guardians right now, and the pressure is absolutely mounting on Dignitas.
Yeah, for Golden Guardians, the positive side for this is that you had a pretty disappointing series versus NRG. You had your best regular season ever, finally breaking the 10-win curse, the fact that they had never ended a regular season with more wins than losses.
Uh-oh.
Does have a ward.
Yeah. It's okay.
Has flash up.
Go ahead.
Okay. For Golden Guardians, to then lose your first playoff series as the favorite was a big disappointment.
All right, Rich playing with fire, stayed around too long, and now he's in trouble. He's on the run, but the parry and the flash comes through. Licorice with the Q3, flash to follow. He's gonna go all out, and Rich, we've seen this one before. He's dead in top lane again. This Fiora is just food, and Licorice is looking hungry.
They are feasting on him. They're trying to make a play on the flip side of the map. Santorin has hovered down there, but Huhi has made it back to lane in time to make this basically impossible to punish the weak side of the map for Golden Guardians. Oh boy. Feels rough for them because not only just the individual matchup, but what we were saying about how the composition wants to function, where the split pushing Fiora puts pressure on the poke comp to not be able to sit around as long, but with him falling this far behind, there's realistically not going to be any side lane pressure this game.
It's also supposed to be your solo physical damage threat, right? To actually, you know, put on that threat to dissuade them from just building MR, but if you're at 0-3, you're fine building an extra drinker. Who cares if you feel like you need it for Tomo and Jensen. Santorin down here again, trying to see if he can force. River is hovering, though. He's coming through River. And we'll see. Huhi in some trouble. Nice buffer. It's a flash forward. It's going to catch 6A as he shifts back, and Hui's already gone. The flash out from 6A will be there. River, though, he's got to run, I think. I don't know if they can actually take this. He's going to Bramble Smash Boom back in, and 6A will get one back. So it is traded at the end of the day, 1-for-1. But Dignitas at least staying aggressive on that bottom side.
Oh, Jensen getting aggressive now.
Nice swoop back into the tower, but it is a flash over, and Gory trying to finish him off. Jensen's got to dodge the shock blast if it's even off cooldown. Doesn't look like it is just yet. Jensen very, very low. Doesn't want to give up the wave. Has TP. Nice sidestep. And
Gory's
should be enough.
Looking for hammer form. You can see him with the speed up. Not able to find the angle there. I like that bot lane play, how it was played by both teams. Dignitas getting really aggressive and blowing Huhi up before he had time to stall that out and give the Maokai collapse an angle.
Yeah, it was a really good engage from Poom. You know, went beyond where the Ezreal was, so caught both Huhi and Poom. And now Poom here towards mid. Hui's there as well, and Huhi is 6 with the ulti, so Jensen does have to be respectful here. Could get caught, will shift back, and I think this is the last wave he needed, so catch this minion. And then we'll back it up as Huhi fishes with the Hex Splash, but will catch nothing but air.
Trying to lollipop him. Here's this play like you were talking about. I like the angle that Poom took here, having a much better time
Really nice.
engaging, landing both with that storm to pull them in. They get that initial kill. 6A is able to flash out. But then River here, I like getting onto Poom and pushing him back in the turret to make sure that even though he is very far forward, but he was far enough up in lane to not actually have any threat of going down. So a 1-for-1 to equalize that. Doesn't actually disrupt the game at all. During that time, though, they got a Rift Herald.
They can get this tower down pretty low here. Gonna be more gold in the pockets of Tomo, who's having a good game. You know, Tomo is just about even in farm, has a kill, has an assist. They just got 3 plates. Of course, it was split, but still, Tomo will be that hope, I think, right now that you're looking towards for Dignitas. They're gonna continue playing around this Kai'Sa, try to accelerate his game, get him to those 3 items, and see if he can make some magic happen.
He is somewhat the unsung member on Dignitas, a lot more focused just due to the history.
Sing for him, Mark.
I will not. I will not sing for him, but I will potentially start the tune by mentioning the fact that when they win a lot of their games, it's actually him who has stepped up on an Aphelios performance or a Kai'Sa performance like this. And, you know, Rich has played in the LPL. Santorin and Jensen are so storied. Poom we've seen come and go in the LCS, and there's this debate about, oh, was Diamond better or whatnot. But Tomo has silently been one of the important players in their actual wins, that he does have good performances. Sometimes he struggles, but this game looks like it's going to be on him to save Dignitas' season.
Rough. Does have to blow the flash there as he gets pushed back. You may not be singing the tune, but you're dropping the beat for someone else, you know? You're getting it going, you're warming them up.
I'm also tone deaf, so maybe don't listen to my music.
No, I mean, I think Silver Scrapes was one of the performances of all time.
It was one.
It was one of the
I was
performances
on a
of all
stage,
time,
and I did sing on a stage in front of tens of thousands of people.
You did that. Not a lot of people can say that. That's pretty cool.
And you just don't ever play the audio of what I'm doing.
I think the audio was great. It was definitely something special.
It was special. You've never seen it before or since.
I have, actually.
Oh, no.
I've watched that every once in a while. You know, as soon as you think about it, you're like, I could use a little bit of a smile here, you know? Watch that up. It's great. Some high-quality content. As Golden Guardian, Stixxay's gonna get caught. Tomo had the read on him, and Stixxay trying to get out of there, has no flash. He's in trouble. They can chase him down. It's another kill, and what a read by Tomo.
Yeah, absolutely stepping up like we asked him to do. Lands that W. And this is one of the things we talk about why we're surprised people pick Ezreal into the Kai'Sa is because that is something you're under threat. If the Kai'Sa gets ahead.
Santorin is behind, and Huhi has to get out of there. He's going to hook to the wall. There's the ulti in defense, but Hui's got nowhere to go. He's got no flash. It's another kill for Tomo, and all of a sudden, the Dignitas fans sitting up and taking notice, but now a play towards mid lane, flash in. Jensen's got nowhere to go. Knocked down by River, but the tower will fall on the bottom side. All of a sudden, 3 kills for Tomo. I have to wonder, did that pink ward in the first brush spot Stixxay walking into the second brush, or was that a pure read? I really am curious.
It looks like he knows where he has to be from where he's not. There's enough vision coverage to know he's somewhere in this. Oh, they do see him right there. Okay, there you go. So, yeah, easy snipe here from Tomo to land this one. Kind of waiting a little bit, it feels like, until his team is in position. Don't interrupt it too soon. Catch him in the shop, hopefully. Stixxay did react quickly, but you know, Ezreal's shift is not enough to get rid of a Kai'Sa who ults on top of you and then has your E follow speed, and you can just hunt Ezreal's in the mid to late game if you get ahead.
And even a little thing, but Tomo ulted past him, not to him.
Pick the side where you want to go.
Exactly. He's going where he has to go, so when he shifts, he just shifts from one side of Tomo to the other, and Tomo's still in range, still getting those autos in, is able to chase him down and get that kill. Jensen has a second death here, has that crown completed, trying to keep up in farm. Golden Guardians 1.5k gold lead, looking to move up towards this second herald. They already have 2 dragons to their name. Santorin will be forced back against the wall. I don't really think you can fight this though. I mean, yeah, Tomo is pretty rich, but rich is really poor. And I think it's going to be tough for them to actually get that Fiora involved whatsoever. And Kai'Sa doesn't have multiple items yet, so I don't really think it matters. I feel like they can't challenge.
Yeah, Jensen's just looks like he's going to stay down the bot side, keep farming up. Doesn't have his teleport to collapse, so even though it was a 4v4, not really something they're going to look for. Like you said, Toma on an item and a half. Rich does have his Sunderer done, so he can potentially grab it, but I don't know. Still feels like a very hard fight right now. A lot of people talk about with Kai'Sa, especially this build where you're going that kind of poke AP, you're really looking for third item. Yeah. Once you have your Ludens done, once you have you know, your Nashers as well as that static shift, you become an absolute beast. And I think from Dignitas' perspective, it's all on Tomo right now, so don't start fighting until he's ready.
And at the very least, you need your W upgrade for the poke to really ramp up. Right. You don't need the full Ludens, but you can get that upgrade. Some people also do like Leandries, again, you know, similar thing that we talked about before, you know, with the Xerath thought process. It can be kind of higher DPS, lower burst, but it doesn't really matter. Some people still go Rageblade, but I feel like that has kind of fallen out of popularity unless it's an overwhelming amount of frontline. And to be fair, there is 3 melee champs on the other side, so it's a possibility. It is worth noting as well that River is going back towards Leandries here again, and with this tower getting pretty low, Huhi looking to potentially threaten something, but we'll just be heading down towards bots and maybe help Licorice get that first tower.
Yeah, this poke on the side of Golden Guardians, very annoying, pushing Dignitas back, almost taking that turret. We'll be able to fall back to the dragon in 50 seconds after making a rotation down to this bot side. Very nice map control out of Golden Guardians to set up their next objective, this bot lane turret, and forcing Rich back so Licorice can grab it for free.
Yeah, I really like that, right? They see that there's not any dive to make happen at that mid-tier 1, so instead of posturing around there, wasting his time, Huhi just walks down through bot side jungle, gets the vision established, they can make that rotation safely, they can push back Rich and secure another turret. They grab that first tower down in bot lane. Second, of course, overall. Mid lane tier 1 is incredibly low, so they can continue poking and prodding here as well.
Yeah, I like Dignitas kind of being in the mindset that you're in trade mode to just kind of accelerate gold into your carries. That bot Gory's teleport up to the top side, but it was a little bit mistimed. So Jensen, even though it was on the roam down with TP advantage, he could have stayed top, going for the play.
Gory's going to be shuffled back in, and Tomo is there. Gory's in trouble. He's going to flash, but it's wasted because Tomo's got the killer instinct this game. 4 out of 5 of his team's kills.
Jensen moving into the support position, feeding his AD carry. Tomo, the young gun, the focus for Dignitas, knowing all the cards are in his hands.
The future is now, old man. It's time to buy redemption. It's time to learn support, Jensen.
Shuffle them to me. That's all you got to do.
Yeah, we'll see if they can make this play happen. Golden Guardian's still staying around, and Gory has no TP. Whom will knock Licorice back, but Licorice already has 2 fully completed items. Golden Guardians are posturing like they at least want to try to fight for this, and there's not confidence from Rich to move forward for anything themselves. They're going to try to go in a River, but at the same time, Poom getting burst down. Poom will fall. Can Dignitas chase for more? River is down. They got the dragon. They got one, but it's going to be Licorice going all out, looking for Rich once more, flashing away, but only to die. Licorice reigns supreme in the top lane.
Oh, 1 for 1 there. Excuse me, 2 for 1 in the end for Golden Guardians, plus having Pryo in the mid lane means they'll be able to grab this turret. Still not too bad for Dignitas. In fact, they stopped the dragon stacking out of Golden Guardians. Their poke composition, being able to get the soul quickly with the Ocean, answers the Tomo poke potentially a little bit, and this most importantly just stops Soul and the game plan from advancing, buying more time for them to keep scaling up.
Yeah, I mean, you are really hoping you're going to buy a lot of time for Rich. At the end of the day, the problem is you basically lost a 4v5, right? You know, Gory was already dead, and they did, you know, play it out fairly well. They got the dragon, but it's still concerning.
It's definitely concerning. They get this kill, they get the dragon. Just a little bit of an overchase here as Rich just ends up once again next to Licorice, who flips him back, beats him up, takes his lunch money, and goes home.
And Licorice is literally just Super Saiyan now. Like, he has just gone crazy since spring playoffs.
It is Licorice versus Tomo, it feels like, this game. And I will usually take the Cassante side, especially when you're paired up with a 4-1 and 3 Maokai. Like you said, going that Leandries again does put a lot of pressure on Tomo to execute extremely well to win this game.
Well, I think realistically, the biggest problem is, you know, you can say Licorice versus Tomo, but look where Rich is and look where Stixxay is, right? You know, Stixxay is way more useful than what Rich is going to be in this game, and that is the biggest problem, is that, you know, Tomo may be able to compete and may be able to get things happen, but I don't see how Rich is going to have much of a positive involvement in this game.
You ult the person who's going to die anyways to make a healing zone, and that is your contribution in team fights. I mean, is try to heal Tomo with your ultimate.
You could, unironically, maybe you do just try to kill frontline, because you can't dive backline and threaten them when you're this far behind. You're just going to get slapped around by the Jace and by the Ezreal. You know, maybe if they can really make this game go late, then he can get enough items that he can start to be a bit of a side lane threat, but that is so far off when you're an entire item down on the
Alternatively, just start buying support items. They're way cheaper. Get a, Ardent Sensor.
We're going to see another engage here on Gory. Gory is dead, but it's the response coming in through from Licorice and Dignitas. If they can kill him, maybe they can go Baron. But it's Licorice going all out. Nice job dodging the Magnet Storm there from Poom. That was a critical moment. If Licorice dies, I think Doug starts Baron for sure.
Yeah, that was huge. They did get the TP out, so still a nice play. It does cost the ultimate out of Poom to not quite find that kill, but it did get them some more resources to pick off as well. Getting the kill, another one into Tomo's back pocket.
It is Tomo going Rage Blade. I did touch on it. You know, there is 3 melee champs on the other team. They need someone to be able to deal with Licorice, so that is going to be the call here. But again, they get a pick, and it seems like it is Golden Guardians who have the push here, and Poom is stepping very far forward. That turret has no health, buddy. He's going down in a hurry, and Golden Guardians can continue the push now. Yes, they do take a tower up on top side, but Golden Guardians might be the ones starting Baron after all, as it's Santorin running for the hills, but Gory is here, and Santorin is gone. You're losing the base. Dignitas falling apart all at the same time. Rich popping the ulti on a River, but he's got nothing. Golden Guardians get the kills, get the towers, and they're going to get the Baron.
The game plan falls apart from Dignitas. 2 sides of the map at once. The people splitting top get collapsed on by the reviving Gory, and in mid lane, like you said, Poom not paying enough attention to the turret dropping, ends up dying there, and that means all 5 members of Golden Guardians are not only alive, but converging onto the Baron. Easy pickup after getting those kills.
I mean, they're just not even giving Tomo a chance to carry, right? You know, it's falling apart around him. They've got to play safe. They've got to respect the fact that Golden Guardians are way ahead besides what your AD has. This is after the kills in mid lane. Santorin up towards top side. He's an easy kill as Gory is TP'd in. Then Rich trying to make something happen, but he's just going to be knocked back.
Yeah, too many knockbacks. You have the Bramble Smash, the Jace Hammer Form E, just way too hard to play the Fjord there from behind, like you're saying. And it's such a sad state for Dignitas, because with how fed Tomo is, if things had just gone slightly better on other parts of the map, you have a very coherent composition where, you know, Rich is splitting top, you have Kaisa poking around the other 4, you're both kind of standing off there, but Rich has just been so vulnerable.
Gory now looking for a chase down on Rich, and Rich, I think we're going to see him die again, potentially. Nice hook comes in from Hui. The parry was there, but it doesn't even matter, potentially. It does at the end of the day, as he's going to be able to walk out. The Ignite on his back won't burn him down. But the thing that has killed me for this one is Dignitas, you know, makes a good play, but then they make an unforced error to follow it up, and they kind of give away the edges that they're building.
Yeah, I mean, that was going to be a kill for sure. If Huhi just had his ultimate up, it was coming right off cooldown, did not have it in time to follow up with the hook. And yeah, you get out alive, but you meet up with the minion wave there. Golden Guardians cracks that one, and now they're set up for pushing mid lane because they had done so much work already at the same time. It's so hard to defend this top turret when you have minions in your base.
And Rich can't even answer Licorice in the 1v1. Licorice is so far ahead. Matchups be damned. He's just better today, forcing in on that inhibitor. Golden Guardians have 4 marching up through top lane, looking to knock down this inhibitor tower. The Nature's Grass gonna get popped there by River, trying to buy some space, and they're in onto Poom. Licorice is there as well, but it's Poom counter engage over the wall, but there's no follow-up, and it's Licorice in the back line trying to make it happen on Tomo. Tomo put low, cannot knock down River, no kills on either side, but Golden Guardians, they're healthy, and they're coming for these inhibitors as Huhi steps up. Santorin trying to defend, but maybe shouldn't have done that. Rich barely able to actually block that Mystic shot from Stixxay, keeps his jungler alive, but it's double inhib here, and Golden Guardians can retreat back towards the dragon.
Dignitas staying alive by the skin of their teeth, just not quite clean enough by Golden Guardians to find a kill onto Tomo when they wanted to him. And then you saw a clever flash by Huhi there trying to get in front of Santorin's Q Arctic Assault. Didn't have quite enough range, so Santorin got out. If they were able to kill just 1 or 2 more people, Golden Guardians could have potentially ended the game. Not quite the case, but still immensely ahead. 7,000 gold, 2 inhibitors cracked.
And we are now 1 fight away from Dignitas' season ending here. It's a 7K lead, and Dignitas are posturing like they want to contest to the dragon, but if you die here comes the TP, and this could be it right now. Licorice with a deep, deep flank. Does Dignitas have the eyes on him? Now they do. Jensen in trouble though. Pathmaker comes through. He's going to shuffle him back, trying to create some space, but Rich is in trouble. He's on the run, flashing over the wall. Boom trying to get out of there as well, but here comes Licorice. Golden Guardians piling in another flash to try to get away, but River into the back line. It's a twisted advance. It's multiple members falling. It's a triple kill for Gory. It's all over for Dignitas. Golden Guardians will keep their hopes alive for the LCS Championship as Gory snipes the quadra kill. Golden Guardians wipe Dignitas off the map and will advance on in playoffs. They have a shot at Worlds and they have a shot at the title.
A 3-0 out of Golden Guardians. Absolute domination in Game 2 and Game 3 to end Jensen's highest consecutive Worlds appearance and keep Huhi's 5th straight Finals appearance alive and have a date with Team Liquid on Sunday.
3-0 for Golden Guardians. Dignitas made him work for it a bit, but it was a massive gap between these 2 teams today. Golden Guardians' massive bounce back series. The number 2 seed will advance.
Golden Guardians playing with their food a bit there, but a 3-0 quick Friday series here. Gonna be able to have plenty of time to rest and recuperate to play Team Liquid on Sunday. Keeping, like we said, the finals appearance live. With this win, they are qualified for international competition at least. Even if they lose on Sunday, they will then be playing the 4th place qualifier match against Europe's 4th seed for the final World spot. If they beat Team Liquid on Sunday, they are straight into Worlds and straight to New Jersey.
Yeah, both those teams, at the very least, will get that 4th versus 4 NA versus EU, so that is a minimum that they have guaranteed for themselves. So even if they lose that series, their season, their year will not be over. They're still going to try to continue forward. Golden Guardians had their eyes on the trophy. They want to get back to finals. They want to be able to take down Cloud9, who has been their roadblock at every turn, it feels like, over this last year.
Yeah, definitely the case. And I think a little angry after a surprise upset versus NRG, kind of wanting to make this deep lower bracket run out of Golden Guardians. Unfortunately for Dignitas, they found themselves in that way. I think you heard Jensen say they were surprised that Dignitas fell into their lap Golden Guardians fell into their lap this early in the losers bracket. And you can see why they were so shocked and why Golden Guardians is such a favorite here. The final flank just so far ahead, no way to really peel all this chase down, the speed ups, the roots, the slows, just so easy. Even though they do a good job of making sure no one gets exploded from this flank, they just can't get Golden Guardians off their case.
Yeah, you just can't really get away. You said it, the chase down from the Cassante, from the acceleration gates. Golden Guardians are just piling in. They know there's no shot they're going to lose any sort of fight, so they just need to catch up. They're able to do it. It's a quadra to end it for Gory. A massive bounce back series, I think, from him. I think that Gory and River, had a pretty quiet series in their loss, and now a much better performance from them. Licorice has been cruising. This guy is just looking so good in wins and losses, absolutely gapping Rich in the top lane today.
How do you pick a player of the series for this one? Every single member of Golden
It's
Guardians had an incredible timer. It's like they smurf mid lane sometimes. River ends up with like 15 kills some of these games. He's carry Maokai.
Yeah.
Stixay's popping off. He's all over the map. Licorice in the 1v1.
I don't know who to vote for.
Let's not ham one out.
Okay.
Everyone gets a fifth of a player of a series.
There's just no player of the series today. It's team of the series, and that's Golden Guardians. There you go.
Definitely the team of the series. Looking at the bracket now with that win, as you see, Golden Guardians advancing. NRG C9 will play tomorrow. Winner of that is waiting in finals for the losers bracket to resolve, which will continue as well on Sunday, like we said, with that Golden Guardians TL matchup.
A lot to still decide, but before we get to all of that, we're joining Emily, Gory, River, and Huhi for a Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you, Zale. I am here, as you said, with Gory, River, and Huhi after their 3-0 victory over Dignitas. So first of all, congratulations. Second of all, when you guys came up, you look kind of exhausted. I asked if you had fun. River kind of shook his head. So I did want to ask, just generally, per your expectations, how did this series go?
I think 3-0 was our expectation, and we did 3-0 them, so it went as expectation. I think if we lost a game, I think it would have been bad for us. Yeah.
Okay. How about you?
We played really shit last week. So, yeah, I did my best today. So, yeah, good.
All right. How about you, Gory?
I really want to go worse every time. So today I tried my best, and also I want to still go worse. At least third sheet. Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Well, you guys have one more series until that happens. Obviously, today qualifies you for international competition. River, I'm going to go back to something you said that I think a lot of people are curious about, because last week you did not play to expectations. What did you take away from the NRG loss that you were able to work on for today's match?
On stage, we played really like not serious. So after against NRG, we played really serious on stage. Yeah.
So that was the difference maker. Well, because I noticed game one was still a little shaky from today.
Yeah. Yeah, it was the biggest talk we had, where we felt like it kind of reminded us the Energy series, where like people were a bit nervous or like not like ready yet. But I think game 2 was way better, at least.
Yeah, you guys are all like kind of veteran players, right? But in talking to your team, you have talked about having those kind of stage nerves. So how do you combat them?
I think we just try to like make the mood loose, so that people can kind of enjoy the game and kind of play with less pressure. But I think the pressure is still there. That's why sometimes it does get us perform worse, or like I can see my teammates playing worse, or myself as well. So yeah, I think we're just trying to like joke around to each other and help each other out.
Who's the funniest on the team?
Huhi?
Yeah.
Huhi?
No,
Really?
yeah.
Looking ahead, you guys will be facing TL. Is that your expected opponent, and how are you going to prep for them?
Yeah, I think TL was the expected opponent. I think they're a really strong team. So yeah, I think we're going to have the toughest game, I think, out of the playoffs. That's what we think. But I think we're going to do our best. I think Gory can gap APA, River got Pyosik. So I'm just going to chill in the ball lane.
All right, cool. Well, thank you so much, all three of you, and congratulations. 축하합니다.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we'll toss it to a quick break, and then back to the lounge with Stixay and Licorice.
Dude, I know these noodles are your specialty, but they are just not hitting tonight.
I know. I want that.
Me too.
It's beautiful.
Breathtaking. Tiramisu.
Is there anything she can't do?
I wish I could reach into the TV and grab that fancy cake for you, but I've recently learned that's not how TVs work. Go for what you really want. Go for Grubhub.
We live with a genius.
Go for cravings. Go for Grubhub.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Bringing in a new roommate to save money, is that the plan?
But we gotta find some way to save, so say hi to Glenn from work. Hey, that's my mom.
Yeah, I think I have a much better plan. We switched to my plan from Verizon for just $25 per line.
And that price is guaranteed for 3 years.
All on the network we can count on.
It's a good plan.
It is a good plan. Glenn, looks like we're not gonna be needing you, so I'll see you at work.
Oh, later, Glenn.
Save big with My Plan, starting at just $25 when you bring your own phones. Guaranteed for 3 years. It's your Verizon.
Welcome back. We have both Stixay and Licorice after the quick 3-0.
Where's the claps?
Woo!
Yeah,
Let's go.
I thought they deserved a clap for that 3-0. God, you slammed them.
Yeah, it was all right.
It was all right. Well, you had the unfortunate third game where the Tomo started to get a little fed.
Yeah.
Were you worried at all in game 3 when he started picking up all those kills, or was it never close in your mind?
I mean, in my mind, it was never close, but like, I was kind of just thinking, oh, it's just a classic Kai'Sa game. He just gets like 5 kills for whatever reason. It seems to just happen every game, so yeah, it was fun.
That was actually getting pretty dicey, especially game 1. Game 1, it was like a back and forth. I mean, you guys still had the lead. So like what was the takeaway after the first game? It was my question. Because it was still a win.
Yeah, it was guys, STF you. Stop talking so much and just play the game. That's what it was. That was our takeaway.
There was a lot of nervous comms or something, or was it just
kind of like over communication of too many things going on. So
yeah, because I gotta say, game 1 was kind of close, slower pace. I think it was like 15 minutes to find first blood, and then the next 2 games were just absolute Goomba stomps. Licorice, you in particular, I felt like scaled with the series, and you started kind of dominating Rich. Like, were you worried about this matchup, given that he's like the LPL counterpick guy? And then you played 2 normal games, and then finally had the Fiora game.
I was a little worried coming in. I mean, I wasn't really worried about like the pocket picks, like the Quinn and stuff, because I just don't think it's that good. But I mean, obviously, I think he's a good laner. But he was just like, he wanted to pick scaling and then also win, which like doesn't really work. So then like it was fun.
Yeah, it seemed like a pretty easy series, I guess. How are you guys overall feeling heading into it, given that I think it's fair to say the NRG upset was a surprise? And then that was the first series it felt like you guys were probably favorites for like Golden Guardians, the org. Like, did that change your mentality, or was it just like they played surprisingly well that day?
We were definitely like quite shaky coming to the energy match. I don't think any of us were too surprised that we lost that day.
Okay.
Of course, we're expecting to win, but like the fact that we lost is like, okay, given our practice and stuff like this, it's not too surprising. It was kind of a wake-up call for us, and I think we did a bit better this week in practice. So. Yeah, but
that's actually for me, yeah, that was going to be my question too, because I feel like I listened to your interview with Digon, and it was more so, yes, you were kicking yourself, and as a team, like you were just saying like basically what you just said right now. What was like the general takeaway about just practice? Like, what did you feel like you guys got better at going into this series, or just like over time?
I think the main thing was just people taking accountability for their own mistakes. There's a lot of like, blame being thrown around and all that.
Yeah.
And we just focused on. We actually added a rule of like saying "my bad" in stream, so that people aren't like kind of passive aggressive towards each other, like keeping those mistakes in their head and they're still mad about it.
Yeah.
Because someone into them or something,
Yeah.
Yeah, just trying to be more accountable for our own stuff.
That makes sense.
Licorice, I have a small question for you. You previously played with Jensen before. Did you feel bad at all ending the longest continuous Worlds streak?
That's on you. So if you want to say my bad.
Destroying your teammates' dreams?
Well, it's continuous while he played, right? Like he like missed. Did he miss a year?
No, it was 8 straight Worlds appearances. From 2015 till now, he has made Worlds every time, and you just ruined it.
I feel a little bad, but like.
NA has to have records, and you just ended it, man. What are you doing?
Remember, like Stixay was just talking about accountability.
Here's your chance to, good job.
So with this, though, you guys do qualify yourselves for at least international competition. If you win on Sunday, it's straight into Worlds. If you lose, it's that 4th place match versus EU. How are you guys feeling about Worlds and international competition getting that? It's like basically guaranteed now.
Yeah. Well, I don't think any of us are looking forward to playing versus Europe. So we really hope we get the 3rd seed because yeah.
Are you scared of Europe?
No, not scared at all. That's not the reason. It's just like
it's another hurdle.
Yeah, it's just we just don't want to do it,
Yeah.
So yeah, we're just trying to not put ourselves in that position.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, on one hand, it'd be really cool to like play against Europe and then like you beat them and then you just go on Twitter, and just like NA's so good and Europe's so bad.
Yeah.
But like on the other hand, it would be nice to be guaranteed more than one day of competition when I fly all the way to Korea. So like,
Yeah. Yeah, I can understand that.
Yeah.
Interestingly, Core JJ was saying that he was like looking forward to beating Europe, so maybe they'll just run it down on Sunday. You get a free pass.
Hey,
Both teams get what they want.
Have it, guys.
Sounds like a plan to me. So, look, we have an announcement to make, and it's player of the series. Don't look at the teleprompter. That's cheating. All right. Drum roll, drum roll, drum roll. Boom!
Hey.
Congratulations, Licorice. Any comments on the fact that you got player of the series here?
I'm actually a little surprised because like I felt like, I mean, I played well, but it wasn't like flashy well. It was just like don't die to jungle well.
Who would you give it to, and don't pander to Stixay here? Think about this.
No, I didn't do anything this series.
Oh yeah, of course.
I mean, I would have just gone for like Jay or River because I think like we killed a lot of them. Our map play was good. Like usually it's jungler support that does
Well,
that.
look, you got counterpicked. You solo killed him like 2 or 3 times in the final game.
Yeah, I mean, Raz was saying that that's basically, you know, guaranteed.
So actually, it was just a stat because I know Kasante's play pattern just results in a lot of kills, solo kills, but like the first 14 minutes out of the 10 solo deaths for Rich throughout the split, 8 of them may have been to Kasante. Like it's just
You're just saying like, you're not special.
Yeah,
you didn't do anything good.
How about you step back, humble yourself?
I will say it was a hard series to like hand a winner to because you guys kind of top to bottom beat
Played
them
well.
in like
Yeah,
different games. Each person was like slightly better than the other, so it was one where it felt like anyone could have gotten it.
Actually,
I voted for River.
Okay, yeah, sure, yeah. Actually, game two was probably the most hectic, like, permanent team fighting snowball that I've ever seen. What was your mentality throughout the second game where it felt like, hey, bot lane, first of all, the prediction ulti as Ezreal, that you ended up getting the kill, that was one, nice. Was that an actual prediction? Let me just...
Like sometimes I kind of pretend I'm playing like an FPS game and you just kind of flick, you know?
Yeah.
It tends to work more often than not, so.
Yeah?
Sometimes get a backwards Q.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And then while that play was happening was the top river skirmish that you were involved in.
Yeah.
So like, what were those comms like? Because it felt like you got pulled into it.
I mean, as soon as we got the Rift Herald and like we won the fight, and it's like we were just like cleaning them up like they were stuck in the pit, and we're just like killing one after another. It's like the game felt like it was pretty over at that point.
Okay, that makes sense. God, okay, so what is now, looking on to the next opponent, we've already talked about them slightly with Team Liquid. What is your expectation? Did you even expect the opponent to be Team Liquid? Because I know a lot of people were looking at Evil Geniuses.
I expected Team Liquid, yeah. I think, from what I heard, I think most of my team expected EG, but I expect Team Liquid. I think they were like more complete as a team, so not too surprising that we're going to be playing versus them. It'll be a hard match, I think.
I was going to ask you, how do you think it's going to go, given that they have seemingly had a better playoff series this time around? EG, their first ones were a little shaky when they lost to NRG. Like, how do you think it's going to, like, what's going to be the most important matchup, do you think? Licorice versus Summit?
I'm looking at you, Licorice.
Gory versus APA?
Maybe.
Stixay versus Yon?
That matchup between EG Team Liquid boomed at top. So
I mean, if we win, it might be Gory versus APA. Like I think Gory could, if he's like having a good day, just like be better in the mid lane. So like hopefully that happens. But I think like we're two really good early game teams. So I think like a lot of it's going to get decided just really early in the game.
that makes sense. Why not just show the bracket? I want to see because that's not the only matchup that's coming up ahead. There's also the upper bracket. NRG versus Cloud9. Of course, then Golden Guardians versus Team Liquid. 4 teams remaining. Mark, anything you're looking forward to?
No, I was going to ask them, NRG versus C9. Do you predict NRG because they beat you and they are therefore the best team in the LCS, or do you think C9 is going to
True, you guys just lost to the finalists, right?
It wouldn't be for that reason. I mean, just like C9 versus NRG just never seems to go well for C9.
No.
So like I really want to predict C9 to win, but like at the same time, I'm like, man, like it just feels like anything could happen.
Believe in the magic. This is the year of NA dreams, right? The 5 NA plus Ignar.
What's your thoughts, Stixay?
I'm gonna like bring us back down to earth. I think C9's gonna win.
Party pooper.
I mean, C9 has Berserker, so
Berserker.
It's not fair. Yeah.
That's all it takes. All right. Well, I'm interested in that matchup. We'll see going into tomorrow's games. That's going to be it for us. We'll be back tomorrow at 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific for Cloud9 versus NRG. Thanks a lot, and congratulations again, guys.
Woo! Congrats.
There it is.
Licorice on the wrong side of the map, though, and Licorice now potentially in trouble. Santorin went for Gory instead, but it's Hui flashing in. Pops the ulti as well. Right of the arcane, gonna get popped, though. Hui's gotta dodge as much as he can, but he can't dodge enough. He goes down, and on the other side, Licorice caught out. I think they've done it for game number 1. Golden Guardians marching on the Nexus. Can Dignitas do anything about it? The ulti's going to be popped here by Xerath, but he can't get any kills. The towers are falling. Stixxay flashes forward, takes down Rich, and Golden Guardians have done it. They're going to take the lead in this series 1-0.
Are willing to sack a wave.
Oh, Tomo in trouble. He's going to get ignited. He already cleansed. He's trying to cut it out with the ulti, but I don't think he has. He flashes, but Stixxay with the prediction on the Ezreal.
Play slow.
I use ulti. Look. My ulti. I'm coming too. Derek.
Don't eat Jerry. Derek?
Yeah.
Don't eat Jerry.
Derek. I'm fine.
Help up, Trish. Only Trish.
Wait.
I can finish double.
I'll flash. Oh, I'm dead. Chris.
Good one.
Nice.
It's okay.
Yeah, play well, guys. It's good.
3 members already down for Dig. It's Rich trying to turn it around, but it's River behind them.
Oh, they're cut off.
Behind a rock in a hard place. Jensen's got nowhere to go. There's the twisted advance. He's stunned up. He's locked down. The tower's gone. Dignitas is gone. Rich is going to run for the hills, but you got nowhere to go. Golden Guardians are posturing like they at least want to try to fight for this, and there's not confidence from Rich to move forward for anything themselves. They're going to try to go in on River, but at the same time, Poom getting burst down. Poom will fall. Can Dignitas chase for more? River is down. They got the dragon. They got one, but it's going to be Licorice going all out, looking for Rich once more. Flashing away, but only to die. Poom trying to get out of there as well, but here comes Licorice. Golden Guardians piling in another flash to try to get away, but River into the back line. It's a twisted advance. It's multiple members falling. It's a triple kill for Gory. It's all over for Dignitas. Golden Guardians will keep their hopes alive for the LCS Championship.
Aw, guys. My KDA. Oh my god. Trevor!
Oh. Sorry.
Sorry, guys.